powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods. The practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholeheartedly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. Road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofor. Dodona Frame Obuo. Tie Papa Driver. Tie Mr. Passenger. Tie Motor Rider. Yen famo yen home buying. Afe wote kren wo woka mu a memfa mentena woka sti achi no monsa a sign bruni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.
Equipping Polo, I'm sure by now will be asking herself what got into her head. A certain wrong culture practice. Look at where it's taking her to.
And me, I have been of the opinion, sir, yen sanction celebrities are sebi omudin simhunu in the system. Instead of Sabeko jail for number of years and attempts, bino, Yamaninye community service, maybe a fine be said ADHD. To serve as a strong deterrent to anybody in the home.
Come A+, you are hurting Equipping Polo than you are helping her. As a open was a maka, and I will go for Polo so. Now I call my Polo more. He has to shut up.
Sarkodia tweet, no. It's the weakest tweet, and I'm feeling Sarkodia in his rap music, no, or a deep. But when he comes to comment like this, he's very shallow.
So just picture taking.
Just picture taking.
A picture.
As a keke.
And yeah,
as a pro, Ebia say, oh, say wabokro no keke. Say waku bi keke. Say wabo bi asum keke. Like seriously.
Obi oni no hu na baka say, oh, come we be say you come should I come make am. And pam coronavirus no cry mama 19 billion mama hey free Equipping Polo very lame talk and if na can free no come the baby but you know there are laws in the country and do anything.
Cheers, guys. So here's a backstory. This is Millie. Millie has been my roommate for 4 years in the university. It's her birthday and she decided we go have a good weekend with other friends. She chose the Ekrasi Paradise, which is located in Pram Pram. Ekrasi Paradise is about an hour drive from the Accra Mall. This is going to be my room for tonight. It comes with a fridge. Oh, they gave us some candies. I really like the fabric. Hi everyone! I love this. Ciao. And I love the fact that it has a beautiful view of the entire space. It's the balcony. It has a view of the pool and the sea. Guys, you love the aerial shots. This is going to be the birthday girl's room.
I'm excited.
Your room is really, really nice too.
Thank you.
And this is the space. Hello, Georgina. Hello, Enyo. Let's see their bathroom. Let's see their balcony. It also comes with a TV. And this is their balcony. And it has an amazing view too of the pool and the sea. I'm going to be giving you a proper tour tomorrow morning. Let's go chill and have some fun. Breakfast is ready. Waiting for the ladies. So guys, this is my outfit for today. I'm about to take you all for a tour. How am I looking? Let me know in the comment section if you like my cute dress. My cute little dress. Hi ladies. Hello. We're all looking nice so. Yeah. Okay, so let me do a proper intro. Meet my friends. This is the birthday girl. Hi Millie. Hi. Hi Priscilla. Hi Georgina. Hi Enyudo. So guys, I'm sure you want to see the place, right? Let's go. This is the pool area. This is their kitchen and a small bar at the top. Hello. Georgina has a clothing brand and she's here to advertise it. What's the name of your...
Hi, so my name is Georgina and I'm the owner and founder of Bloom by Edgy.
Okay.
Bloom by Edgy is a contemporary female ready-to-wear brand.
All right.
And then we are specialized more in female pants and jumpsuit. When you walk into my store on a regular day, you see more of pants and jumpsuit, very classy ones. They are located at Christian Village and then Bloom by Edgy on Google Maps and Uber.
I'll share your location.
Yes,
give me
please.
freestyle. Whoa, get it, girl. Wow. one of my favorite wines. They have others here. So the beach is called Coconut Ponty, and this is the atmosphere here. So we came to a beach and spotted this beautiful place here, and this is the view here. So one thing I've realized is this beach is not a swimmable beach, and these are the type of rocks found here. So yeah, this is the atmosphere here. It's full of rocks. Time to go swim, and I'm ready in my outfits. So my friend said we should dress up because she's having a dinner. So we're going for dinner now. And of course, I'm done. How do I look, guys? It's time for dinner, and we are having the dinner at the rooftop. Hi, Etajinam.
Hello.
You're looking pretty.
Thank you.
So yeah, wow, the steps are so steep.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
This is the setup for us.
Oh my God. Oh my.
Happy birthday, darling.
Happy birthday, Pauline.
So this is our setup. Wow. My birthday girl. Cheers. Cheers. It's what? So this is our dessert. Our dessert is ice cream. This is day 2's breakfast. Just as yesterday, we're having English breakfast and fruits. Guys, I'm entertaining my friends this morning. I know, are you excited? Oh, nobody's going to be on their phone. Please put your phone down. Ready? I'm about to play the xylophone.
Stella, are you doing nice?
The xylophone for my favorite friend. Billy, this is to you.
Yay!
Happy birthday. So what's wrong with you? You have to sync it in your head. That is when it becomes music. Keep it. going to be my last meal before I leave. Let's pour the pepper here, right? You can remove the banku. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting the entire space with you. So since I came here with my friends, it's just right we talk about the place together. So Millie was a birthday girl. Say hi, Millie. So, and she did the booking. So let's talk about the booking. How did you book the place, or how did you find the place?
So I found out about this place from my friend. So she gave me a number. I checked them out on Instagram.
Yes.
And then I saw their number from there. I called. And then they sent me their prices and everything.
So is it on Airbnb or you just made a call?
No, just from Instagram. Well, I don't know if they're on Airbnb, but I booked from Instagram. So,
okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah. So she booked the place and we came. So let's talk about their service here so far. How has it been so far? Personally, I think their service in the earlier part was not encouraging, but latter part they kept coming around to ask us how the place was. Yes. And let's talk about the food.
The food was amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, the food was very nice.
amazing. I loved everything. I
Especially
the egg without the salt.
That's for breakfast.
That's for breakfast.
Yes.
Didn't have salt.
Yeah, but the banku and tilapia and the jollof
and tilapia
was really, really, really good.
And how was your burger?
Yes, and she had burger. So how was the burger?
It was good. I just didn't like the beef patty they used. It wasn't the regular beef patty. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't it.
It wasn't
Apart
it.
from that, it was good.
Okay, let's talk about the space. How the building looks like, the pool experience. How was it?
It was amazing.
This place is beautiful.
I agree.
Beautiful.
The
just
pool was not too deep.
yeah.
So it was like beginner friendly. It's just like in all, it was very friendly and it was really nice.
Would you say this place is a family place?
This place is
Yes.
a family place. And then I love how it's not crowded all the time. You know, some places the locals come around, but this
To
place,
experience it, yes. And
place is less-
yes,
less
the
crowded.
beach is just about 2 minutes
minutes
walk from here to the beach, and yeah. So in all, I mean percentage wise, what will you give the Millie? Percentage wise to 100%.
85%.
85%. I agree. I enjoyed my stay here. The pictures I took here were all beautiful because I love the aesthetics of this place, and I like the fact that it's a touch of modern, it's a touch of African, it's a touch of everything. It's a touch of greeny and all that. So yeah. And we also had dinner last night. How was the dinner?
Oh, the dinner was so good. The setup was beautiful. The food was great. I mean, it was just a salad, but I'm not really a salad person. So
The lobster was amazing.
the fried rice, oh my god. Oh my god.
She had a lot of pepper, so
The shit was amazing.
yeah. Priscilla, you haven't said anything.
Because I didn't really eat.
You didn't eat, okay.
She was thinking about this.
Alright. So until next time on my next video. Bye.
Subscribe to Stella Chanelly on YouTube channel.
Look at their voices.
Stella
Thank you all
Chanelly
so
on
much.
YouTube.
Until next time, I love you all.
Bye bye.
Hi everyone, please subscribe to Stella Chanelly on YouTube, the best travel blogger in Ghana.
To be a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there. the person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it in the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
A Captain Polo, I'm sure by now, will be asking herself what got into her head. A certain wrong culture practice. Look at where it's taking her to.
And me, I have been of the opinion, sir, young sanctioned celebrities are sebi, omudin simhunu in the system. Instead of Sabeko Gio for number of years and attempts, bino, Yamaninye community service, maybe a fine be said ADHD. To serve as a strong deterrent to anybody in the home.
Come A+, you are hurting a Captain Polo than you are helping her. As a wope was a maka, and I will go for Polo so. Now I call my Polo more. He has to shut up.
He's the weakest to it, and I'm feeling Sakodia in his rap music, or a deep. But when he comes to comment like this, he's very shallow.
So just picture taking.
Just picture taking.
A picture.
I say keke.
And yeah,
I say pro. Ebi obi akase. O say wabo krono keke. Say we ku obi keke. Say wabo obi asum keke. Like seriously.
Obi oni no na baka say oh come wa bi eh say o come should I come make am pam coronavirus no cry by no cry mama 19 billion mama fan hwe hey free Captain Polo very lame talk when you can free no come the baby like you know there are laws in the country and you are not doing
nama breye since I'm na bebre bleach the paper form intadi and diapers me soaps and all that things.
Crime Check Foundation for Beya Doye, Abatan Fufaya War, Casa Polyclinic, and on my betcha and Pampers in Talianiade. Tinia Pessa Catcher Musenia Mishra.
This is to say thank you so much to Crime Check Foundation for the wonderful donations.
So when you do Nasa Unyanka Crime Check Abushako Noa, the rest says
over subscribe. Nasa o subscribe we are
Adoma be one chain.
Me and so
Sene Beya
Jumeti Biara ya debetu ono
on Sabeka.
Now also with me ashibi.
Reasons our passion. We that with the help with the change them.
Minuanom Matiasem Day enne se ope asase ana edan ato amansun biara eniho a eno ane ejare real estate. Na sa ejare real estate won wo kasoa ofanko baby a aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefefe no wo firi ho pe na ura ejare real estate. Na sa tie ani jeseme anwea ene ebo a wo de besi dan no ebi wo ejare real estate fo na de saima eye ahomeka ene se wo twa asase na ejare real estate wo betwa so fe edi amaw edi odin aye pillars edi esi ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kra na site ani jesema esan wo ho bi me ensu a wo de besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe wo to wasase anase wo dan a na ye de ahye wo nsa eti kan ho na frɛ ejare real estate na ansa anyawo.
Etiefo a make trading enterprise and saswa ka wo hu biomo se ope provisions niama emo anwa esichire chese adibia ye dibia a make trading enterprise benye biama enye no nkwanso se ope semina ye di siniama ne ye di gware anampo se ope se uto de kwache obi enye tutumrikai na kwa a make trading enterprise na kwaje wodie niama ne boye for na Accra price and so. Shusha one a chair coin ewo Kaswa Old Barrier. Ubits me after one ewa humatri for you so. 0545 822-773. And make trading enterprise and now customer satisfaction is our priority.
Yo sika yam fam wati asifo. Awbia ni mari ya wati. Saya wadaja yenyama ti asifo.
You are first time amunyina akwa baba Crime Check Foundation. Ejumadi a ye nyina ye nim health check series na ene baby e de ni kire ye Mother and Child Hospital ewo Kaswa. Ahona arehosem ewo arehosem bebre ewo enye ene enkwa na yekosa Mother and Child Hospital ewo Kaswa ye de kan ko hospital bed. Ti amamu no ma bebre na ene de ye se dabi yam fa no ma no nkoma hospital authorities no mposo mo fa ngu ho yen aye ko na yakoche ye o ma wo foforo ye wa batan a ebinum kra bills so mo ntimi ntua ye obi nsumpo a ekom edi wo mo hospital ho nti ene ye ko Mother and Child Hospital ewo Kaswa na before say be kono ne Black Lens Ventures akasa bie bo mo say wawie school opeso usua camera ana editing na ene wo mo nkasa na enna adwuma ho ayedin wo mo abesa aboa ama uwie course na wanya bibi aye internet Black Lens Ventures for enkasa mom yanko Kaswa Mother and Child Hospital na yanko hwede si ho.
Black Lens Ventures asaka kan hubiem and they say we
JHS graduate, SHS graduate, and na sempo
university graduate na utifie uni bibia ye.
Na wo pese wonya insanu dwuma bia.
Ene tutumika na bra Black Lens Ventures.
Se wo pese wo ye professional photographer,
videographer na digital video editor.
Ne wo be ya ne se wo be pick form e wo ye office aye 50 cedis. E wo KFC inside Matai Eco Pharmacy dance man.
Wo teachers akuku dama wode na wotwensia e be kire we nyina hu nimdie
ni ji asemesan wo mun se wo bon homodin na usua kosisi ya
Black Lens be ma wa kwanya ne edwumakuo ni mu bi aye edwuma enti tutumrika na be fa forms ana se frɛ numbers a etwa group screen so
0242 074 276
as 0596 328 008
0302 966 54.
Yo sika yam fam wati asifo. Awbia ni mari ya wati. Saya wadaja yenyama ti asifo. Awbia ni mdachi ase. Unipa wa wanti na chi asem. Diaka yoni ni nyami ntemu asem. Iti sawo kuwe bia bwa mine. Wami wamra miti asi. Yewo sika yam fam wati asifo. Nessa body to me and you for Yawadaja, Yamati asifo. I ain't see a daja where you see. Miss Onipe Yamwa Onipe Yamwa.
Yo, it's here for na and Crime Check Foundation for and baby ayababe PA a Mother and Child Hospital I work Kaswa CP. Na se yebeka ya yedi kan aba hanum se abaye adoye P amasa hospital yi. Na ya buofo nom adaroma enti na enne ya san aba hanum se ya. Nyama ya egumachi ni na re yede ebre ya maame nom ne ye nua enketua nom. Na abuofo bi adaroma ane yetimi de sa nyama we ni nara yede ebre wo mo. Eye Mr. Alfred and Doreen Jesse mo US mo Bra Crime Check Foundation in Kolantare nyama bebre yede sa nyama e ba be bo hospital yi. Martina o Ghana o Brian Indomie o Brian Parazo o Parazo de buy otimu hu me nsa nifa so say sai o Parazo de buy ene yede Bra hospital yi. Mr. and Mrs. Asamoah mo Ghana mo Brian diapers ne wipes sanso ena ya mami Becky Mensa o UK also o Brian Nyama Auntie B and daughter Rita mo Italy mo nyama mo de buy na Crime Check Foundation for yakeka aboma ya de Ebra hospital na ansa na no ye be ko mpanifo ni bi enchene ye no mo atwetwe enkomo yensa ka Dr. Penny na ewa hanum se ye be pese ne ebedi enkomo kakra doc we de mpashawa be bodin atwe ya dofo ne yetiefo num ni na
your friend Dr. David Mekano to start with Meda Mwasi Crime Check I think somewhere last year, August, Mube Boye, you brought us a lot of beds, about 20 plus beds, and then that helped in the service to our client. It relieved a lot of pressure on us, after which we got orders from the ministry. And today, we are very, very much touched with the kind of duty or service you are rendering to us. Why us, I think it's just that you are touched to come back to us. And you better mercy. And then we want to say God bless you. With the Nama Breyer, since I mean, be bleach, the people form in Tadi and diapers, soups and all that things. We will use them for the purpose for which our Mudia Breyer. Mami Fono Biwaha or Moba, they don't have anything. So these diapers will go a long way to help them. For our general cleaning, the bleaches will help us. You know, the hospital is an environment. A thing, blood, any nyama, and the bleach will go a long way to help us. I'm using this opportunity to appeal to the rest of the public. Say, everybody is part of the community, and to be and for the same step. No mumbai na yentumi mboa your clients, and yedamasi.
Yedamasi. Said the doctor Penny Kayano. Yedamasi be yenya so and your mamma de brain. Now always no. We are still Oliver Twist. We are still asking for more. And in the ever say, anytime be a quite better while Monsaba can be saying, Yea Oliver Twist, Monsambra, no more family. Nassia, ye here papa beds and a mattresses. And see Oliver, ye be some say, ye can't them so say, Munya Bibika Crana say, which me up provide here with beds so.
Yo, it's here for now. Yenny na yatenia, your doctors for any penny for Pinum Eka. Moving here in Yama P. Our Hanum say na acquired hospital and so dear. 10 biarano in Yamanu Yusua and Omube use de be here be before France. So ain't say a Kawakuma na hospital ye opesa obana obe boa ma crime check foundation for yapun ebi at to hon mama nyame bia mo de bebe biano ya de be breast hospital you know so with me the aboa afofro na mo be kan ye ho na nyama no mu bi wo honoma ya de be call maternity ward honom na ya de bi akomema mema wo mo na ne aka no so mpenifo no acha ma wo mo
Yo sika yam fam wati asifo Aobiani mwe ya wati Saya wadaja yenyama ati asifo Aobiani mdachi ase Unipa wa wati nechi asem Diaka yonini nyami ntemu asem Iti sawo kuwebi abwa mine Wami wamra miti asi Yewo sika yam fam wati asifo Na sabodi antuminyani ya ufo Ya wadaja yenyama ati asifo Na yenyansi esa yenadaje we yasi Misu onipe yamwa Onipe yamwa Yamwe nipa wamira Wati asi Misu onipe wa wantine echi asem Asem pabe kafani wano onti Ensabadi ambe bonu onibi Adisiye diadi besiye ne wanfa unkra Misu onipe yamwa Onipe yamwa Yamwe nipa wamira Odopami Misi yewo sika yamfa mwati asifuo Na obiani mwewe yasem Saya wadaja yenyama ati asifuo Obiani mdachi asem Misu onipe wa wantinechi asem Diaka yonini nyami ntemu asem Eti sawa kuwebi abwa mine Wami wamra midopami Misi onipe wa wantinechi asem Otiasi wa yari mufani ukra Nansweda bamo wube babe fanunu Mokwa na muni mtumeka Misu onipe yamwa Onipe yamwa Mami Yamwe nipa
Crime Check Foundation for Beya Doye, about for a war, Casa Polyclinic, and no more better and pampers in Talianiade. Tinia Pessa catcher Musenia Mishra on your mukese, no Munkosanya Doye.
This is to say thank you so much to Crime Check Foundation for the wonderful donations. I'm a partaker of the donation. I got some good diapers, some baby stuff, clothing, and some detergents. I want to say thank you so much.
Yeah, the Crime Foundation for us. When you marry a child, FFF farmer, Babaya, my yes, Remo say, I'm cost insure more foundation or not. Dani den nyina munye bi na mfa me support e o Yesu din amen.
You are here for the moon na say one na wo so a yetimi akoyesa adoye we e bi a wo hwe na e ka wakoma se won so beka ye health check series ye ho emra ye nam hospitals na ye boa ye nuanom a won hia mwa beka ye ho na ye nya sa adwuma e be bosumi ni ye Rich Hospital na hokra de na enipa ni pi wo ha wawo ema a won awo ye detained in hospital hot as prisoners, sabi. A sign say 1,000 cedis be 1,500 cedis be and the 500 cedis be ntino. Wow, but won't be found about in coffee. A jumedia ye guswa ye di na ye de emwa ye kutria bills ama won etesa. To pesa obeka ho ye hospital adwuma ho a money en kasa. Ye da munyina ase dasene se nyankopon ma ho kwan a ye besan enamo akasa.
Ye osika ya mfamu ati asifo Aobiani mwewe ya wati Saya wadaja ye nyama ati asifo Aobiani mdachi ase Unipewa wantine chi asem Diaka yonini nyami ntemu asem Iti sawo kuwebi abu amine Wami wamra meti asi Ye wasika ya mfamu ati asifo Nensa bodi ya tuminyani ya ufo Ya wadaja ye nyama ati asifo Na ye nyansi ya saya na daje we yasi Misu onipe ya mwa Onipe ya mwa Ya mwen nipa wa mira Oti asi Miso ni pewa wanti nechi asem pa me kafani wano onti Ensa badi ambe bonu oni bi Adisi edi adi besi
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you're denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
accident has been the order of the day since this particular street was constructed here at Ogbojo in the Lankwantana Madina Municipal Assembly since last year. Residents say the absence of speed ramps has been the cause of several accidents, and some of which has led to the loss of life. This sharp curve links Tema and Medina. It has also been attributed to the increasing spate of accidents on the road. On Sunday, an accident occurred on this particular street. As part of GhanaWeb road safety campaign, we are here to speak to the residents of Ogbojo to find out the in-depth of the accident.
Area hano e Ogbojo. Na omuye street ni wie no. Ni ekoso hano ni ya yenyan. Any say accident eba wo careful no careful mu eba no speed awodi ba no speed nanu ye dey nti what do careful want me control nti be hu either say esomasoti nti mi somasoti na akohwi other containers na wo ho no mo akohwi ho consult several times it me see in a week right me see more than 4 times any emu motos any nyama in me hano last time no na car no in the Christmas it was in the December no yeah the Christmas no na car fikef no ewa ha na baby MTN we ni oye MTN no ewo no efa ho ebu fa so ebefa efe minyama pi enti yesre mo se speed rum no na police ni crack say akaye nyina ye be ye ba ko aka won ye speed rums ewa ha emaye esa say the via nyama cause accident cause no is too much omo ba mo to won boase because nipa mo na ni special say car ni ye foforo obedru ha no be say asa na wa say ye caref na fe na ye too late it is speed rums mo be ye ma na ye ho ntoye na accident na ye cause too much akwan we so fiti say omo ye kwan ni wie accident bebre sisi wa ye hu bi kra ye hu be ye 6 or 7 kra including me am shop na no ade no I wa see and na ano ye de me pie kra mbo me fin se nkofo no mo me wa inside na me hu ya ne se me te dede na me pie na car no we lose control oba nti de me hu ya ne se makosra ba be hwe ho nti de ebe sra ne se ye hia speed ramp ni bi aban no mbo aye fita de esisi wa hankwala so wa ra no mu di agro wa ha omuta atwitwa kwan mu na ade nti no de yakoso wa ha na ni enyan amaya ye te kwan ho kora mpo no yesuro careful sai sharp careful ni mu no ehwa na ehu pa nti no ya stress omombo aye boys bia no so sa mu twem amomo de na mu bubu ma me bi shop ewure mu san pie ye sana media no so si wa ha na media no so careful no ma no lose control sa na ode be wura mu na ekọ na san baaye ka na ntina emunimuni ano that day no na me shebe wana ma confuse me hu de me nkrofo na ekikem say obi shema na wo shema na so nyame adom ka na munimuni ye be to ma mitumi pie nipa no so ye twin ne ka no na ne top no ase no mo akodi top ti ano so ye twin fa boot na epie.
What we need now on this road is that, we are not having a ramp on the road, and we do, and some drivers drive with a certain limit on this road. Sometimes without it, so if you go to some other places, they have a limit on the road that you go, like a speed that you go. But here we don't have anything like that. So if a car is from the top coming to this side, okay, it seems like it's a straight road, so main road, so I can go any speed that I like. And yes, sharp curve. If you don't take care, you may kill someone. And this is the first accident that has happened here, and almost the accident that happened on this road is Sundays. Every Sundays, you see more accident on this road. The accident that has happened here is not maybe small accident. It's not cool, very tough accident. Some people try to correct them. They end up insulting you and stuff like, "Well, you the one who bomb my car for me. You not tell me come at me." They don't speak sense. They speak sarcastic. That does not make me feel well, because a time ago, a shop there's a container there. A customer sorted and went for there, and a case where they're playing in Kuala Lumpur Diagro. It's like God save them, and yes, like I can't come money now. No, that's not fair. So if accident happen, if it is motor, then you see police people around. No, the police people around. But if car accident, it's like speed ramp will be okay. I think that's the only thing. You know, yeah, there's no need for traffic lights, so I think the speed ramp will be okay. Yeah.
You heard from the residents of Ogbojo, a suburb of Accra in the Nkwantana Madina Municipal Assembly. They are calling on the government to come to their aid with speed ramps on this particular street to avoid the numerous road accidents they've been recording over the years. You can join the conversation on the subject of road safety from your community with videos, talk of potholes, non-function of street lights and traffic lights. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram at the GhanaWeb, and also check out our YouTube videos on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Amos Eko Kofi.
Our current location is Kaswa Peace Town. Unlike what the name suggests, residents of this area have known no peace over the years as they've had to grapple with the activities of land guards. Today we are here to speak to some of the residents to find out from them what are some of the challenges they've been facing, what actions and measures they expect relevant authorities to take.
Sometimes they have been chasing us at the site, seizing our machines, our working tools. But you know, when you try to struggle with them, then they bring out weapons and then guns to fight out with you. I think about last week or so, last 3 weeks, we went to, I think, Bawi to work over there. The same thing happened over there. They changed us, take all our machines, seize our drilling machines, scraper. They seized all till we pay 1,500 before they release the machine for us. And it's very, very bad.
Who are these people?
I think I know some of them. Yeah, area boys. We know some of them. They have their boss. They have their boss.
Is the boss the owner of the land or what?
I don't know. As soon as they get down from the motor, you can take slap, maybe canes. They will be lashing you at that site. Maybe they don't care. They don't care. Maybe if they will cause harm to you, whatever, they don't care. They just do what they will do and then leave. If you settle them, fine. You not settle, they seize what they will seize and then move away. You can choose to maybe consider yourself and then give them at least 1,000 something. They said no, because they will charge you the amount that they want. When you give them even half of the money, if they will go and give another hit to another group, then they come back for new money, then they come back for their balance too. So it's very, very bad. When it happens like that, the owners of the job, they don't pay us well. They have been seizing our money to blocking our chances. So we can't work and it's very, very bad. So we will beg the government to do something about this land guard issue.
This year, I have a way into me crowd now. Ya ye more high. This I said, Miss Mabatra 15 to 20 years in it. Medine my year may share tars. My young baby can so me rubber tires because in soon baby I want to see her. Me baba to me cry me near me hand or my friend say Langard or Maba. Ya too crazy, you are just porch. Me say porch steps. Best sign your man. I had a sister one more be a crime to me, yet more high. Answered Uber Baby Juman, Chisoko Kotra, Scat Mahan San, where Jow said Baby Juma. Monsieur Batana hand and Tessa. When we buy Sisia and Juma, Moody and Wamama, Yahoo Crano, a higher pa. Won't see a quite and drop crowd and because you'll be so say, Yamama, a government, Ibemu, because so better Caswa, Yadia Hawk to you, but talk as I say, and as or Babatina, baby on Cas or top plotting, or son or the Indian base will be up a top plot transana. Won't into send Nipan A B or baby see, need they and ask after say even crowd. Nipple after will be safe for no can say digging fear. Or the mamma, by dear way, serious so bad to say 10, 15 years to 20 years. No, I can't so to digging fear. I am quite some. I any baby or movie or mobile was say me why one time crown by me from Selanga was say one friend Langard, one more friend here, Asafuma. What Asafuma say?
Under whose authority?
Omufi fete kitwa. Ba ukwa hwa so say won so obi ase omra mayesa. Enti chese omo ne maries na omo yesa enyoma na ense emfata. Won sisa obia ni ho tumi ye adwuma. Ansa na obe ye adwuma chese okokotu esika ansa na watuma ba be ye adwuma. Sa de we o say my government ibe because anya fe
be adwuma pricing keke no nipa na sit down so many years. Oya pricing no omo buy almost 500 Ghana. Ya no omo kan ya mo 200 no. Still almost start rival ni nyama ni na akoye. Just like that. Na ya from man no man and one kasai. Tilanga in there. I have one guy here. I do and say on in an area ha also be a pricing bono why the wa free. I just say pricing be because na another squad I aba no ma babaji. So that's what is going on in this area.
Omoba under whose authority?
I say Asafu Achiu, Asafu Siku say no I born him be din. So he win edgy and I say something like that. So he be ala.
Omomam receipt.
No receipt. Mobile receipt. Just get more receipt. If you are one back say, oh, maybe yeah they call your boss no no the normal amount. Omo telephone number being to Obana offer, not to say Oma Banawa by any on way. Last time you did one a penny challenge penny maybe almost 500. Then you more 200. You're free a dining run on say more 200. The next day no. Not just one more 300. I did almost buy the same squad now buy.
Okasa more man.
Hey, they will take your rival need throw everything I would use when I'm standing in alcohol, just like that. Ghana had here. One gas walk one gas one crop. Why in Ghana for? Ghana police for now I won't go. All causes here. Well bosses are omo do money more omo yeden. Omo linking to all that one now to me friend. No I no I best no as near Jano. Now at the end of the day or science side the same. I don't know here now or science. And tonight so Obana was kind of their mano. Now why then? Why free? Because we'll be bad and name a horror face. If you be also knows a face mask and as a BB something like to whom one farmer know the BB or Kuna massa. We couldn't just like that.
So for the residents here at Kaswa Peace Town, it has all been about being terrorized by these landguards for some unsubstantiated demands and amounts. They are therefore calling on the relevant state institutions and authorities to ensure that this situation is curbed. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.
That is why I'm here.
She was in the house and then the husband left her that she was going to work. And so not long, about 4 minutes later, they came to call her and the husband has been knocked down by a car. So by the time she got there, he saw the husband lying down, lifeless. There was no life, and then there were blood oozing out of his mouth and nose, and then there they took him to the hospital. And later on, she was told that the husband is no more, that he has passed on. It's the husband that is the breadwinner for the house. And now that she is no more, she is only pleading the general public or benevolence organizations to come to her aid, to assist her in order, because what she does is a day work. That sometimes she goes and then she finds nothing. She has to come back empty hand. And so she will need help from people that can support her. The man was a very calm man and a very hard worker. And so
the death is going to affect the family.
The death will really affect the family.
All right.
Oh yes, he's a cool person. Riding motor, that is what he do to get his daily bread with the wife and the children. In the afternoon by 1 o'clock going to 2 o'clock, people are running from the roadside to the house. That Mauli is knocked down by a vehicle. Oh, how come? He came to the house and left right now, then lorry knocked him. Those who witnessed the incident told us that he went to the wife coming back. A lorry is coming. He knows that he will bypass the lorry before that lorry will reach him. Before he realized a different lorry is by passing with heavy speed. That lorry knocked him down. Before the lorry knocked him down, they saw the MTTD police. They came and witnessed the whole thing. But what they did, which make us most annoyed, was they just called some people to come and tow the car to the police station. They don't ask where is the dead body, where's the family, where did the thing happen? Nothing at all. 3 weeks after, they came to ask the boys at the roadside that where did the thing happen. Already, they told us that we should go to Peki Hospital for post-mortem. The report that they brought to we, the family, we were not happy because they say it's the boy who caused the trouble for himself, which is not like that. So a good Samaritan, he was at the roadside selling this phone, mobile money phone. He stood on his feet and narrated everything to them. They came 3 weeks after to them that he was at the roadside, and this is what the thing happened. The boy was knocked down at the center of the road. The vehicle who knocked it, this is where he spoiled. The motor also jumped into the gutter here like this. In fact, we were not happy. Before the police told us that by then they are coming to take the measurement. The whole the youth, they surrounded the car. They brought the boy who knocked this thing. So some people know the boy. So the police moved the car to the Francaria police station. Before the boys chased them, they moved away to Akosombo. So there the boy went and told them what actually happened that day.
We are going to barrier, and one of a car, the police people have stopped the car down, and then we had a spirit coming, and then before we realized, the car has crashes because of he's speeding, so we knocked down, and then my leg has been. That's what's happening to me before my brothers one.
When did this happen?
It happened on the 1st March. It affected me a lot because I'm a worker at Joaponteza Limited as a driver. But the very day I took a leave, started my leave, that very day the thing has happened. No, I can't go work, I can't walk anything. I can't go farm anything, I can't do anything again. So my children and my wife do their house, so I can't do anything.
How to stay safe?
As for to me, we need a ramp because if it's not a spearing like all this, it will not happen. So to me, we need a ramp for our town. That thing down will help us.
Equipping Polo, I'm sure by now will be asking herself what got into her head. A certain wrong culture practice. Look at where it's taking her to.
And me, I have been of the opinion, sir, young sanction celebrities are sebi, omudin simhunu in the system. Instead of Sabeko jail for number of years and attempts, bino, Yamaninye community service, maybe a fine be said ADHD. To serve as a strong deterrent to anybody in the home.
Come A+, you are hurting Equipping Polo than you are helping her. As a wope was a maka, and I will go for Polo so. Now I call my Polo more. He has to shut up.
Sakodia tweet, you know. It's the weakest tweet, and I'm feeling Sakodia in his rap music, you know, or deep. But when he comes to comment like this, he's very shallow.
So just picture taking.
Just picture taking.
A picture.
As a keke.
And yeah,
as a pro, ebi obi say, o say wabo kro no keke. Say we ku obi keke. Say wabo obi asum keke. Like seriously.
Obi oni no na baka say, oh, come we be say you come should I come make am. And pam coronavirus no cry by no cry. Mama 19 billion mama hey, free Equipping Polo, very lame talk. When you can free, no can the baby. Like you know there are laws in the country. And you are not doing.
To be a side chick is no joke.
The person calls you, you have to be there. The person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it in the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
The phenomenon of ritual killings for money, as well as money doubling, has been in existence in the country for a very long time. But in recent times, there's been a high spate of these vices in the country. Quite recently, a 10-year-old boy was killed in Kaswa by his teenage friends, and this has given rise to the conversation around such vices in the country, while some have laid the blame on traditional media houses for giving the space for such persons to operate. Others are saying that, well, the systems have been failing. But today on Say It Loud, we are actually here at Kaswa to find out from some residents on exactly what they think may have given rise to the proliferation of ritual killings and some of these other vices. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. When we return from the break, the conversation continues. Welcome back. So today, Say It Loud team, we are here at the Kaswa Underbridge, the CBD police station, to be specific, the markets around here. And we have here some of the vendors, as you can see here, doing their wares. But Papa, tell me, what at all is it with Kaswa? You say over the years, no, every crime, and now you say armed robbery, or be another time, several criminal activities. What is the problem here? Is it the place? Yeah, as I said, yeah, dissolve Kaswa to say Sodom and Gomorrah now. What is going on in Kaswa?
To me, the me feel say yenya balance o ha nka beboa pa because yenya balance o ha nka beboa. To me, the nka me okay pa nti omo mo na balance mra Kaswa.
In your opinion, what do you think is the cause of the rise in ritual killings within the society, Kaswa to be precise?
No, me sure say other TV stations, no, be on my bad TV so the way I'm see canon, and so share my and crown the issue. To me, no TV station there can be on my and come here and way.
Martina, what can I say? But when we say if you to say, right, even before TV stations came, there were ritual killings. How is it that we are now saying TV stations now? Emma Adenis.
To me, the me say balance no to baha ana TV stations no, and also me fear say nkwana hwe to misua me kra me pene no edu ba bia na campus me de ma hwe ko but nyamsuro nti no na my dey masa hwe asan.
Let me go to the next question. Papa, what is it with Kaswa? As a bibi boni bia ye te say ebisi o kasa ene ye te say ye kun obi wa ha ene amro besako shooting crop wa ha and several other things. Is the issue with Kaswa or what is it?
Kaswa no fe Bribia aba na ahantesa mo na ha bie no ha kwaye bia ya manfrafo bebre abeka en ho wa ye te kwa ho ase kura no se wote ha no wa hwe ye kura na de san na firi bi na bedura kwa na ye page o bag dini ye wasa police for no eboa ne se ye nya police for no bi kan ho na tam bia on patrol mantem etime boa yen ente sa de Kaswa de so bi firi anse ye din ya body ye ya jiwia se afa na nyina afa a wo se ye nya obi obeboa yen maka Kaswa no nsemone ye koso no police for no ye boa o mo na afi nsemone ntimi kofom.
Do you think that it's a security issue?
Yeah, it's a security issue. If you say security for no go hard do up, police for soldier for boom. Na so mo ye adwuma no wo ha. E ma sa ne mabon ne nkoso wo ha. A security issue.
In your opinion, no, apart from security issue, what other thing do you think is causing the increase in ritual killings, money doubling situations?
And as I say, no, so also TV so a obehunu na obi ye juju bi. Behunu na kwala bi kura na behunu dollar bebre ya begu nanim. Eti se na danfo no so nam a onu fe se so nya sa skali bi na okoya na dem hu on say akwala be se 15 years na se hu we sa de na ntrim dam se o so koso no nya sa skali bi sa advert na mo ye ni nyina na so mu yi fie TV ne so etime boa ya nkasa.
Unim say assistance no TV stations no. Apart from that, no. Meaning say oh Facebook about oko Facebook about say malam for na was send no friend request. Omo YouTube inti say TV station no omo cancel e da so social media no ye be understand.
Social media for no say na bi wo ho a asa be go social media ho no. Omo afie social media ho na ma na akugu ho na ade say omo cancel free TV ni so a be huru say be huru kwa be fa so be ko social media no so any ade social media bi wo ko to wa social media say timi broko no. It didn't say about TV anywhere. TV no quite rich social media no. Say TV anywhere. Let me add the social media there. You can do no so be fast.
Dem pana say na yetimi cut it down on your friend say ritual killings, money doubling situation. This and money.
Media my family say can say o mind bia mpuntuo enkoso bia no. Sano maneba because da bia na obia preso benyes kan tententem ena mpanfo no so omudi anim no o se omutimi di omnansi form na script na o Kaswa na tight because Kaswa kro no me hu se bedu some year bi no ya kan say kro no be bokula because e bedu me kro ntimi mpie wo dem kro ntimi na e be ku physical abonti kro ntimi ku obi enko ba bia police for na eche okra na katamuaso sa no magyawo. What I say, enjoy my script near tight, our Kaswa. Number in front of so, or man say, or my punto about men, say by ya, just in your baby.
Do you think Kaswa should be dismantled or leveled like the way Sodom and Gomorrah? Okay, so now Sodom and Gomorrah too was noted for these things and then they cleared the place. Do you think the same thing should happen to Kaswa?
I say, we put a sense of
the young chiti Kaswa says Sodom and Gomorrah, among clear Kaswa.
There be unclear Kaswa, but script and you be tight. So you have 4 crowns, a best of Campo Hakrana, the Biolomu Petro Kaswa, Sabaya, the Biaba form.
But when that happens, no, Yemano, how do you sensitize them so that they don't get influenced by some of these temptations? What do you think is causing them to want to go and do rituals to get money?
Say Siano, TV stations no, account, radio stations on account, and friends, social media account because say Bibi Koswa, our phone so a primo money because you have several more banana now when TV so do it obeti and TV station for us say obi this Bibi Saneba, obi this neighbor. Say Moya one vet mamma, I also muchum. I say, Sanoman to us here. Obi the TV station say, may yes, draw ham, yes, say, Obeneska for Scabra, and who has ever so, Sandy Ponce to make channel.
So that is for the traditional media. But young social media, how do we control something like that on social media? Because in Colano, they use their parents' phone and things to access Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and so on. How do we control that?
And American say, one say, our phones will be brain account. Ne phone da ho a man ne banafa or the board game or the brazo uni ma bisana dia or the phone ye I didn't know how phone so no kind of chrome bebre na so fra awofo na ma we nyina aba no because e ba na pia bonten me kom na mfom go di agro no de nachi no amana go ahese ko akra de minim sanka ene wan ko school kura na wo fie de awofo kan utie ade omo ye no usua bi usua obesu obedi agro kura na obedi no dem obedi no fie enye se omema kwan se obi ampie obi amfa ye say ni nyina ka ho na ma bebre say eba the film Nana.
So this is Nana. Nana sells shoes over here at the Kaswa market around the underbridge. Yeah, watching Say Loud. So tell me, in your opinion, a lot has been said. Some are saying social media parents have to be stern on their children on controlling what they access on social media. Some have also called for a ban of money doublers and people who propagate those things on our traditional TV stations. But what do you think?
Yeah, no. Me, for instance, no, and your man cost with TV so near the other no. Fiskabra Bejiska, send me namin send ne Sano Mana, we offended say Ruminati in your man cost with TV so no. The TV will say, yeah, Sano Man won't say, yeah, youth no, you need the Sano Manage, you need the skate. Since Ghana, you need the no. Yen penny for Nangasan and penny for Omonyon, and I am youth no so yen dream penny for the acquire penina fasoa on way no. Yen ye youth no so your per se day, your first in the ADA. Tia more my Nangasanaka apart from we if any say but we Kaswa for instance Nangasano. A wood DNA are rapes ne San Romano, a cost of Kaswa rough. Yen ye I can say street boys Nangasana, yen ya comfort bibili Nangasan at Tikwasi. But I say. But assembly to you bet me will be crow has say Kunipano. Ye Kunipano call police station now report to her. Ebeka trust the one gasa coach say Nipan yede. Ebra. Who civilian no, yes, you coach say Nipan yede.
What's the policeman? Sana policeman catch.
Oh, call police station cry bet me I catch say Koko Chinipan bra. Ebiesi ozongu. But I say, ye who be a ye Kunipa, ye kun be a papa na ye kun mame, and as ye kun miabi. Oh, be a wako police station or wako report no. Ebeka trust say wo kwachi nipa na yede ebra wada se nti sa no ma no ekoso kaso ase udi agro udi lives edi agro isi ya ebekun sisi afri enko bebia ukopli ebebu egu ebebu etu egu enko bebia nti kaso na the best thing is say yehia balance angasa o kaso yehia balance soldier balance and say police station yehia soldier balance angasa o kaso wada se bia overhead we bia fire service police station we yeah, mode aye we police we mode aye soldier ballast and if anything soldier for bebe 500 egu asia aha na mu patrol Kaswa kronim nyina ye won say no ye Kaswa wo ye na ye timamfo no e save
but don't you think if they bring such a large number of security personnel as Okano ebema ehu abankrofomendo thinks that their freedom is being infringed on? Wona wo ye your friend say wona wo ye we normal person ehun kan but the odi bone no sankrofo no begu kronimu a omo an behun say sankrofo no ma begu kronimu no omo nti no mo ba nti ono angasa obebo shake ti da mega waja say nti ono obebo shake say sankrofo no ma ba no ono nti no mo ba ya mega na oni me adwin yeah see now I say the best thing no that must say we are still scouting around. We'll be speaking to more people who will tell us basically about what they think can be done about this situation. There's a high rate of these killings over here. There's a young man. He looks like he's hip. Tell me, what do you think is causing? What do you think is causing the increase in ritual killings and such activities in the country, using Kaswa as a case study?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think it's lack of job, yeah, because nowadays there's no job in the system. The youth are not getting access to work, so if they are there is no work. They have no option than going for that things.
And how about parents? How do you think parents what role do you think parents can play in all of this? Some people have blamed traditional media for showing or giving the platform for these people to advertise. Others are saying that these people are on social media. I'm sure when you go to Facebook, Twitter, you hear about some of these things. How do parents come in all of this?
Okay, I think parents can advise their children or the youth from those things.
But me, according to me particularly, there is lack of job. Because if someone is having work, you will not get time for those things. You wake up in the morning and go to work.
Have you ever been enticed to participate in it? So have you ever been enticed to say take your money for it to be doubled, or some malam somewhere has told you that bring this person and you'll be rich?
No.
You've never been tempted to do so?
Yeah, I've been getting some messages, but I don't follow them.
Okay. And why do you think this is so? In your opinion, why aren't you? Do you work?
I'm a student.
You're a student.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes you feel pressure or pressured when you don't have money and things.
Sometimes I feel pressured, but my parents are there, so everything I consult them.
Okay. So for you, it's your parents who have helped you in not indulging in such acts?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. What's your name?
I'm Samuel Jan.
Samuel Jan. All right. So we're speaking to Samuel Jan. Going to this. Bema, your first thing. Tell me, how can we curb the incidence of money doubling, ritual killings?
I think the whole thing is all about work. Yeah, there's no work in the nation. The youth are crying, and the government are not doing anything for the youth.
When you say the government is not doing anything for the youth, what exactly do you mean? Because I know the government has put in systems.
If there is work, no one will waste time and go and sit in front of a screen and watch money doubling people. They will always focus. There's no work. We plead SSS, we plead school, then we are on the street today, hustling for food. But some people will not have time and go and do that kind of things that we are doing on street, because street life is not easy. We are facing a lot of things. And you'll be hard working. You'll be hard or quick money. And you know, you access now TV station, better access, and you're no beko. Or no beko. And it's no man, say, or muchaso. Someone to provide work for the youth now. So no man, so it's a muchaso. Because who yes, I know who promote you at the end of the year. Now, go for and go search for that thing. I did be answer TV, so be on him say, Papa Antina, Uber TV station, or be Crabacas or no crash or Becas when you ska. Because now only she. That's how the thing goes.
So I have with me Auntie Felsen. Tina, with the cafe, say a cost of Auntie Tina sells bread here at the Kaswa market. But person may find out from you. Sika Johnny Nasefona, Sisia Abu Busu or Kromono. The bad day na then necessary for it to stop or for it to cut down.
The person Monian say, I was a mama police for no. Or Munya wad, ewo. Or man, you said the bear won't to me. Sika donate to me and cost you too much. Enough, who saw TV? We ya na den. Or Moody who no. Me feel I'm lanty and share TV no more cancer and sermon. I know that man or Esha or moon cries or moon quadis schedule or Moya san or man. Into me feels a police for 1 year wada. Maybe I bet me or bet me you won't be Bicacra.
Maybe so over.
Tell me over.
Jenna wo obeya Uma Obano to be tempted, sir, or no so per se, Nehoche now, Bukako Jessica.
Oh, I was a mere Juma. I was a mere Juma now. Said the Abaya will be semi Bibiana, so coast could no be sunny Bibia, met media mano. Nti no manye adwuma no bi se me bi na mantimi amfa ama na obetimi aye sa de no
se oye adwuma na omano na it gets to a point obisa na you don't want to give to him because if you don't have a, then what happens now? Ushia Namfofo, they are spending big. How do you think he's going to cope?
Ni Namfofo no se Nyankopon hu ni akola ni mudu ya ni Namfofo no betimi de na kom.
So how do you think parents then awofo so that children won't be enticed or drawn into such things?
I was saying ni kwankwala no. Nti wo be pie na omba ya e wo se hu se wa ba ba bia wo ba no ko bia e wo se hu na wo hwe ni su ye se de be ya wontumi nkosa ate bia no.
Right, so we have been speaking to some residents here at Kaswa CBD, close to the police station, and specifically around the underbridge, been telling us about what they think has given rise to the ritual killings and some of the other vices happening here in Kaswa and by extension in the country.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. This is Say Loud. My name is Lord Harris Eduasari. Today we are in Kaswa, in the central region. We are speaking to some residents here to find out exactly what may be the cause of the increase in ritual killings and some of these vices. I have with me Nana Efrosing.
Ernest Champion.
I have with me Ernest Champion. He's going to tell me Nana also Efrosing.
Samson Mensah Noble.
Great. See, my main starting from Champion. What is the root cause of the increase in killings, ritual killings in the country now?
The minimum is ritual killings now. You to Nankasana, Saturday is so many super baby. Now the minimum is a Caribbean or who Dachina or who said Dachino, Ebia or Siadia now, Dachino, Betty and Yeska on him. And you know what Nanibu Dachina who said, and that's all be anywhere. Or person of root a quite bias or the bed, Ebeneska because so school and Kasa or school no, or school was a bit by a stress. This is what they don't call deep politics, and that's a chance of Yeska. So when you are doing bias and mere school American baby, I am mere Medjuma. In some bed, I quite about fast one one Kasa, a bet me a survival no, and away until Obia Pentem and Yano. I didn't try. One who's a new baby to car. You need to be a nurse, no go cry when you're nurse. But them say, you may be anyone to know. Over for sale, or didn't be nurse. Over for so better car, over for so basic. And young say, you're no proper future, I'm my future leaders. And I say, I'm crying on you're no proper, you're proper arrangement more. Into one of them said, and that's be any baby, I just want to fight it. And Sana, when you be there, and I can't fast fighting. So when you know, so doing people, I come fast also be any diagonal to me. And here, and to me, say, I do not hear to hear to their tour saying Chima Bafano, you've been to it. One you know, when so be a Mebuano, and one else or fight a petty free. I don't know, cause animal will be because Sakrana or Cosco now, my fans will was 17 years, my fans will back SS2. And that's our SS or SS1. And Calvin and Ocean, the SS, I'll bow out to our way, you are Pescano. Fight it or Pesca in terms of the code because what I'm saying, and you be a school crime, woman, son, and you may be. Obvious school, no one on the streets. May your phone chairman, I'm a ton for Castle, and I'm a deal with then so no be Pejuma or your school, or book with a master's or when you man yet. Robin, yet, tell you, I had the honor, the compare was a cranny by day, about 20 or being one is a but they can't go with Japan, a bimuka was me saying, so yes, to also pentomade, and you be. And the pen with one baby, but one penny for us, proper arrangement, and my future leaders, I'm about to say. I can't walk school, so we school, but Jumaya. And now I didn't know school ever in Juma. Baby, be a quiet theory. Draw a baby. A baby who could drop a better lay pass to school, ma. And fashion low and fatted me see what you know. Then when we start crying, say Juma Bill, free school background, when you're Juma, or better my year Juma, or better be the Acorano. And yet, dear, Chester could drop a bit, could drop Placo, and lay pass, and one fashion, and my gun, and penny for no money, dear. Abama and Crown, I was a Dutch, our wow, or we school, but my Juma.
Thank you, Champion. I'll hold you there. Something. Do you agree with what the champion is saying? He's blamed it on leadership failure. What do you think?
I also support what he said. What we are going through now is our leadership failure. Even the Bible says, train a child the way he should go. When he grows, he will never depart from the right way you train him. Today, what are we saying? The children are living on their own. We don't punish the child. What are we teaching them? If we teach them the good things,
they will grow up and do the good things. But we don't train the children. They will just go to school, they come out, they eat. Even in school, they don't punish children. In our days, they lay people on table. When they lay you for the first time, you won't do such wrong again.
We are talking about how to prevent this in the first place. How do we do that?
If parents take good steps, they have to teach their children what to do. If you don't teach the children what to do, they will do what they want to do. So it's leadership failure that is causing the whole nation. We have tried one system before, and we are now trying another system. So if the system we are practicing now won't help us, we have to change for the old one. To me, the old system will help the country more than now what we are training.
When you say the old system, what exactly do you mean?
The old system, those days, even different parents can punish another parent child. These days, we are not seeing that things. Even in school, when a teacher punishes a student, the parent will attack the teacher. Meanwhile, the teacher is training the boy to be good for you, the family. We don't see that time. If a child go to the right way, they will say he has his right. What from that right? One man's right is causing another person. So we have to have a plan for the youth. When a youth cause crime, he have to be punished. They should punish the youth. For others to know that if I do this mistake, this is the punishment I will go through. But we have some people, they say he has the right. They will let the children go free. Another child will copy. And even he will do more than what the first child did.
What do you make of calls to ban content or persons who take part in the money doubling and advertising themselves in the traditional media?
In Ghana, we have so many pastors. What are they doing? We have leaders. What are they doing? They have to tell the children, this is the right way. If we train the children very well, if they won't go to those juju people. If you train your child with Bible, he won't go to that juju. So we have to train the children well. And we should let them know this is the path you should lead. And if you show them the good path, we won't see these things anymore.
So charity begins at home.
Charity begins at home, as you are saying. We, the parent, we have an assignment to do. If you don't do our homework well, this is what we will be seeing. Even the children will later kill with the parent for money, as we are seeing. So we have to talk to our children very well.
Great. Tell me, I see you're selling phones. You're making a great deal of money. You're doing well. How do you think all this can be curbed? We have suggestions that we should go back to the old days when my parents or my mom can discipline you for misbehaving and your dad can beat me when he sees me doing wrong. Do you think that will help solve the menace we are in now?
No. It's not possible. It can't be possible.
How?
You see, like now, like when say no yakoenim. Obi ba ebia the way obe bono no. Ne man like awe ebia other we parent enye na nje won say like the way obo ne ba no. Obe bu no man abro so. So what you say be ko fan say me bra banti ne de ntumi mmoa. So like obe ba dabe no de ntumi mmoa.
According to you, what do you think will help? What steps do you think we can take to curb the incidents of ritual killings and people going to seek the help of these money doublers and all those things?
Like Saski do not say no one say youth need bleedy. So what you say for now, youth need bleedy. Scanning what? Obi be ko bre obenya best 100 cedis ebia 20 cedis obe establish bibi so like oye ejuma obe ejuma ade be chon abe shedwa o metete ne pana buy for ba we see nti ne pana so be frustrated o so bi tikam na dan for bi tikam on so feel so be so twika ne bi obe so live luxurious life obe so like o feel okay so what you say nipa ne ba kwan obeton ade nso a ye nto ade adwuma ni imagine say hweka so kakraka we nyina ye ni even company ba ko krampo hono ma obega so company we like eye adwuma obega so youth eye adwuma da bi company bi ene kaso no mpo like obega so ebe fa manfo be adwuma menya be bi kakra de ben edinti ekwan bi obefa so benye sika no obeye.
So because of that, some are saying that it's the leadership that have failed. They're saying that parents have failed, pastors have failed. They are not advising and educating people enough. The school system is failing. Do you think that is the case?
Obia na family, aban na family, pastors yoma family, parents yoma family. But the thing is, nipa no onye juma ye. Oh, at the moment when you do best 18, 19, you know, like who feel say who atare a e ofa opesa oto. Won bibia obehu bia ye we bia opesa oto. Wadan for kuta phone. Won so o phone we me fami besa me to. So what you say? Inti nipa no besa like oye bibi. Won na nsa tumi kona no. E bia we wie school parent e man pressure. So like o page juma ye. Juma ni won ti den obeye. Ade obeye an say like every way say me bi obefa so betuma nyeska bia na obeye. Say tu no obetwi a obetwi tu. Nipa no be kokun no ja akodi skeduru a. Fine. And I'm all about so mo TV station, radio stations, omo massa anko for na akwenya za like omo nya advert TV stations like some go omo nyina na chichi sa owners ni nyina akotum because I know one man pan coins like onye sa de na anka ne pan tumi nkosa like akodi skeduru.
But you don't know that say you ban the TV station, the traditional TV stations from doing those things are. Say I know some microphone they are coming into your DMs on Facebook or more YouTube pages and Twitter. I don't know how do we keep that.
Or say like one for Nipado do say no mutiminya time ko Facebook so like o share sa anyoma no. Nipado do saying but more na obi o ti akwala o ti TV won hwe TV no we hu nipa na di number 2 obe peke na ma no. Mu say say akwala no so ya ba no so ya adwene mo emudo. Betuma capture we how do you call it na ma no. Onya capture eno anu no obefre o fa be bra yesi obe try so be ade bi obe bia like obe okay bia e bia scan fie wo ebusuane bre nti ade bi obe bia obe yi ebusuane fi sa ha mo no like obe try so be reben obe yeah the friend Charles yeah
boso eden go so
oh bibi awoko
then I am to stop the incidents of ritual killings and people going to money doublers and fetish priests and co. What do we do?
Oh, I need a Koswa near Ben says, Sisiano, I would say fraud by no. A mama chrono a war gun hang I blast because you to know Biblino Omufilis or mere fraud, no moon Juma Yania, don't mean Omufilis or mere fraud, or no Shadem no. I see a fraud na say so this no police for no this or more higher. Eden so ya no more house na say this case. Any police for na this kind because Eden la ochiwa Eden la obetua. Obeju ska.
You don't see anything wrong with the fraud in the youth is doing?
Sorry?
You don't see anything wrong with the fraudulent acts the youth is involved in?
Oh, fraud they made me who say bonny because yeah Juma and Juma bia Juma Bible say Juma this capable obi aye Juma even chrono ebre scan ko aye Juma and afford so ye say obenye ska aye Juma pa ebia bimu no mu
do that. If you do that you are endorsing illegitimate ways of getting money. Okay say fraud Juma obi ye ade ya nchina Juma will have a disorderly society, don't you think so?
Oh, that one is true, but
so you shouldn't be endorsing activities like that.
Oh, but I also say youth no adwuma nu omo and adwuma nu omo and as say youth no be fraud na na but as say no fraud na no sisi police for no omo na FBI aye baako sisi we no omo chiwa sisi una ma na police na ehia adwuma be na we Ghana am adwuma dodo sen na e wo Ghana ha mo police ni tumi sia adwuma be na we inti ama sisi no mo sia wa app back when who phones you to meet you hangout only that app hangout no police no who phones to meet you no ajo mu otumjo be almost be 500 cedis last year me ko ye business e wo Galleria market police need me tia be chimo am from ejim 200 cedis
aden
o se we hu hangout e o mi phone so
hangout mo de
app and say app say WhatsApp ya chat.
You say I don't police need better chill because you have hangouts on your.
Also I'm chatting with a white person fraud na me nti watch me or the 200 cedis. But I be nipa na menene kasa no unim relationship we me nim ntem. In this year no because of say yeah fraud na mo be chen dia. This schedule ni say me nam na wusia me aduma be na me ye makoji schedule say ne untumi ncheme.
Have you ever indulged in fraud before?
Sorry?
Have you ever indulged in fraud before?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And who influenced you to do it?
Oh, why? That one, no be anyone who go influence you. If you are a boy, you know, because it's like fraud. It starts with friendship, pamper. Yeah, like meeting a friend, talking to the person and chatting with the person. It's like a pamper, normal pamper as a friendship. But now, no, sisi ana akọ echi na sisi akọ do say sisi ya din drone omo din drone na dey ready ma sisi akọ ese aba in bad ways nti police ni hu kura otumecho sisi ya no fraud police ni tum sia wa no ogbo search bi o phone no on search o phone no so nti sisi ana se ya je sakawa na disk duro na wo sia no obsem na adwuma be na ya na ma disk duro a ene untumi nchime ene me fa ho meko nti anu sisi ana se fraud no na makron na blast na se mumpa ye be disk duro no ye be di schedule ye be di se mumpa fraud no ye be di schedule se you say fraud no mumpa because say fraud na musia ye na search your phone app ba ko mutum tie and na say na mumpa fraud no ye be di schedule and na schedule so enyo bia so na ekunipa e di schedule there was so many ways e di schedule nti ye be di schedule why
but this conversation we are having here is to prevent people from indulging in sikejo because enubina
since adwuma nu omo obi youth mbebre obi awie university court fi onye adwuma nye and as this ya no pressure na ekoso no edoso boys pressure doso e social media me ni Facebook account because okọ ma bon say young boy akwala kitikiti ma send friend request mo say o post me so boy me pressure am fa me and me angasa me new personal Facebook account nti me social media we no pressure for mo social media dey ko na sa we akonfo no mobile TV so ne sa schedule ne den no me we a sa akonfo na say sa ko mo na TV stations no mo sa akonfo no ba ko say mo close sa stations ni na because yen paso be yen free mo so.
This is the case where you are saying that you, for example, why a fraud thing and you didn't require TV to engage in fraud. So how will closing of the TV stations help stop this?
Abi maybe they are no a different way. Fraud a different way I have fraud. Ghana e grant me atramo. Fraud obi mobile money na di na omo dey fraud.
In the assistance now, if you get a good paying job, will you stop defrauding people?
Oh, me there to me man say Juma. Seriously. Because me a street boy. Me pray money. Me to me a street me to me man say Juma. Me man say Juma dey me to me.
Ejuma ben na unya anga obey apart from fraud.
Yeah, street na ya da no nim ne ya pe street nso. Ente ya Juma ya be ya na man na.
Yeah na pe street.
O de bia na me ade na me kan jo. Obi awo ne mo de na ma asase we so. Inti man say Juma no afiasa me kwatra man na obe mam 3 million 4 million. There be bra ma me check ya enso me.
There are entrepreneurs, there are small businesses who don't wait till the end of the month.
Yedim ya small business yes ya yin sika fim. Inti ma obi adwuma so de yes yempe. Yenim ya we dia ye. Yen yin sika fim. Yes small business ya yin sika fim. Inti obi de lala.
Inti is it something that you are going to stop once it's an illegal act?
Sisi ana e wa no de se mpenufo no mu hu yansa ebiebie ndwuma ebebre ma ya youth no meja sa ade ni na sikeduro ne sa afro no meja no o ma awo ke hard se o mbeye edwuma ba sisi edwuma ni nu o mo edwuma ni nu o nti sa na o meye why enti sikeduro ni mo ye den ye beje
You heard about the 10-year-old boy who was killed in Kaswa here, right? And I'm sure you heard that recently there's been an increase in ritual killings. And then how do you think, in your opinion, what do you think can be done to stop this from going on?
I think we the youth, we have to be in school. Like, all is peer pressure. The cause of all this is peer pressure. So, from me, my idea, I think the government should cancel the double track system so that we all the youth, we can be in school by now. So we won't be at home making the interest in money rituals, making money, because all is from peer pressure. Because he has seen his colleague has money and his colleague is selling in cars and stuff, so he also wants to be in the same situation. So my idea is it's from peer pressure. So the only way we can stop this is to be in school by now. We are all supposed to be in schools.
You are not in school and you're home. How do you think your parents can help you so that this peer pressure does not get to you?
All the parents should be, the advice should be from our parents. They should force their children to stay at home, not to be going to other friends to play and other stuff. And that's all. We have to, like, the parents have to advise their children just to stay at home with them.
What do you think? How do we stop this?
Even when we are not in school, we should, maybe you are in a house, you can find a work to do. Like maybe some small business.
Small business like that. Yeah. Your school like, going age, how old are you?
17.
Okay, so if you're not in school and you're home, what are some of the small jobs you think you can do so that you'll not be enticed to go and approach a fetish priest?
Okay, for me, I attend technical school, so when I come, I can maybe go to someone who will help me with maybe technical students, like who will help me in those fields, so I can learn more.
You've heard from residents of Kaswa on what they think may have given rise to the proliferation of ritual killings and other vices here and by extension in the country. Among other things, they have cited lack of jobs, failure of government institutions, and failure of leadership as some of the reasons why this has been going on. This has been another edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. Do join us for our next edition.
A side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there. The person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
Equipping Polo, I'm sure by now will be asking herself what got into her head. A certain wrong culture practice. Look at where it's taking her to.
And me, I have been of the opinion, sir, yen sanction celebrities are sebi, omudin simhunu in the system. Instead of Sabeko jail for number of years and attempts, bino, Yamaninye community service, maybe a fine be said. ADHD to serve as a strong deterrent to anybody in the home.
Come A+, you are hurting Equipping Polo than you are helping her. As a woman, as a maka, and I will go for Polo. So now I call my Polo. He has to shut up.
Sarkodie tweet, no. It's the weakest tweet, and I'm feeling Sarkodie in his rap music, no, or a deep. But when he comes to comments like this, he's very shallow.
So just picture taking.
Just picture taking.
A picture.
I say keke.
And yeah,
I say pro. Ebi I say. O say wabokro no keke. Say weku bi keke. Say wabo obi asum keke. Like seriously.
Obi onim no hu na baka say oh come wa biyan say say come say the come make no. And pam coronavirus no cry by no cry. Mama 19 bill mama hwe. Hey free Captain Polo very lame talk. When you can free no come the baby. Like you know they are lost in the country. And you are not doing.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Over the past few weeks, there's been reports of erratic power supply in various parts of the country. The government of the day has assured that this situation is not the regular doomsday that Ghanaians know, and that it is as a result of regular maintenance being undertaken by the Ghana Great Company. On today's edition of Trending GH, we are speaking to some residents of Bubuashi in Accra, to find out from them the impacts of this situation on their domestic life, as well as what they make of the situation, whether they see it to be a true doomsday, regardless of what government's position is.
Well, like I said, a higher power because now every week we are at least light off no yan be say 4 or 5 days and ra kra de omu dum na nopa be say 11 and omu so be say 6:30 no wa be say 10 to 15 minutes and yes dum bi be say 30 minutes omu san so ye omu so 30 minutes and omu san edum yan de ye de mu ma de chi nta no pe be say 9 no mu na so ye higher because your fridge is so your fridge kwa ba kwa sesi ya to me aduane nti ma to nam nyam egu fridge mu we ko na bebre so asese higher pa o se na dum so kono sa na we so kono na do so ko eno podi o mutimi shedo o ma shede se bi anopa ye be call off enumesis ni aba ba we anti announcement bia e na call off ye dem afita anopa be se anopa nti ya ni dum so de mi shede hu difference bi e wo musa the Emma light ni call off and on. Yes, let me say, only ni mai.
Light no. It me dundum say TV as enum be dundum no. E bia ni, e na ekoso no he. Nti ama enyama so ahyehe. Be dun so na won so na. Omon so nti e pa ma chamba ni form ye hu.
Nyama ni bia say won.
Me tell ni fridge ni so ni. Ufa ni. Ise ni nya asese. Mitimi enso. Ise mi. Entimi enu so nti esra mo ampenifo monye mu be man yetimi ka se mo ntoman ba ye be die sika beto but esra mo a
in this area sometimes the lights go off without any information and it is like it's a face off or something. Some will be having off, some will be having on. When it is going, no information. When it is coming, no information. Things are in the fridge. Sometimes you have to store food for future use. By the time you realize it has spoiled. So it's very, very bad. I don't even feel happy in the country anymore. I can say we are in doomsday, but just they don't want to say it. And you know the problem is, if we've seen this before, he said before, we've seen it before, it is true. So assuming we've bring in another government, another set of people, we have to at least advance from before. As a president or a government, okay, as a president, you can't come to my doorstep and come and give me food every day. You can't do anything for Ghanaians. The petty things that will help Ghanaians, you do it for them so that they can also survive. Because as I'm standing here, Akufo-Addo doesn't know I exist. He doesn't know me from anywhere. So we have to do what he feels will make the youth in the community feel better, in the country feel better. People are hustling, people are hustling.
Almost son wedum, almost son wedum. Fair bam, baby, you cry. Me say me pama de. Yes, I mean to me pama de. Or you bet me you so washing machine there already. By any tears, say you see and sunny de already. A high and baby. Woman say your dream so they are my young. Say you do so so I want you be being found.
At the chimbia near your bedroom light. You do light now at the same time, and I answer to consume at the same time. Until you who send your young light as an adject cry that one thing, my ditching.
Oh, yeah, there 15 in a more light out and 15 in her because in 19 that. So much I cry as I don't see baby or sure.
And a band so I once a banner saw a banner so and you know so or no credit any kind of back. Doom so dear. Semen Cassie, you will more crampona. Sanya asasa negusu bubo be na che se ebebro dum so no so kra.
Well, we've experienced the same thing. Yesterday, for example, we had a situation where the light would go on and will go off for a while and then it will come back on. Then it will stay on for just a brief moment, then it will go on for hours. And, so it was going on and off, and that can affect, some of your electrical appliances. Yeah, domestic-wise, of course, you can't watch your news, you can't go online, you can't browse, everything is off. And so, because we use Wi-Fi, and so when that goes off, then it becomes a problem. The heat is unbearable. Well, doom saw, literally translated, is doom off, saw on, and that's what we're experiencing. So, I don't know how else you can sugarcoat it, but to me, this is doomsday. It's been going on for a while, and I think that the authorities need to tell us exactly what's going on, because if you say it's maintenance, then it shouldn't be this long.
So these are residents of Swan Lake here in Bubuashi expressing their thoughts about the current erratic supply situation being experienced in the country. According to them, besides the current situation having all the characteristics of a doomsaw, is also affecting their domestic life. They are therefore appealing to governments and the relevant institutions to come out with a schedule to help them plan their lives accordingly, whilst also ensuring that the situation is handled judiciously. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, George AC.
Between January and February this year, over 500 Ghanaians have been killed in road accidents alone. This tells you the gravity of the problem regarding safety on our roads. As part of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign, we are here to speak with the Director in charge of Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department under the Ghana Police Service. He's in the person of Superintendent Alexander Obeng. Mr. Obeng, thank you for speaking with us and for this entire partnership. But basically tell us, what at all does the MTTD do? What's the institution about?
All right. Thank you for the opportunity that has been established so strong between GhanaWeb as part of your 22-year anniversary in existence and Motor Traffic and Transport Department of Ghana Police Service, which has been here since 1952 as a result of the road safety problem that our forebears envisaged in terms of vehicle ownership, vehicle use by motorists and vehicle occupants and pedestrians, which enjoin every country, including the then Gokos and now Ghana, to come out with countermeasures, including safer road safety management systems, safer roads, safer vehicles, safer road users, and come up with certain health care measures and some sort of enforcement, which always results in passing of road traffic laws and regulations, which was done. And when that law was passed in 1952, Road Traffic Ordinance number 55, it imposed a public health and public safety responsibilities on Ghana, and the then administration handed same to the Interior Ministry and to the Ghana Police Force now service to collaborate with other stakeholders, now even with GhanaWeb, among other myriad of stakeholders, including National Road Safety Authority, the then Road Safety Committee, now Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority, then VELD, among others, in order to ensure that public health and safety measures are improved upon, so that there will be maximized mobility with less risk of injury or death.
Sure.
And over time, we've been able to evolve from 1952 with the clear mandate to ensure that we enforce the road laws, ensure that vehicle owners are forthcoming with their responsibility towards vehicle maintenance and servicing and who to give to. We enforce to ensure that those who are handed with vehicles ensure that their vehicles are registered, their vehicles are giving licenses to be on the road, like roadworthy, and they are also issued with valid insurance certificates and are embossed with vehicle registration numbers. And the drivers are trained and issued with appropriate, valid, authentic driver licenses. And we are out there to ensure that drivers comply with the best practice in terms of using their licenses to drive, in terms of their speeding behaviors, where to stop, how to follow, where to overtake, what to do when your vehicle get broken down. Our issues, among others, that we ensure that drivers are forthcoming, and even in terms of vehicle occupants, we ensure that they are on their restraint devices like seat belts, and those riders, both the driver and the rider, are also on their crash helmets. And all that it takes to also ensure that pedestrians also walk along the road on the left and then cross the road appropriately at safe crossing point are some of the responsibilities that are imposed on us, which we do every day. And also, in addition of ensuring that people comply, we detect an increased sense of apprehension among those who violate same. And those who violate him are arrested, processed, and put before court of competent jurisdictions. And at the end of the day, for example, as I have on my data, those that are convicted, same are published. And I can say that from January to February this year, 423 Ghanaians have been put before motor courts for various offences. In the process, the court has been able to adjudicate to finality and convicted 362 offenders, and 2 have been jailed, and the remaining, the court imposed court fines summing up to 205,190 Ghana cedis, and same have been paid into the state coffers by these convicts.
This amount is for which people? Which people have paid this amount?
Those who were the 362
who were convicted.
Yes, who were convicted. The conviction somewhere were sentenced to prison. 2. The rest, fines were imposed on them, and I've given it that. And I'm saying that this is part of what we do. We go beyond that. We use this same to sensitize the general public and share data on accidents, because we respond to accident scenes and investigate and produce appropriate information to appropriate entities, including the courts and the insurance entities. And we do it on a daily basis. And we also collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that our work remains beneficial in terms of information sharing and capacity building, training, sensitization, publicity, so that where crashes are occurring, for example, we don't keep it in our books. We, on our feet, for example, this year, we will not wait till the end of the quarter. We will, as and when, cumulatively, will make the occurrences that are impacting on public health and safety available for people to also take safe remedial measures as individuals and as groups to protect themselves before the worst happens. Therefore, I'm not surprised that between January and February, what happened and what we shared, the general public and our publics are positively responding to it, and has also become part of our public discourse in terms of what to do in order to avert the seemingly increasing crash incidents and associated high deaths and morbidity, and then damage to property report that we've shared. So these, among other responsibilities or tasks that are imposed on us, and we do it to the best of our ability, given the available resources and the efforts on our part.
Okay. About that, you put out some statistics for just January and February, and it was very scary. I mean, we haven't even gotten to the first quarter, and we have about 517 people getting killed in road accidents. I mean, with everything that your department has been doing so far, why is it that this year alone, before the first quarter even draws to a close, we've recorded this high number of casualties?
I think, first of all, we should be very careful when we begin to use the word surprise, because when you look into the current recommended steps from 2020 to 2030 within the strategic development goals, that is called Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, particularly Goal 3.6 and 11.2, which relates to public health and safety road crashes. And you look at the solution toolbox principle, which has to do with the safe system approach, which seeks to Vision Zero, that we should apply system so that human, environment, or road infrastructure and vehicles should interact in a way that will ensure high level of safety. And the principle that is espouses, one is that we should ensure that we pursue a commitment to proactive improvement of roads and vehicles, so that the entire road safety system is made safer than just locations or situations where crash or crashes last occurred. So if you are not careful and you begin to say, oh, currently the crashes are surging, you will be making a mistake. And if you look at the wide spectrum, and you look at what happened last year, you should have noted a trend. And you ask yourself, what have we done as a society? Because last year, from January to December, compared with the same period the year before, which was 2019, you saw that all indicators were surging. So crashes have increased by 7.27.
7.27.
Yes. And vehicles that were involved in the crashes have increased by 10.37%. And persons that have been injured also increased by 13.45%. And persons that have been killed are also increased by 13.35%. And when you look at January to February, as you already said, you see that crashes that are reported that increased by about 7%. At now, it's now the rate is now 11.21%,
For just January?
Yes, so that now from last year we've seen it is moving. And you see that vehicles have also increased by 9.04%. Vehicles involved. And now we have persons that have been injured increasing by 7.25%. And persons that have been killed increased by 31.55%.
Wow, that's...
And so if you look at it this way, you will see that it seems to be undulating increases. However, it is increasing since last year. Since 2019. Rise. It seems to be an increasing trend. And if it's in an overview, it is increasing this year. And that's what I'm saying. Therefore, what are we doing it right? And that is where the discourse should be. Can it be business as usual? And therefore, we have to look at our solution toolbox and see what is wrong elsewhere. Or is it that we have been slow in our responses and countermeasures? That's why the system has caught up with us, and we seem not to have our way clear.
From where you sit, when you put into perspective all these things, what has your observation been?
My observation has been that when you look at the principle that is underlying our road safety management, it seems to be off the track.
When you say off the track, how do you mean?
I mean, see, if you are operating a road safety system that will not recognize or anticipate and accommodate human errors and prevent consequent death or serious injury, you are bound to fail. I'm emphasizing again. If you are operating a road safety management system in this world, in any country, that will or that has its transport system does not anticipate and accommodate human errors, it will be difficult to promote safety. And that is what we are confronted with. That our safe system approach has failed. We are not keeping to the principle that has been so documented and handed to members countries of United Nations.
Okay.
And that is why we should get back to the basics. So that, for example, for how long shall we sit down without preventing headlong collision involving high occupancy buses, articulated trucks, people running into broken down vehicles on our West African transit routes or international routes that traverse Ghana? The one from Elubu through Accra to Aflao, the one from Kwame Nkrumah Circle through Sawam, Nkoko, Kumasi, Swami Runabout, Offenso, Tachimai, Kintampo, Yipala, Tamale, Boga, and then Paga. For how long shall we see this corridor that so support our developmental efforts, enhance communication among Ghanaians and our foreign nationals and compatriots, and so allow it to be single carriage? For how long? For example, when we wake up and hear, and it has been a routine in our lifetime, that one collision, because a tire will burst, because one driver will unlawfully overtake at night, may be driving fatigued, his vehicle might have broken down, and because it's loaded, cannot be pushed off, and it serves as trap, and people run into them and crash. How long shall we continue to go to such scenes and collect 65 dead bodies with half burnt? Sometimes on the N1, sometimes on the N6 and then the N10. Instances this year like Srichikura, the one that has happened at Achimasaf. Last year, we recall what happened in Babatukuma in Kintampo. You recall what happened in Dompasi. You recall what happened in Chichiwari. All mirrored, and many of these that are happening as a result of hell-long collusion. And a lot are dying, a lot are being charged. And we think the solution lies where? It lies in the fact that the safe system approach said that we should anticipate human error and ensure that such roads that are international, that passes through this republic, and we know them, at least two, Accra to Paga, Aflau to Edo. It is obvious that having run on it as single carriages have only become a death trap for us. And countries that during the same time that we're harboring these single carriages managed to invest in theirs and turn them into dual carriages. We don't hear of same. And there are thousands of vehicles that are on such routes nocturnally and diurnally, and you don't hear of such. But on our road, because we have allowed single carriage, it's obvious our report. And therefore, it is one area that this country must pay much attention to, not in the distant millennia now, in our present time, because whether we like it or not, these two roads are the roads that are fueling our economy. They are the roads that we are depending on it so much for, to the expectation from the report of GRA, of Custom Division, that Ghana had accrued so much from trade. It is because of these routes that are nerves, the nerve center for Temahabo and Takoradi Habo. And it's the hope of blood artery that supplies the hearts of the economies of Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, Togo, Cote d'Ivoire, Chad, among other countries that depend on our ports and these routes for support. And this same route that many Ghanaians that are in Upper East, in North East, those that are in Northern region, Savannah, those that are in Ahafo, Bono, and Bono East, Ashanti, Eastern region, Accra, depend on for their essentials and their movement day and night. And the same route that gives us a bad report every day of mass death. Why? Because sections that are left single carriages are the very traps that are killing us. And we see it, and we give excuses that there's no money, and we give excuses that it will take such a long time before it is done, which is not so. That when we started today, by 3 years' time, you would have seen the effort that we are putting. It can never be that anybody is saying, do all roads, do all. That's not what we are saying. We said only 2 roads. Because those roads are very critical. It saves lives and it promotes the economy. And so this has been a challenge. Again, whilst we are rationalizing the fact that dualizing these 2 roads are difficult and can happen in a distant millennia, we have also refused in realizing that if you are building economy with single carriage transit routes, then you must know to invest heavily in towing and recovery track system. Do we have it? We ask ourselves. Even that, do we have it? Can we boast of it? And we allow the road we littered with broken down, accidented vehicles, and it serves as traps for others, particularly nocturnally. These are matters that are critical again. In a country where you have such a poor public transport system, which is private-led, it smacks that over time you see others coming in with cheap alternatives, affordable alternatives, accessible alternatives. And I'm not surprised in our lifetime, because we have not been able to invest in mass transit bus systems, even in urban and peri-urban environment. What you see is that our hope and solace is found only in shamefully motor bicycles, motor tricycles, and we have given them nicknames, priding ourselves. Some call it Okada for the service it delivers. Some call it Aboboya. Some will call it Pragya. Some will call it Mahama Kandu or Kumbu. In all this, if you look at the data, as I have it in front of me, last year, for example, with 2,589 that died, few motor bicycles or few motorcycles, 5,684 that got crashed, killed 1,056 out of the 2,589. It's continuing this year with the 517 dead. Few motorcycles, 974, have killed 222 out of it. Then I'm telling you that these are where the main problems are. And therefore, even with these, you can now suggest solutions. Okay. So, these are clear indicators that if you don't, we are not able to hold it. Now, it looks as if with any 100 deaths, about 45 are attributed to motorcycle-related injury. Motorcycle-related injury are leading to these deaths. 100 deaths. Okay. 45. But these vehicles are few. But they deliver such essential services that Ghanaians decided to cling to it like flea for their livelihood and basic service delivery. So as a way forward, it should be a matter for national discourse. We should stop pretending that motorcycle is in the urban, the heart of the CBDs. Motorcycles are within the metropolitan area, in municipal areas, and in peri-urban Ghana, and in the rural states, and in our farm states. Motorcycles seem to be the most common, affordable, accessible, and those that are pronouncedly used by Ghanaians.
But how can that be inculcated in our system, our road usage system?
No, nothing. That's what I'm saying. That we should have hands on deck, because we are overwhelmed, and this is everywhere, and everybody is using it, and it's affordable, and we seem to be a job, generating a machine to the youth who are also looking for job, and they think that they have gotten job. What do we do? Everywhere And everybody is patronizing. And it seems to me that there is a gap there, a policy gap. It seems to me that there is a aloofness gap on the part of all of us, that as if it doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you so much, Superintendent Alexander Obeng.
Thank you
for this opportunity. This has been part of our conversation on the Ghana Web Road Safety Campaign. My name is Lord Harris Idwasare. Now, do send us some of your videos on our social media platforms. On Facebook, it is GhanaWeb. On Twitter, it's equally the GhanaWeb. And on YouTube, it's GhanaWeb TV. Do join us for our other interviews or interactions with some of our stakeholders.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of Ghana Web Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
To be a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there. The person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
Equipping Polo, I'm sure by now will be asking herself what got into her head. A certain wrong culture practice. Look at where it's taking her to.
And me, I have been of the opinion, sir, yen sanction celebrities are sebi, omudin simhunu in the system. Instead of Sabeko Gio for a number of years and attempts, Yamaninye community service, maybe a fine be said. ADHD to serve as a strong deterrent to anybody in the home.
Come A+, you are hurting Equipping Polo than you are helping her. As a woman, as a maka, and I will go for Polo. So now I call my Polo. He has to shut up.
He's the weakest to it, and I'm feeling Sarkodia in his rap music, or a deep. But when he comes to comments like this, he's very shallow.
So just picture taking.
Just picture taking.
A picture.
As a keke.
And yeah,
as a pro. Ebi obi akase. O say wabo kro no keke. Say we kun obi keke. Say wabo obi asum keke. Like seriously.
Obi onim no hu na baka say oh come we abi eh say o come should I come make am. And pam coronavirus no cry by no cry. Mama 19 bi no mama hwe. Hey, free Equipping Polo. Very lame talk. And if na can free no come the baby. But you know there are laws in the country. And you are not doing.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum. Actress Akuapem Polo has been convicted for sharing a naked picture she took with her son on the occasion of his birthday, which she flooded on social media. Already there is a campaign to get her freed. It's hashtag Free Akuapem Polo, and a number of celebrities have joined. It's trending on social media. We have a conversation on that. Later on, we'll discuss Sonny Badu's decision to raise funds for a man to enable him undergo treatment. And guess what? He's capitalizing on frogs. Lions don't respond to frogs, the statement that he made. And he's coming out with some T-shirts for people to buy, which he will use the proceeds to support the man. These and many other issues we are seated to discuss on this episode. My name is Benefo Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guest, Nanayao 18, aka Nanayao Redu, is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Nana, welcome. Okay, enti Nanayao OnePlay Africa. Akwaba. Nice one. Romeo McDonald Nanayao Asari. It's a columnist, assemblyman for Medina Social Welfare. Romeo, welcome.
Thank you, man.
Nice. So Amabroni is on standby with Nkomo. What's happening in the world of showbiz. We'll be back to discuss what she presents.
Ghana is the brutal. Nkofu chema se na nyama kono de eye form for doom so. Na spiritual beef na ekoso na enu so wati bia na ayo. Na mo amu se free equipment polo now. Enu so komo no ekosi den Amabroni na watwe sum komo ekoso entertainment industry nyina. Maboa no a me de ba besom. Ma yentwa ye ho ne embra sesia. Ansa na ebehye nkomo na asem mami bisa wo light ana adum so na na yewum ene ye actress Yvonne Nelson na watwi wa tweet chese wo de nsem bebra betuja o chema na adoda nkwa akufado yanso yandanso mu dan posan kase na wo de beyen mo kai 2015 Yvonne Nelson na ne na fufu ye celebrity si ye si krom na ene dum so master video ye de hye so san se ye se drum ha ma na de dum so aba na so ye sa afi 2021 o sorry ye dum light o china wo light na ye dum light so bisa se akufado na wo ye sa yandanso mu dan posan ka beyen se mahama na ka ne time ka dum so na wa be wo so wa be so be dum so intasimo bisa president se dum so na fifa anti Yvonne so chima aban munja kasa bebrebe na se yedum so amon pe solution bi na mon fa so anu kosi abre na adum na aso sa de ne de munja ikra na yeni nje amanfo ekra polo na ne ho akoba asem yo se mo ka ye sexy polo last year ye June 30 na ne ba di 7 years na ekra polo anka be di 7 years anka fa picture bi to jana je say yen wish na yen koye ni me na wa nim sexy okobo modern ade picture bi be to dwa je say we yi ne ho ane ba ne gina nim na ankofo we kan say na sexy we yi ho say nye na den ya wo ha na ye child rights international what time ekra polo no wode no court tena asem no so no ekra polo wode na command na wa akire mu so fide ebe na obedi na asem no nti wo akoye pregnancy test bi ne ekeka ho na bibia to yi dinga lawyers which say obetumi adem from 2 months to 3 years and I'm confused ade na mo yesa ye nim say polo aya o ye person trend ne ade ba we dem fa nche na bia fa na ni so ne ade nti ye pa mo chow nse kotodwegu fam nsa dansa yem je say celebrities be bra be keka sa akode no je say obi ase mo pa polo bo ne nche no ene na ye kana wo say Ghana hade oni ska wasem sa mo be chire e kwapin polo akwa kotuma wa me ko a na mo anda so ne nam ho kohwe Twitter ene na mo amu na sa wo say esan ko de no kotu mu na de fan ko sin ba so ne ati bia fidei e kwapin polo asem no betena so say na celebrity ye wo krom ha nda fam sa Jackie eye musician o chema obeye popular mo start bonu mo start to kwan ni je say gobe de gobe ni favorite gobe ntumi mpo nkonkoto bi Jackie chema to be a celebrity enye easy e bi say wo fa ha camera si wuso nje say ano de celebrity status na ye ne de wa ba ye popular but gobe keka obe fa chiri akwakoto no ntumi nkoto sane say wa ba ye popular nti say ye to aso a eye opata kojeko fa obo Aisha Modi asem na yedusun Aisha chirma eye wona na agrada ontena ho ama wumbe didi obofo atem na bi nsu na ye Quincy Araso o chirma eye obi ani obetumi aka na ebusua na mafo se Aisha se na obofo ye webusua ni na ye enim Aisha chirma eye wona na agrada wo de ato hu se na wo ye konfo bia na wo tumi o chirma wo ni tumi bia wo nyo obi anso ko obi no eye obofo bekwa na enye wo awaye ya obofo ama bia so ne yere so ne maso Aisha chirma ono de ono obedi yere so pa amafo bisa so na ntoko idi anka fifa ami nchemu ma wo spiritual battle bi ekoso e wo Ghana ha ya eye reverend obofo ene eyi okonfo bia na agrada ena wo DFC ni obofo chemo no de wo ho na nkofo send ni video bi se eye agrada de niti ni show ni so Thunder TV no aka so ye fake na he fa na ekosi na obofo ti no se wo sa ma me chiro bibi pa obofo se nko mpemfu bia frɛ ne ade eyi reverend eyi owusu bempa frɛ ne sanko onja ntokwan ba we do beko 3 years ni wo so ya beka ne ho asɛm ɛna wo se we kum ni pa hye ne signboard ase ɛna wo se say but ene de 2021 do be reply wo ade na wo yesa obofo se ono de anko onfi wo ba ye ne yere Siara a odon no che say onfa ni nsifam no wa ya wa ma bia so ne so de ne obekoko na ma ne nti o se na yere Siama ne nkebi ono ankasa be ebekoko no na wa wo sha social media ma na muso video yi kwaso na nkofo say osofo gangster ntokwa imu ba ko na ready eyi obofo twi phone si ne so na no bi o dedicate ma na agrada na ese woni ese o ka kire eye flavor asen po muso na men kanfa flavor ni nyom popular one ashawo awusha ashawo enwa baby enu no dedicate ma no o wi eye move bitch get out the hey nse ni bo ha me ntumi nka na wankasa wotie video na wa behu emu ase chenyina but obofu se yentu nkra we menkoma agrada sense antokwa no no woku no nya wieye kosi se obemu bia waga na hu se we fake no Obeka say oh ho na den na watwi so ni bado asanso ewra trends nim mu kai say na watwi atwe mu so ni beka say odi is a space of 4 months enya 3 degrees and coffee so ni na den Holy Spirit grace ben kwa na abo ma wenya sa all in this short period so ni chema Ghana for sa so ben bia mu de dia na mu beka so ye fake ama mu anka nkolanka tiketi mu buke kaka na nim no ni nyina odi ahye ne ho kran so ni chema ni hawa ofemu am pesa nka mugu nani masene enum nyankopon ahye no enuonyam ama ode ade fufu bi ato na akoma so papa bi a wo se wenya multiple sclerosis so be say yeden dompe mu yare so ni chema pesa obo papa no na mu saving life nti sem bi okan yo say frogs don't respond to lions and no so no gina no they are printing 100 t-shirts frogs don't respond to lions t-shirt na oba be printing obeton baako $100 na wotobi obebo den sign ni signature autograph na ba send am obabi a wo bia na ma say hey Sonny asema ye kan na fedo kwakoye t-shirt but wa wo hwema nka esi ho a cause obeton t-shirt na wanya sika na ode save ye nua bere me life dia anka esi ho anti kofo so Sonny nya nipa beya na waye nti mo bomba dia na mkoto t-shirt ni bi na yenya sika na yemfa kwabo papa ya wanya eye multiple sclerosis yi someone who reggae and dancehall musician, I want. Ono no chema. Manfu kakase on a formal manager, a bulldog, on an intem when you're fine. Also, no dear debut. One time you're okay, cause some time ago, on any party ways in some in so, a yes kasembi, nana so, and Cassandra Manakon and canny percentage on to sona, Uncle Bassana, a casacasa crabby by and also, and yes, I don't mean in Nijman on any giant or be a fan. But Cecilia, I will have dear, on an into Cobia, one time we, the Mamma Cassan, and yes, Annette. I'm a video be a fiaswas nigga, comedian fiaswas nigga, ye, nanko pesanko, or the so a immigration lawyer Munaguchi. And I'm Mona Becca so or no party or reply a fiaswas nigga beam. And didn't tell Munakasa, or chema a fiaswas nigga, no casanin chocho mucho, not down for Kwame A plus. And I catch a so a fiaswas nigga or bipolar disorder. People say bipolar disorder, no sonny there. Listen, now dream a beer to be to meet to be to me. Nyama bi oye to bi ono kasa to me ba na obi otini baby no person ne peke beef na fine ne kosinti monase esa ne say fiaswas nigga wa adwene aye mu ka okaka nti ono pa de fi ne kọ wo be kan na orimbu a nti efia nya be ye bia emfa ne ho immigration lawyer mona ono no si say me say 2020 campaign wa hu say celebrities bi na nkomu di echi ne ade na eba MPP camper eye actor Prince David Osei mo am hu so di makoto on the other celebrities na eye 2021 year na Prince David Osei didn't say me abetuja ochema ono political ambition one day muti krom ya na Prince David Osei ababeye mu president Prince Chema mo ebinum rinjendi nkofo betwa na kaso na Prince Osei na nka betumi abeye president Osei nya hwe na Yankopon acho ne de na watro nti rest assured sometime soon ye nim say 2024 no beba anase ne edi echi but atanisi president ni do obeye nti amanfo ye gusu hwe anim for President Prince David Osei. A American rapper, y'all talk. One minimum, ya best sorry. Y'all talk. There's a story I'm going to say on international. A BET Amplified International Artist of the Month. April, we almost done my y'all talk. It's Ghana for a bon about so y'all talk. Why y'all depend say Odienko International. And I'm from wearing few. A Ghanaian artist. A Amare, female musician. On the last 2 months, so she was also named BET Amplified International Artist of the Month. It's Ghana had they say there. Yeah, trendy ankasa. Now y'all talk about so y'all talk why y'all didn't find a cosi. When y'all talk releases and freestyle be mine. Na so and yen kwani yen kwotie ene e be hwe hey wona on the storms ya yenuma anka won se san wo lifestyle kese mi so na me kire mu po amafo chema freestyle akra ya talk mbe ye man ya chin oyi Queen Elizabeth British accent bi o me man na me who hey amafo oh and ankofo wan wonim de daw wo say hey Kumasi ni Santasi ni na ka be freestyle Naka British accent va ho ben amafo bibia me ma ya talk so wo de talk bo asaka ka yenim say wa ko international ba de esra wa wo fans ye wa ha say ya na ye support movement nti aya na wa tobas na wa ka chi aka ne so ya tumi ate kakra ya talk sebu kai Abrahamata we be ka say Abrahamata di na say ya ate beast of no nation ya nwa bear market we your feature afa de okosro na just say Abrahamata so ye obo ne homode uko Hollywood movies utwetwa bi ni ade na watwa no to be twa mu a na nyame beye when admission to one of the best universities in the US. Ghana for so Abrahamata, why ya de pass our bon modern. One find your film about modern Auko school. It was Abrahamata. Congratulations to you. Good news here, Kosia, and a bora a Kwame Eugene and Senswa. On so said when your new car. Kwame Eugene or that year 2020 Range Rover, a Dr. Quoting. Angel group of companies. Now what's watching a car be? Okay, can't what to say what you can't be a fit time, monotia, Robert. Kwame Eugene so be cruise ankasa ene Kwame so sha o kroma no abamode anu ama ye right ensem ne bebra koso e wo entertainment industry mama unse maba na be cheche mu ne ye koso da se ne ama broni mesan so aba na koma wo ho bia me da ba besom ti abrantipa so mu no ye nto aso ye.
Thanks, Amabroni, for the tidbits. Let's delve into some of the issues. Let me begin with Romeo. Romeo na uba hache. Yete won kache. Issues ni den na opese o kan ho ase.
About doomso no.
Okay.
Like on a more serious note, Ghana we pick and choose. Yen shada nye straightforward. You be there you born in fin tum but you be na born in chen. I say you born so na yen shada born sa. We share doomso did a demonstrations and course. So this particular doomso started before December, but elections by Bano. And now say stability be by. Now from there, no, and then catch say any doomso. Brofo, unse say a garnish brofo, no, ne to my. So these are some of the issues are a bit worrying. Now we share the kind of enthusiasm and Crawford tweeted in the past about the situation. The power outages there can no man can yeah used to. But this time they are you can worse Abranti Pauti or not light you doom no 3 times in consecutive. You doom na so you doom na so and son every ebeko. Ti as a bibia or man where they play politics in Tiama Ubia through say no creda baby or beka. But may expect celebrities say they should always go by the saying a source for a goose is good for a gander. One person in this regard, what Bomodi Prince David was saying about out openly to say I came openly to support you, but this you're doing, and yet that is how we are supposed to deal with our leaders.
That was in reference to the taxes.
Exactly.
Okay.
In the same vein, see the doomsony other related issues about nka say Crawford openly, but people are giving excuses a whole lot and only asema
but at least Yvonne Nelson has been consistent.
She's been consistent until she was pushed. Maka said she was pushed. What party doomsday must stop vigil no? It was just her personal initiative. Out of her own volition. But I do been now we know on Kasa until said Crawford started moving a receipt to ja. Say I can receipt out here. Twitter terms just Twitter what tweeted no near the abra near quote just say we now can be why
maybe the situation at the time that called for the vigil is nowhere close to what we have now.
Today no crown send your mouth timetable. Extra say na be do that into ko out me do mu bibia nim say light be 6. But we are meeting him minim time light be time light be which is even more dangerous. Indeed this should even anger us. Say like there's no respect, there's no regards in dealing with us as people. Say okay, say mo fi say challenger, we understand. No institution is without challenges. Indeed then let's go this way. Within this week, if you Medina, Mulight, Mbanya 2 days, 3 nights, near Tiasia. But sporadically back when intermittent, back, a day, oh, make kind of number of like, fear now usually. Maybe I will generators plant in Nasifonti. You might not see the magnitude of it. Sometimes, let's learn to call a spade a spade. Okay. The power of the media is meant to cut on both sides, to put whoever leadership in check. Say the Ubian take Ubia for granted. But once people try to tilt or trade honesty for cowardice, I don't know in fairness any system.
Okay. Nana.
Around here.
Then echo.
First of all, I Muslim be all fasted time.
Maunizo kakra all fasting.
Say yes your time ni. Into Muslim be all fasted be Alanti Empire bona be anko so fine. I am be na pese me to amen kan nyum no. Na pese me tu nyum bi ba men kan. Oh.
Edi asem na pese o kan e ho nyum hwan e boy e bia.
Me tu nyum na be hu asem kra.
Okay.
Onya me sumponi
na be yo wudini.
Yeah.
Yesu aseni asepa Dr. Pabobo.
Sir. We have no a obofo and agada if no the battle of the slangs. Bako there. You know what I'm saying? How you doing? Everything is fine. Bako says here. Look at my bag. Don't see and go. Abusake. We fight with any friend. What am I saying?
Yeah.
Fight to the battle of the slangs. We are near empire boss spiritual issue. We say Reverend Obofo ne agrada you don't go to independence square no be a mass slangs no ya mass slang no be a mass slang no we say nya judge the winning. I think that the last time we were here, Nene and I were talking about the Sonibadu thing. I was telling he made a comment about pastors and how they are allowed to go scot-free with certain things in this country. One of such things is what is happening right now. Well, I say touch not my anointed, you know, and a phrase no about something that people are losing respect for because of some of these issues. Now say nyaminipa any a sebi fetish priest enya sema. How do you do a video and say and use certain words that if a member of your church, you hear a member of your church using it, you will not be happy. So it goes to question the morality or the spirituality of the pastor in question. Say ultimate frere or babisia sebe say oye two ni say dedicated to mama no was act to nyomo no now okay so no quite very creative. There was for na or rapper ba na yenim am fantia na enyum no zawale no say sound words no na or their share or the a guy that's a shame na see what pepe. So what happens tomorrow if a church member of Reverend Obofo does a similar thing? Can he question the person? Man, I say Christianity is becoming quote unquote BBB a wohobi. Yes. If anybody does anything, you touch the person. The person is a Christian, it's a pastor. You cannot say anything. So the society must put these things in check. Even though the Bible has said it, I say by their deeds, you know them. We still have to be able to check some because there are kids that follow this pastor. There are kids that follow this fetish. You say, no, call life out. What can the life video that? Agrada. Where I should be. Obeti a boss anymore. Obeti no more. Slangs near more. What am I saying? We are encouraging things that we shouldn't encourage in our society. And I say, to a elephant fighting, it's the people that follow them that will suffer because who knows a fan or a follower of Reverend Obofo meeting a follower or a fan of Agada and the issue coming up. Maybe the two of them have done it. They've met, they had a conversation. They're doing it for clout. They're doing it to push people to come to their church and to go to their place of worship. Now, you try your home, now you home. So we have to, society must do something about it. I guess don't want media to encourage this thing by covering it as news. Now, now maybe almost can social media now about prime time media, about prime time TV. Now you see yourself will be near a guy because your Chrome has say the more the insult, the more clients and the more people you get. So it's something that we have to be very, very careful about. The second topic I met touch here, Yao Talk. I ran here Yao Talk.
Quick one, cry.
Yao Talk. Okay, I said, Tama, Yao Talk comparison by between on the Saturday. I made a comment here, sir. We should not do that. Because for a young artist who has just released a remix of his song and getting such numbers, we should be able to encourage him. A certain freestyler, or no, maybe to his camp and to his team, was supposed to be jovial, was supposed to make people laugh, or was supposed to just emphasize on the fact that I was a young boy who got 3.3 million views in 3 days, or so and so and so. It's almost denting all the hard work that he has done. At the point where BET chose him as an amplified artist of the week, it's the same timeline. I know release that video, So yeah, the deepness of that celebration was so low, a call say, and they started talking about the freestyle. To the extent that rappers that came to even defend him were even bad, say, hey, the boy is not good, let's tell him. What am I saying? We have to understand that these young guys, they are now growing into the system. They are not growing into their shelves. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
They are not growing. But with this running team now, I'm talk now. Because you don't achieve such height within this short time and allow your artist to release a material that is less of his own record. I was saying. Yes, are you managing him or you want to kill the career? No matter how jovial the idea was, no matter how easy or how funny you wanted it to be, you shouldn't have released the material.
Okay. Yati. Let's take a break. When we return, we'll have a conversation on the Ekuapim Polo saga. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's still Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abrantepa. Romeo is a columnist, Naneyao, One Play Africa. They are my guests for this episode. Now, last year, somewhere in June, we had a conversation on Ekuapim Polo, sharing some pictures she had taken with the son, and that was to commemorate the son's 7th birthday. The pictures, in the pictures, or what we saw, she was naked, and the conversation went on. She was prosecuted, and now the court has, she's been convicted. She is going to have a pregnancy test, and then later on, the court will decide on what her punishment would be. A lawyer is saying that she can go to jail for a maximum of 3 years. But there's also a campaign on social media to get her freed. Hashtag Free Ekuapim Polo. Sarkodie has joined. DKB, A+, Lydia Forsin, a whole lot of celebrities. So, first off, before we go to the campaign, let me get the views of my panelists. So far, maybe Ababidrini. Romeo.
Romeo copy me.
See, Avantipa.
Romeo.
In as much as Mr. Bataze with Polo situation, I feel it's the law, and celebrity status and as a celebrity enclave, in this country, do not regard authority in terms of laws. And me, I have been of the opinion, yen sanction celebrities are sebi a song, omudin simhunu in the system, and not necessarily 7 jail term. But yen form cleaning a fin adokro Ghana ha. This is polo issue. Don't get the priorities, and I can't be able to fast if you check that 10 kilometers a man. So make sure say fin be all got and make can be able fast on ye.
Community service.
Community service. If I'm cleaning a fin, because situation now I didn't call court no. We boom raso. Child pornography a serious offense. No, nudity, issue of nudity offense or Ghana. But Obi Beka say Nkrofo be bra. Why is she serving as a scapegoat? Nkrofo your friend is saying this social media we have our business for more the nude are to de market even Instagram cry be so on that level no. But me I feel say the stronger aspect need different because of the child involved. Abrant here, a lot of ladies on social media, and I make comments on Twitter. Lady be posting here, making a case, why should she even go to jail at all? And I'm saying, the same people, saying, Bema, and on any Baba, the same age, and no, yes, I nude video near Baba now. Anka, if we are see, and I gonna bed, ebe butu. Utiasi. Yeah. But why you bani Bema dear? Mo say, ye kata bonus ni anka say nyehwiana. These are things we've tolerated. A bano abusive relationship, a grofers kiuno to just as a man pan a suffer. It is a Bema crab, a candy be a crane, the area. But it's a serious issue. Since a Bema ne a bonny, no bansuya, a bonny, she had no right to do that to the child. Oba, the muya or demo in camera, no one cares. But in the public eye, say, a child, a bad, it's a But for me, I feel say, was a Microphone safety admitted, say, one in the year, name a chopper. This is the 2012 elections in Crawford could be contempt issues are judges, you know, it's me and it's all. They had it wrong by the charm with the fact that police would get to say one in the year. Into those aspects, I was say argue, but to talk about the situation and the circumstance that led to the prosecution, I think people are getting it wrong. Okay. The grounds for argument should be say yen temper justice with mercy man say man community service woman the court track obi super story okay say obi ko yi ni tebia e stage wiser say court issues be mu yeah but on also ko ka say enye artificial or try say utiase but at the end of the day o tia fine yeah good nka won tia fine asan ko koji obi be part talk say Mama wise and na performance out of excitement, exuberance, and the man yes sir. No, but this one no. Aside of no ankasa being nude no. Akwala ewom. She will have faced worse than this. So for me, I feel say the argument or the plea should be that in social services in this country it's not well organized. You can't trust relatives to leave your child or kids entrusted in their hands. So, for these reasons, police instead of Sabeko jail for a number of years and attempts, community service, maybe a fine be said ADHD to serve as a strong deterrent to anybody in the next time, this is you soon as a scapegoat. Okay, I'll come back to you on some of the comments celebrities now making, but let me get Nanaya's opening remarks on this one.
Kwame, a founder of Angel Group, Ache, Kwame Eugene, brand new Range Rover, for being a brand ambassador for Adonko Next Level. If you're free, Father Man, I say in crime, Fapadama is winning until Niaje. And is Minister small baby for that man, also Tunima, whom we are, a man of him. I think that Ethiopian Polo is not a celebrity enough in Ghana. Ethiopian Polo's powerful celebrity ratings or whatever that you want to put it, it's not big enough. So, in as much as child pornography is a big thing, I don't think, as compared to people who have caused chaos, in which a certain alleged gun was pulled, are still traveling and living their lives. But she has to face the ban and face the drum because I said in here scapegoat. She's not a celebrity enough. So maybe this will make her rethink her level in the country. Say, undu baby aye. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Because you will come and say, assembly or court. Say betting one till now, we are still waiting. Say
but a court process, so
we are waiting. We are still waiting. You get it for that case to come up again, so we know the final verdict and what's going to happen to the two people.
For those who are lost, Nania is talking about the Vodafone Ghana Music Awards. The case between Shatta and Stonebwoy.
Yes.
Where we are told that there was a brandishing of gun.
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue.
Equiapin Polo, I'm sure by now will be asking herself what got into her head. A certain wrong culture practice. Look at where it's taking her to. You might have seen a certain celebrity, female celebrity in America do a similar thing. We have seen Kim Kardashians and all that. Their children are not part. What am I saying? It brings out the conversation of social media and the impact it has on society. I'm an advocate for it. If the government has anything to do when it comes to regulating media, that is where they need to look at. The likes of China has done it. If you get to China, you cannot use certain apps on your phone. You get what I'm trying to say? Because we have to understand, your culture, no, any social media, the benefit of which people are enjoying now is there. But the abuse of that platform is more than the benefit that is happening in our country. Obeka say, oh, no, allow them to use social media. Yes, people are making money from living from social media. Don't get me wrong, people are influencers. People have changed their lives through that. But abuse near cost of honor is too much. Now, if they use her as a scapegoat, it won't stop anybody. So what they are trying to say is, if you're a woman and you put your naked body on the internet, it's good. But if you add a child to it, then it's not good. So now they won't add the children, they will do it themselves, because it's been happening on social media ever since, even before Captain Polo did hers. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
It's an unfortunate situation that has happened to her. Romeo said, Yanko Pacho Mano. Cecilia, a man in India, Pacho saying, a man in a patron. You said, Judge Naka say, okay, I pardon you.
A chopper in the sense of appeal.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, say, Pacho. You know,
I temper justice
with mercy. Yeah, and it's a judge or the law's discretion to favor you or not to favor you.
Of course.
You understand? Yeah. It is not a mandatory thing, say. You tisi krom na ye video man na ana say ye hashtag man free enkosi anga hanya America. Do. But I think the lesson here is she's not a celebrity enough, and she has to understand that. And I don't pray that she goes. I agree with Romeo on the community service part, that it will help even our country to be cleaner, our capital to be cleaner than it is now. So when people begin to see some of these celebrities who are found guilty in certain areas of their life, serving community service. Chrome. Ebema correct kakra. Because you say you say it's an unfortunate situation. I don't know what to say to her. I wish that it never happened. I wish that she understood social media more than the way she uses it. And unfortunately, this one. But I heard some rumor that now in Penifo meeting a name not Makopa or Nanka case no. Oh, maybe it's a rumor, no?
Minty.
But I'm surprised, Yakwa could do baby. Yakwa could do. So it's the law that is taking the Captain Polo and Wiser on. Are they leaving the girls who are on social media and showing their nakedness on social media for free, or they would go after them too?
Nakedness, you know, say it was certain. To what extent? Because
but the same thing like Captain Polo and the boy was wearing a boxer, right?
Yes.
But there are those who are wearing just panties and they are just showing their breasts on social media. What is happening to all those girls?
Okay, so and no, there are some people who are, aside the fact that people are calling for her to be freed. Obi to say A+, they say there are people who they are real criminals walking about. And so Captain Polo should be freed. Let me read. It said, but the person who stole and sold food meant for the poor people during the lockdown is walking free. We spent 19 billion Ghana cedis on COVID, yet people were fed plain rice and pepper. Akufo-Addo managed COVID-19 well. Akufo-Addo managed COVID-19 well. Who said if you give Ekwe-Adonko 19 billion, she won't be able to manage COVID-19 well? Leave this poor girl alone. I disagree with the law. Always arresting and jailing poor and vulnerable people for petty crimes and misdemeanors while the real criminals are walking free and continue to steal with impunity. This is what Sarkodie is saying. I think it's a little harsh to separate a mother from a mom just because of pictures taken. Would want to plead with the law to pardon our sister. Hashtag free Ekwe Polo. Even Lydia Forsen comes in with a very long one and says, too many of you lack emotional intelligence, and it's why you don't understand how I defend someone who has attacked me for several years now. If you did, you would understand that this is about what's wrong or right and not my personal feelings towards her. Hashtag Ekwe Polo. It continues to say, I hope you never have to go through the justice system. Pray you have enough money for the best lawyers and know all the right people. It will humble you. Queen Solomon, that sister Fia, says, it's sad to see Ekwe Polo go through this. I'm not supporting her actions, but there should be a flexible punishment rather than this separation. We apologize on her behalf because this is heartbreaking. Hashtag free Ekwe Polo. Bisakide says, there is nothing painful than a child separated from the mom. This thing is really hurting, and I don't think she or the child deserve this kind of treatment or for what she said. Come on, it's very heartbreaking. Hashtag free Ekwe Polo. Your comment on this? Yeah, okay.
You see, the level of hypocrisy in this country, legendary. I say, statue. Now, you label as in a corner of the world where hypocrisy is easily located.
How do you mean?
I mean, what I mean is, share Ekwe Polo penny or bar or jail. There are a lot of women who, even out of no fault of theirs, wakowa send the digger out the share number, scanashi, went to me antia or jail, and now say accidentally BBC or jail, jam colami no miensa. What did they make? No one made a case for them saying Kolaninti. We are bonia, I am bonia. We should rather be fighting the system. Say, Yemfa, you put in place the right structures. Senior situation, BCC, a Kolano Honya, and Chileno. A Plus made a lot of lineups in terms of incidents, ACC. There's a difference between government decision to prosecute and a private probe in terms of issues of criminality and as legality are individual pursuance. So buying usually when say this country I want. Ubeti me area buying sika ebia 1 million Ghana cedis one kojo. But we are misika me the court I need justice. Ebia me cram there 500 Ghana pay. So when it means you go to jail. It has nothing to do with your buying sika one bezo. So all these things should open to up to government. Say people are looking up to leadership. So when people embezzle funds or practice any level of malfeasance, we expect that that punitive measures that is meted out to the common people on the street should be heavy on such people. Now, the issue of say
separating a mother from a son.
Yeah, it says I think it's a little harsh to separate a child from a mother.
Is the weakest tweet.
Just because of pictures taken.
Good. It's the weakest tweet. And I'm feeling Sarkodie in his rap music, or a deep. But when he comes to comments like this, he's very shallow. Oh, yes. Utie, any person who is appealing on behalf of someone, obviously, you first and foremost admit, say, but you just don't go like just picture taken. So be a picture. No. So Sarkodie should come again with his tweet because it's shallow.
But he continues to say would want to plead with the law to pardon our sister.
As what? What did she do? He said just picture taking. That is the point I'm basing on. What you say? So as a rapper, you are deep. So whatever you put out, we also have the chance to analyze it.
So just picture taking.
Just picture taking.
A picture.
As a keke.
And yeah,
as a pro. Say wabokro no keke. Say we could be keke. Say wabo be asum keke. Like seriously, a crime, a offense. Just say we should start fighting our system to the sense the idea atano, a kakra, yen for the same thing and those are things we should fight for. And I mean the idea polo no sanction the mean infinite. But me say instead of jail for those times jail no yen find community service man and fact keen eyes anxious Ghanaian celebrities. They anxious say in Crawford any reform dana. Because people are taking things for granted to be a head obi at me can be obi at me leadership ekasarov because the same leadership nankasa are corrupt. They can punish themselves from NDC, MPP, that chain obi are corrupt. It is a way corrupt na say be me on my personal level na be a bibi ankuya. You find it difficult to even talk about me. So I say, if we are appealing, say be a justice for social and justice for social and so. Let's also look at the point say Senkayejai polo so uncle free. Ochina ye be gateway caveat no obi abe use as caveat. Say the yeka so open on Gina box mun dia dance here no. Years to come obi so be use that caveat as an excuse. The punishment it becomes a deterrent to whoever thinks or would want to do something of the sort in future. So it's really a deterrent. However, young say be okay. Say instead of say young say COVID, young jails and I say in prisons filled up, congestion, and I mean money to feed them becomes a burden to the nation. So let's make community service a lot more of an issue. Let's make it a lot more of an issue.
Okay.
To even clear the mess we are in. Because you're spending billions of cedis to clear filth, but results near zero.
Okay.
Your Ministry of Sanitation, your Ministry of one at the end of the day, zero. Until let's use our stubborn people to clean our system.
Nana, your comments on the campaign?
I was just reading an A+ repost on a long essay. It's like a thesis on how to get a PhD degree for Dr. Sonny Badu. It's a whole thesis. Me pass a doctor's degree. Okay, I think that I can understand Sarko there when he makes such a tweet, but I cannot pardon A+ for making such a post.
Why can you understand Sarko there and not pardon A+?
In Sarko there's post, yes, he made a shallow tweet. It's understandable. He hasn't been seen championing such conversations in the country. Even at the time when he was bashing the government, look at the kind of song he did to bash the government. Songs that we can actually jump to. You understand what I'm trying to say? Even when he did a song for a political party, look at the song he did. It tells you the level of thinking when it comes to with him and politics. Not somebody who has been an advocate for such a thing over a long period of time. Read the A+ tweet again. Post again.
A+ says, but the person who stole and sold food meant for the poor people during the lockdown is working free.
And
we spent 19 billion Ghana cedis on COVID, yet people were fed with plain rice and pepper. Leave this poor girl alone. I disagree with the law always arresting and jailing poor and vulnerable people for petty crimes and misdemeanors, while the real criminals walk free and continue to steal with impunity.
Okay, so 30 minutes ago, as we were doing this show, he made a post to say that he condemns in no uncertain terms what Ikapin Polo did. That is to contradict what he just said. Because you see, Kwame A+, you are hurting Ikapin Polo than you are helping her. As a wope was a maka, and I will go for Polo so. Now, I call Polo more. He has to shut up. You got what I'm trying to say? This post was needless. Say, only as I said, Messi, open say, what cast now? Cast is, you know. The references that you are making goes even to trigger certain people in a certain quarter that don't even need to come at the girl. Do you know what I'm trying to say? We all know, we're in this country, we all know the things that happen with government and debt and all those things are shame and film. I guess made an example, say, 2 dancehall artists went for someone's program. One of them put a gun and said it was a toy gun. The case still, nobody they hear anything. They wait for law to take its course. It happens in our system. We all know that. What the girl did was wrong. But there are people who are also on the same social media platform, who are also girls, doing a similar thing, and they are walking around free. Let's not go and bring in the guy. The government had 19 billion. If Kadongo had 19 billion, if this, and then we be beyond the buyer politics. We beyond this idea. You are saying. We are chastising politicians for trivializing issues and making it political every time it comes up. But we are the people that we are fighting the politician. When it gets to our turn, we do worse. This is politics. This is to win A+ score. Obi only know who na say, oh, come on, see you come, should I come make an and pam coronavirus no cry by no cry. Mama 19 billion, hey, free of polo, very lame talk. When you can free, no can baby. But you know there are laws in the country. And do and do. A do and do. Law and chill and not chill, brah. Police in chill down. You can be the most powerful man in the country. Police chill, brah. I said, no. I said if they say they go message you, they'll message you. I won't be there. Right? Do you know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. It doesn't make sense. Get on a yard there. Get on a yard there. There are people in the same space who are doing similar things, and they're walking around. I am saying, see, I'm crying.
So that should have been A+'s argument.
If you want to do some comparison and say, and in that scope, it makes sense. Because even in Ghana now, there's something called OnlyFans. Do you know what's OnlyFans?
No.
Girls who go naked and put it on a certain site for people to pay and watch. It's in Ghana. Isn't that also like whatever sexy or whatever they call it? Whatever law that women learn right there.
Lord, Madam was it coming? I mean,
no, the law against a capim polo.
Oh, a publication of nude pictures.
Yeah, well, come on here, Empress League. You see, I watch boy no Empress League now, or they amount for a sex tape, a sex number 2 on the website now. What's the difference between that and what the girls are doing on social media? Is the law saying they haven't seen it? The people who are championing a capim polo's conversation, we have to listen. We have to understand. Yes, Lydia Force, Mone, and Sister Fiamuti, Omo, the Ango baby, I will forget. Omo, and Chinka and one can bring forget it. One, no, I'm meeting a lady girl, no, I'm a kid, a man, no, come A+ mono. Look at the post they are making. Now he comes back to make a long post doing politics with someone's serious issue. Then the diagram, you better check on anything the same. With them 3 years. And when she enters that space and she comes back, she won't be the same again. We were here when Kwakesi was caught holding certain alleged videos then. Like joke. As the law won't take in course. Didn't he go?
He did.
Yeah.
We are born, must I beg.
So who said Kwakesi didn't have people who relied on him to feed them? Did they do this because he was a man? The kind of biases in towards gender in this country is appalling.
Listen, Nana Rabi up in 30 seconds.
Captain Polo and what he did, Wiser and what she did, Wiser and what he also did, they are facing the law for it. There are more than 2,000 accounts that if that same people who are championing this law against Captain Polo want to be serious in this country, they can get to even scrutinize a lot of things on the social media platform, especially that Instagram page. Instagram platform you get what I'm trying to say? Okay, all the stars who are campaigning for her freedom should also understand that once they are campaigning for her freedom, they are enabling the next person. If the law doesn't take its course, if we don't put measures in place to check the others who are doing a similar thing, once the law says, okay, they are child. Man, 2 weeks. A bedroom, obey sensitive. Babetum says here.
Okay.
What am I saying?
Matthias here.
We have Kwame A+ is somebody that a lot of people look up to. He has voice when it comes to some of these things. This post against what he posted on his Instagram page with the Captain Polo mother and son picture. There are 2 posts connecting to each other.
Okay.
He should stop doing petty politics with what is happening to Captain Polo. If he wants to help the girl, he knows how to go out. He knows where to go and what to do to help the girl.
All right. Fire can't cool. Stone boy, we are taking a break. When we return, we'll talk about Sonny Badu and the T-shirts that he's selling. He's going for $100 one T-shirt. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. We are back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Nanaya, One Play Africa, and Romeo, they are my guests. My name is Abrantipa. Now, this is the final lap. So last week, we spoke about Sonny Badu and the frog lion thing. Those who are new, or those who may not be aware of what it is. Sonny Badu knows degrees, three degrees within 4 months. And so people were criticizing him. And he said that he was not going to respond to the critics because lions don't respond to frogs. Fine. Now he's come out with a t-shirt. Lions don't respond to frogs. That's the t-shirt. Lions over frog t-shirts. It's going for $100. He says he's selling them to raise funds to support the family of his friend who is being diagnosed of multiple sclerosis. And he sikani ina odekoho. Romeo.
Yeah,
a smart mover. Nah, say not.
For me, I think say Ghanaians we just look out for negativity in every situation. But I won't say in as much as there can people didn't like the taste, but in real life, lions who level be not will be person or chumba former. On say this gabo, you don't need to. ABR to say me am was say me can't say be penya be de chi ba omia asema. And this all of me cry because she got the home. You get it?
Yeah.
So you don't bother by social media engagement. And we even make his statement to the extent say yes on about you more boy or break it through and usually no so anybody DM out baby say in such issues. But we make his comments, you know, what trendy, our trendy. Now, with this t-shirt issue, aside with the idea, in the sense, we try to capitalize on the financial gains in a positive caveat. She said, this caliber. So that t-shirt, or 1,000 pieces, Ghana for me, the crab, which I said, my brochures and this is Ghana. I didn't know what online. And I Ghana for about the $100 over. Come on, better also I own Timin to be no Hana also.
Also a ton just 100.
All kind scanners also origins so the Cobwa Obi. As our multiple sclerosis issue also suffer. Now almost yes, Nembaso I own Timin show no much more Monaco Square depa. So I feel say this is a positive gesture. It has no negative attribution. I was say you will see a time cry condemning. Frogs, lions over frogs. Miss T-shirt no cry. Any born am coming be and come pe.
No.
What you say?
Who is Ghana?
Sas Ghana o kase me wono. Nkrofo me area amu hiansi o. Come better tank no ma cha won. So what you say? But ono so ni die mo betima ye no. Baby o wono nkrofo no betima afford. Nti easy mo. Nti I feel say this is something Ghanaian celebs. So who create that kind of offense and trend. Na say o share na ubetimi ayi fa na o dey ameki scam no we yin ho afim o ti ase enye se de bia ye ndidi watema hwem na hwe de emfim mba o ti ase
Nana, he's always been talking about merchandise. I remember when we were having a conversation on, was it Eno Baroni?
Yes. I'm a beef.
Yeah, we were asking, where is the merchandise? Like, we are fashion, my t-shirt.
I'm on business now. I'm on TRC.
So, you got to business now, so.
So to America. And America, or to UK.
Yeah.
In America, one US senator, whatever, was made a meme for sitting in a certain position, and he created several merchandise from that. I've forgotten his name. It's part of the game. I see a lot of bloggers do it. I've seen Coach Sheldon wear bars. I've seen him wear. You know, people like, if you are smart and you understand some of these things, you do it. It's not about. I don't think Ghanaians are complaining about the Sonny Badu thing and see him say, "You're wrong." They see it like, Sebio. They see it like, "Adiana okayena udidi akemu."
But now so umpeno.
Ana ude kwakoye dem. Ude kwakoye business. But that is how businesses' ideas also do it. Also come about. You understand? I'm sure the buyers of that particular T-shirt, when they Google lions don't whatever with frogs.
Lions over frogs T-shirt.
Yes, they will see what transpired between Sonny and the Ghana media and see how the OES are, selling, and they'll buy. And the cost is a good cost. It's not a bad cost. My thing is, how do we justify if that we buy the T-shirt, the money will go to the people that you say the money is going to go to?
Charity. And I'll say over autograph you. Yes. Apart from best sign.
I The price of the T-shirt is small. $100 is small.
So a target we are better by popular request. No, saying either.
Presentation. We see some of these things. They do the presentation like. I'm not saying he will do. I'm saying that.
On the most, so the man you be a commodino, Sebi. $10,000. Now say no jump crofo.
Nah.
But at least we in the bottom. But
accountability say.
If you don't let me land there.
Yeah, land.
What Sonny is doing is a good cause.
Yeah.
People will buy not out of the fact that the term or the phrase is popular, because of the good cause attached to the product. It's like donating money to you to help somebody. How do I tell that when I buy the tea, $100 and you get a $10,000, you will do what you said you're going to do? So Sonny can come out and then say that, listen, this is the process. Okay. It's done everywhere. Abroad, it's done everywhere. Any foundations in abroad, when you're applying, they will ask you to submit your possible way of making them know, say, what are your donation? You have to just show it. It's a mechanism that you have to just show. Okay, I received $10,000. I will make so and so. Yeah, it's it, man. I'm tracking because me like this, I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Not because I don't need a T-shirt, but because of the good cause attached to it.
Okay.
You understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. I have friends in London who that's what they do. They are into hedge funds. So some of these conversations like this, when they hear, they can even raise more than that 10,000 that you're looking for and support. But when you come out to show openly, say, we are. Someone back and say, we are. This is how we're going to do the donation, or we're going to do the presentation.
I see or present scanner. I'm an Adam for no, and that's Nadam for Nembano Crano. Rock Hill Church for are planning to take care of their fees, education and stuff. So
Sonny, listen, Sonny is a very powerful man. It's quite unfortunate that his interview with KMJ didn't go too well with a lot of us. Some of the explanations that he gave with regards to the whole incident didn't go down well with even me. But that is what he says got him what he had.
Okay.
We will respect that. And we hope that as people buy this T-shirt, price in the question. Until like if Romeo is saying, if after 10K, or because by popular request, he's trying to do another set there, why not? It can become a whole foundation that can be put in place to help the family, the friend and the family for a very long time.
And even other people.
So
but now, there are people in this country, GoFundMe, surgery, heart surgery, kidney transplant, we pay without even questioning.
No, you question. It's wrong. Say that I don't follow up.
No, I'm saying.
When you say that I don't follow up,
because
people question. Recently,
no. He's not saying nobody questions. So he says some people. Question. You know, there are some people. Okay, also this donation. Fine, I've given you. Whatever you decide to do with the money, that's what he's saying.
True. That's why there are also fraudsters in this. That's why we demand accountability from such people. Because listen, recently Nana made a post on social media. Some guys were trying to fraud him. Fraud her, sorry. Yeah. So it means that people are in the space to milk us. Because you have a good heart and you donate something small to support a friend or let's say somebody you don't know for a good cause. Now I know the family. Now I know Bob no talk kind and I say boy be home area more. They be our church car. Now see you na automoto say busa na so scan session or rakoto moto.
And so why are they?
Na be una the moto there. Or the kwashi amount for. People are doing some of these things in the space that we find ourselves in. What am I saying? And elsewhere, questions will always be raised. So if you raise a question, doesn't mean that we are looking at the negative side of a good thing. We are just saying that accountability should be just done. And like you said, also obey. And let me say, I have people in London, like I said, who do some of these things. So I'll just talk to them and say, oh, Sonny, yes, say. And the irony of the whole thing is that Sonny Baddo's publicist is my lawyer.
Okay.
You understand? So we'll check and make sure that things are done well.
Romeo, final words, 30 seconds, uncle.
My final word would go to the Capping Polo issue. I feel say the lawyers, at least Sonny, they will try read across social media and still gather some momentum and go for sort of an appeal, if not to totally quash the sanction, to lower it to what I said earlier in terms of community service or even paying a fine, and then also signing a bond that henceforth she will leave a good, she will not find herself in such a space any longer. Visa now the little sanity abreno, because once she's hot-blooded, exuberant, she's young. Ubia when you was street usually na you be the direction papa. Sometimes unya sika kakra fame be do to man. How to regulate it becomes a problem.
Nana,
no star is above the law. Just like how they say, not even a person is above the law. The moment our stars understand that, we'll have a very good conversation going around the Capping Polo thing. Now, we also have to, she has to understand that she's not a powerful celebrity yet. And I'll say it, she's not. If she was, we wouldn't get to where we've got into. You understand? We won't get to where we've got into. So it's an unfortunate incident, but the law, the people enforcing that law should not leave those girls who are also on social media doing a similar thing, even worse things.
Business.
Okay. Even worse things, and allow them to work scot-free because there was no child involved. So why is that the end of the na akwala bi anka ho? Ana no akomwa na yedi no du baby a wa bedu na. Omo so ya omo to social media so na Capping Polo no omo dey echi no. You should follow and start doing. Ghana is fond of. The law is here. Until a novelty hits us, then we rush, giddy, make something out of it. Tomorrow, then we all forget about it. No, it won't help us. Ubia deserves equal attention. Polo, and Yanadi, Ubi, a man here only fans name whom bra. Uche be panel should be an easy.
Deborah joining sister Deborah.
Sister Deborah joining.
If you are joining.
Yeah, only fans. I was wow.
You do the video be.
And my favorite artist yeah.
Okay. So not on so.
You the video be. I didn't know that was what it was all.
Hey, only fans will.
Anyway.
Okay.
Mariah Mills.
Yo,
only fans.
Nadia.
Oh, didn't get no didn't get
Nadia Redu is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Romeo is a columnist. They've been my guest for this episode of Bloggers Forum. A reminder that we are still celebrating our 22nd anniversary. It's hashtag GhanaWeb22. Join our road safety campaign. If you see anything unusual on our roads that's capable of causing road accidents, film them, send them to us. It's newswires at GhanaWeb.com. Newswires@GhanaWeb.com. Send us a mail. Let's get interactive on social media. It's at the GhanaWeb on all social media platforms, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook at the GhanaWeb. Thank you for watching this episode of Bloggers Forum. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
So that when next time we are talking about broadcasting and irregularities and other things, there will be a certainty in measuring. There will be a yardstick for all of us, and it will not be my interpretation as against another person's interpretation, but at least we'll all be at Idam over that matter. I thank you for indulging me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yaobodwa Yeboah, who is the chairman of the NMC. And let me announce that after this opening ceremony, we'll have the deliberation session where we will all have the opportunity to express our views right here. So please take note of that. But right now, let's also receive the Minister for Communications and Digitization, the Honorable Esla Owusu-Ekofo, as she makes some remarks. Give her a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My apologies for coming in late. I had to juggle a few appointments to make it possible here, but I'm delighted that we're having this conversation, which in my opinion is long overdue, and better late than never. No right is unfettered or absolute. And it is always better if the practitioners decide on a common course of action which will guide their operations. I've said and I'll reiterate that self-regulation is the best form of regulation. The chairman of the Media Commission has indicated that they've tried through their guidelines to facilitate that self-regulation. It hasn't worked. And so now we're compelled to put in place the legislation which will guide our actions. What has happened is unfortunate, but we are in the position to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And profit cannot be the only motive guiding our operations. And so it is not everything that can be broadcast on the platforms that are available. The reach that you provide in amplifying our voices wherever we speak is the power that you have to control and direct the thinking of the people. And so we need to work together to ensure that that power is exercised in a manner that would not bring harm onto all of us. I know that working together we'll be able to craft a solution that will be acceptable to everyone. And I know and believe that we're all of the same mind gathered around this table. And you, the practitioners, are better placed to decide what works for all of us. And it is not just about you. It is about the people of this country and beyond. Because now when you speak, what you publish is available on the online media around the world. So technology has made it possible for us to do what we do much better. But that also brings its own additional challenges that we need to address. I was part of the subsidiary legislation committee in Parliament, which crafted the content, which worked with the Media Commission to develop the content regulations. And yes, without parent legislation, you cannot have subsidiary legislation. It has to be anchored on that. But the exigencies of the time mandated that the actions that we took then be taken. The Supreme Court thought otherwise, and rightly so. And so it is absolutely critical that we have a broadcasting legislation on which all this would be anchored. The content of that legislation depends on all of you as practitioners. And it is not enough to sit by and watch the process unfold without taking active part and interest in it, and then later criticizing what you had an opportunity to make an input into. So, can't say that what has happened is good, but there's a silver lining to every cloud. If for nothing at all, the imperative of having a set of regulations to guide the content that we produce is now apparent to all of us. And I believe that as men and women of goodwill, we will work together to ensure that we serve our nation well in this area as well. And while we're at it, we need to look at the ease with which fake news is also spreading around us based on the social media platforms that we have. And now there's a convergence between traditional and new media. And the lines are blurred because you, the traditional media practitioners, are taking your content from social media and vice versa. So the rules which guide traditional media must also be crafted in such a way that it can also guide the new media as well. How do we do that? We need to think through, look at best practices from around the world, and see how we can sanitize this space so that what we read on new and social media we can accept as largely credible. If the proliferation of fake news undermines the integrity of the work that you do, you will be the losers, because it will only breed skepticism and cynicism about the content of the media, the information that is published out there. And ultimately, it will affect your output. So let's all work together to see how we can use the current tools at our disposal. And there's something in the Electronic Communications Act which makes it possible for us to pull down content that is false, misleading, or criminal, broadcast on electronic platforms. It's there. We've never used it. But it's time for us to look at, and I'm sure that the legal director of the NCA in his presentation will deal with some of these issues. If Twitter and Facebook can pull down offending content and have regulations about how you use those platforms, we can also decide as platform owners what kind of content we will host on the platforms, and it will be perfectly legal. However, you do not want to stifle this very vibrant space by heavy-handed, overbearing legislation. So let's work together to find common ground, which will enable us to facilitate the innovation and the talent and the creativity of our people, and enable us to also disseminate that freely while protecting our impressionable young minds from a barrage of offensive and unwholesome material. And I must thank the Minister for Information for bringing us all together to think through what to do to sanitize the space. And thank you all for availing yourselves of this opportunity to develop a more sanitized environment for us all to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Minister for Communications and Digitization, Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofo. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second part, which will be later on, we will be looking at, within the current legal framework, how can we, regulators, collaborate to deal with most of the issues that have been raised, and then also how should the broadcasting law respond to these many issues. It promises to be very exciting, and you don't want to miss that. But right now, I think it is appropriate that we hear from the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the Honorable Godfred Yeboah Dame. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Her Lady Chief Justice Sophia Benasco-Isa, representative of the Chief Justice, Host Minister Sarkojo Oponkuma, Minister for Information, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be part of this consultative forum. I think that the issues that we're going to discuss are supremely significant. And I would say that the very constitutional architecture of the nation even requires that there is in place a legal regulatory framework that not only gives vent to the expression of media rights and other freedoms of the media, but also puts in place reasonable limitations for the exercise of those rights. And I refer to Article 21. We all know that Article 21, Clause 1, grants to the media freedom of expression, to all citizens of Ghana freedom of expression, and also grants to us the freedom of information. But then in the same Article 21, we find in Clause 4, Paragraph E, the permission to impose reasonable limitations in accord with public order, morality, and health of the nation. Then you go to the specific chapter on the media, Article 162 and 163 bolster the rights of the media. But again, in Article 164, there is the permission to impose restrictions in the interest of public order, public morality, and for the protection of the rights and freedoms of others. So you see that the Constitution itself recognizes that there ought to be reasonable limitations imposed by law, and those laws definitely ought to be on the basis of public order, public morality, and the protection of the rights and freedoms of reputations of others. But in this country, you see that there's an absence of a specific legislation which gives expression to the reasonable limitations that ought to be imposed in accordance with public order, public morality, and the protection of rights and reputations of others. And I think that this absence, of course, is not only in the area of the media. Parliament has even failed to act, especially in areas relating to the Article 181 obligation. There's the obligation on the part of Parliament to enact laws that will regulate the Article 181 obligation of the state. That has not been done. So clearly, it is the nation on the part of Parliament that is responsible for where we are. But it is not too late in the day at all. And I think, as the Minister for Communications indicated, the time to do so is now. Now, I would say that the media itself has actually undergone a lot of evolution. Now, there are a number of free-to-air channels. A friend of mine who was bored at night one day indicated I was able to flip through as many as 180 free-to-air channels. There has been a diversity of expression through the media. A person can sit in America and then on a weekly basis broadcast to the nation and to the world at large, and broadcast content which effectively undermine even the integrity of the institutions of state. The person can allege that the judiciary, or he has just received a list of houses owned by judges of the Supreme Court of Ghana. These are unverified information. And so clearly you see that there's an urgent need for us to regulate the media. And I would say that the diversity and the complexity of expression and broadcast to the world makes this an absolute imperative. And I think that the broadcasting law, for me, should also even deal with matters relating to copyright, should also deal with matters relating to the interaction between the National Media Commission and the National Communications Authority. What are the reasonable limits of their boundaries? And how should those boundaries be respected? So really, this conversation is very crucial, and we must congratulate the Minister for Information for initiating this process and for the resolve that he has expressed to see through the enactment of this legislation. We can only support. On behalf of my ministry, I can pledge our support, unflinching support, to ensuring that this initiative comes to fruition. I thank you very much. I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was the Minister for the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Honorable Godfred Yeboah-Dame. Soon we'll have our chairperson for today's program speak to us. She is here representing the Chief Justice. She is also the Justice. She's a Justice of Court of Appeal. Her Ladyship, Justice Sophia Benasco Esa. She will give her remarks and formally open this meeting. While we invite her, let me quickly do this introduction and acknowledgement. We're pleased to have with us Mr. Joe Anochi, who is the NCA Director General, Executive Director, I should say. Please give him a round of applause. We also have in our midst Mr. Afil Moni, who is the President of the GJA. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Mr. Suleiman Abrahima is Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. He's also here. Thank you very much for joining us. Madam Chairperson, it's time for us to hear from you. Please, a round of applause for her.
Standing on the protocols as mentioned by the Honorable Minister of Information, I wish you all a good morning. I bring you warm felicitations from the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. He would have liked to be present here himself and participate and chair in this session. Unfortunately, he has to attend an equally important program and sends his apologies. He, however, wishes you all well in these deliberations. There have been various attempts at broadcasting legislation, but as we've all heard, to date, there is no such legislation in force. At present, the key documents which we have are the 1992 Constitution, which in Chapter 12 relates to freedom and independence of the media, and it provides for regulation of the media. But it is print biased, and there appears no specific reference to broadcasting. It nonetheless provides for the establishment of the National Media Commission. The Constitution also in Chapter 5 deals with fundamental human rights and freedoms, and in Chapter 6 it deals with the directive principles of state policy. Other laws which we have at present are the National Media Commission Act 1993 and the National Communications Authority Act 1998 and LI 2003. There is a need to harmonize the relationship between constitutional provisions and guarantees and actual regulatory practice. There is also the need to rationalize the present arrangement and introduce new regulatory functions which are not currently provided for or not adequately provided for. Clearly, even though we have made considerable progress in enabling development of broadcasting, the system appears to be reaching its limits, busting at its seams, and in the public interest, broadcasting needs an updated regulatory framework. The emerging phenomenon of scandalous and fake news, hate speech, and speeches does not augur well for good governance and undoubtedly undermines the right of the Ghanaian public to be correctly informed. So it is important that the law deals with these. With the commitment of all stakeholders, we can have a law which reflects the diverse broadcasting landscape that will sustain the Ghanaian cultural heritage and also assist in its development. I urge you, therefore, to feel free to voice out your perspectives so that we can all arrive at an all-inclusive law which is acceptable to all of us. On that note, I declare this consultative meeting with stakeholders on broadcasting in Ghana duly launched. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our chairperson for today's program, ending the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take some quick photographs, and I want to call the following people to join the high table so they take a group photograph just to wrap up the first session. Don't forget, we are going to take a quick coffee break, and then we'll return for the second part, which will include discussions on within the central legal framework, how regulators can collaborate, to deal with many issues, the many issues that have been mentioned. The following people can join. Mr. Afomoni, Mr. Suleiman Abrahima can also join. The GhanaWeb president, I understand, just walked in. He can also join. Can we have the GhanaWeb president? Okay, he's also here. And then the UNESCO boss. All right, he's already there. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, after the photograph, we will pause for a coffee break and prepare for the second session, which will not go live or covered by the media, but it's open to everyone. If you want to be part of it, please feel free to join, but it's not to be covered by the press. Please give them a round of applause I think we've had a great opening ceremony. On behalf of the ministry, we'd like to thank our chairperson and all the dignitaries who graced the opening ceremony. Please, we'll take a quick coffee break and then we will come back for the deliberations. Thank you very much.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
To be a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there. The person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it in the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
Hello and welcome to yet another exciting edition of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. You know, on this show we don't only bring you a blend of culture or different places we visit, we also bring you unique stories of amazing people doing amazing stuff. And today I'm happy to bring to you the story of a young chef who has been doing wonders with his organization Food for All Africa. I'll tell you all about it when we return from this breather. And later in the show, we have a surprise you don't want to miss. My name is Wanda Amihigan. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick break. We are in a kitchen and you already see my guest. We are speaking to Elijah Amu Ado. He's a chef, like I already told you. And good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you
doing? I'm okay.
Yeah, you're welcome to the Kitchen of Hope.
Kitchen of Hope. You named your kitchen.
Yes, it signifies hope to a lot of people out there, and so for us, letting the people who work here know the importance of what is not just food, it goes beyond it.
Have you always wanted to be a chef?
Well, growing up, I didn't imagine I would end up as a chef. I come from a family of 4 children. I'm the only boy and second born. My childhood ambition was to become a medical doctor.
Okay.
Yes, but I was very close to my mom. And my mom was a caterer, she cooked a lot. And growing up, I remember somewhere age 8, 9, what happens is anytime she cooks, because I'm mostly closer to her, I get to taste it before anybody else tastes, and I give feedbacks. So that was where my passion for food, cook, actually came from. But it wasn't until after I lost my parents at a tender age and had to look at what I can be beyond my dreams and aspirations.
Which age?
That's about 11, thereabout. At tender age of 10, my mom died. A year later, my dad, and we were left in the care of my grandmom and auntie. So it was actually in Nigeria that I got to see my passion for cooking. And that also was through an accident.
Nigeria? You
Yes.
grew up in Nigeria?
Yes, part of my life was in Nigeria. After losing my parents, I had to go and stay with my auntie to do my junior secondary school in Nigeria. And I remember back then, my sisters were back with my auntie in my grandmom in Ghana, and I was staying with my auntie in Nigeria. And sometimes my grandmom will call and complain, things are a bit difficult. So looking at what I can do as the only boy to help my sister's education, I decided to take up a job while still in JSS. I was in JSS 2 by then, so I took up a cleaning job in a restaurant called Spins around Ikeja. And usually from school I'll go clean, and then somewhere 10, 11 on weekends till 1 a.m. I close and I go home. I was fortunate to find myself in the kitchen, and I kind of admire what the chefs, the cooks were always doing in the kitchen. But one day when I was towards my final year to write my junior secondary certificate examination, as they call it, BECE in Ghana, I remember a Sunday prior to a Monday before going to write that exams. We delayed at work so much, and I had to be washing pans and loads of pans. So in a hurry to go home, there was this pan that had a sauce in it. I took it, threw the sauce away, and then washed the pan. As I was washing it, the chef walked in, and just seeing me with the bowl, got so furious. Who asked you to throw away my sauce? Who asked you to? Who asked? So as he was shouting, he started throwing plates at me. He got very angry. So when he threw a plate at me, I started crying. I was just crying. Then I busted out. Do you think if my mom was to be alive, I would be here cleaning whilst my colleagues are learning for exams tomorrow? So that statement, out of the crying, made the chef to now understand the reason why at that young age of about 12 years by then, being a cleaner in his restaurant. And after that, he had a conversation with me. Apparently, he also had a similar childhood where he lost his parents. So there was that connection. And so it was through that accident, that incident, that he became a mentor to me. At a point, he opened up his kitchen for me. All he needed to do was tell me what he wants to prepare. And when he tells me, I want to do mayonnaise, the next thing, I'll pick up all the ingredients he needs for a mayonnaise onto the working table for him. And then he will cook what he wants to cook. And that was where the interest for cooking started from.
That's a very interesting story. How long have you been doing this?
I've been cooking for the past 15 years. Yes, because from the age of 12, I was already in the kitchen whilst I was in my junior secondary school in Nigeria. Then after my JSS, I had to come back to Ghana to come and work with come in school. So I attended St. Thomas Aquinas, Bebe, to be specific. And after that, I did general science with the hope that I will still be able to become my childhood ambition.
Science,
because growing up, I wanted to become a medical doctor. So in spite of all the challenges, I still held on to that aspiration that one day I will be able to become. But after secondary school, the challenge of going to medical school came up, and it was a difficult one. I got good grades. However, my relatives who were going to help, my extended family, most of them were suggesting things that were far away from my dreams. Some were like, oh, you can become a journalist. Some were like, you can become a teacher. Through being a teacher, you will be able to get allowance. And so the decisions were so many, I was confused at that point. And I saw being the doctor would be difficult. So I spoke with my mentor back in Nigeria, and he asked me to come back and work with him to figure out what I really want to do with my life.
Your chef mentor, you mean?
Yes, my chef mentor. So I went back, and then after we had that discussion, I actually realized working in the kitchen, I'm a doctor in the kitchen. So a lot of my colleagues and friends who knows me growing up actually call me the doctor in the kitchen, because we still wear the same white. We cook food, and food is medicine. It's the most natural medicine you can think about. So hey, I'm still living my dream of being a doctor in the kitchen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so at which point did Food for All Africa come in?
Yes, so at a point in my career as a chef, I decided to come back home, and I was fortunate to get a job with a hotel around Reach as a chef. I came back from after schooling, working in Nigeria for some time. I came back to Ghana, and I was a chef de partie in that hotel. And whilst working there, my job was to get to work very early. By 4:30, 5, 6, I need to be at work. So one of that occasions, I saw this mentally disabled man who comes to where we keep our trash bin, pick all the leftover foods that we threw away, then puts it in small bags. Then he goes under the Nima overhead, the bridge under the Nima overhead. He goes there, hand over the food that he picks. Because when I cross in the afternoon, I still see him giving food to people. Then I realized it wasn't only our restaurant, our hotel that he comes to. He actually goes round Ridge, Osu, where the posh, the residential and then hotels and restaurants, to pick edible leftover wasted food from trash bins, and then goes feeding his colleagues on the streets. Wow. So when I saw this was what he was doing, one morning I came into touch with him at our workplace, and so I decided to ask him, Nana, Adentina, ya usisendriana na udia koma. Meaning, why do you pick leftover foods for your colleagues on the street? And his response to me was, Semanya, why never? It made me start thinking consciously that finding myself in where we work with food, we waste a lot of food. What can I do? So we started off with, instead of throwing away the food into the trash bin, we'd rather bag it. When he comes, we hand it over to him.
When you say we, who are you talking?
So myself and my colleagues at the hotel by then. I also spoke to other chefs that I know at that point in other places. So now they started giving me, I had to be picking the leftover foods and then giving it to him to give to his people on the streets. So at a point we started what was known as Chefs for Change Ghana Foundation, where I mobilized chefs to connect excess food from the industry to be given to vulnerable people who don't have purchasing power. And it was so inspirational. As the day went by, I got more attracted to what I was doing than cooking for those who can afford. So at that point, I had to make the decision between doing this full time and then as well doing it by the side. And I realized food waste was not limited to just the hospitality industry. I spoke with suppliers and realized they had the same challenge. I spoke with different stakeholders within the supply chain. Then we realized that the problem of food waste is everywhere. And so we decided to start Food for All Africa in 2015.
What does Food for All Africa do as an organization?
So we are operators of West Africa's first and largest food bank in Ghana. When I say food bank, it's a model that thrives very well across Europe and other parts of the world. Food banking is such that it is a place where food that is in excess along the supply chain be it from manufacturing companies, be it from factories, be it from importers. Along the food supply chain, due to some restrictions, laws and stuff, there are some food products that are perfectly edible. However, it cannot get to the table where it will be bought. And so what happens is, most often than not, people who work within that sector have to throw those food away. Let me give you a typical example. If I'm an importer of corned beef or food from any part of the world, per the laws of FDA, if the food is coming to Ghana, the inscriptions on the can has to be written in English. But most often, the company where you are importing the food from produces for other countries, and sometimes by mistake they will send to you in Ghana the product, but it might be labeled in French or another language. And because of what the law says, you as an importer cannot sell that food. So what happens? There's a perfectly edible food, but just because of labeling mistake, they have to throw it. And we're talking about tons of food. Take a fresh marketing company like the shopping mall. Sometimes there are some sizes of fruits and vegetables that they look out for. If the fruit and vegetable doesn't meet that size, it cannot get on the shelf. So what happens? A perfectly edible food is thrown away. And that is where we come in as operators of West Africa's first and largest food bank, to connect those perfectly edible foods to, first and foremost, vulnerable, incapable of working people. Okay. So we're talking about aged, disabled, community charities. We connect this food to these people by way of food boxes, meaning we give them ingredients on a large scale to use at their various homes. Or we do what we call the hot meals program, where from this kitchen on a weekly, twice a week basis, we cook hot meals and then go onto the street and give to those who are homeless and can't afford food. Someone would say it's just food, but at the end of the day, by giving them food, they open up to us. They tell us what their stories have been, what their struggles has been, what their aspirations were. And food makes that magic to come about. And for me, it is more of a blessing than any other thing you can ask of.
So we are still on the conversation, and we hit the streets with a team from Food for All Africa. And their mission is to look for the vulnerable, poor and needy who are hungry and feed them with one hot meal for today. They are serving them curry rice and egg stew, and we already have a lot of people queuing up. This is just to give our viewers a fair idea what this organization does on the ground. If we get the opportunity, we'll speak to some of these beneficiaries to find out their thoughts and experiences as far as the program is concerned. What's your first name?
From Derek.
Derek is saying.
Yamina Domo.
What's it? I have a baby.
Mutikanda Estate.
Now, where are you doing, man?
Okay, then me show me come and saying Yama Kosonti. Ya chokia hundi Yami Bayama.
Who is saying? How does it help you?
Okay, Jumadino, because I am in Kwana Ebua. I say, my street, the bring a benefit free. Because the bring all Munya Jumai. It is a Brianibis Basia, or bit me, you know, the funny margin. Like I'll be able to my baby so many one like a baby and someone so being in Uchino. Okay, like a baby because in this year weekend, it's a man for our Mubuabua and my home behind there. Timusumi who can manage coming with their food for Ghana, bet my
what's it? I have it. What's it?
No, one more Uswachi.
The Medina Boa was saying.
One say, come on, say, one mamma, I'm so much so people so almost so much bones and most of the way so. I had a one bar, and it's a case of the Mojo and soon I miss you much. The most soon to come.
FME, ma.
bed?
Matia,
Where is Juma?
Juma di
Iti, what's a hard to say like Odam?
A hand ya da ye bibia.
Iti, where they did on a normal day?
Say, aduane for women never buy aduane de bi wa de kra na bi ntɔ yɛ ti we man na ba de bi nya bibi edi nyame nhyirom yɛ da nyame ade sɛ de bi ɔmo ba on sɛ nyɛ lordan nkɔ no mo ba lordan twa mu na akyi no mo ba obi a ɔba lordan nti no ba na we mu de bi ɔmo ba nti nyame ne yɛ bɔ mpa yasrɛ nsɛ ɔmo musika na ɔmo kɔ so mo musika na hiafo na ɔmo brɛ ne bebre yɛ den ɛwɔ hɔ yensan de bie bi ba de bie wu nipa enti de bie ahia fonso ho enti nipa obeti benkum ne mfa bi obi anya mua kakra no mabu anya hafo nko anso na ebele baby bebre aha no bi tumi da so yafo na ha apolifo ha na enso no okọ a enfo no benya duane adi nti aha ya na yeda ye bibia nti yeda o mase so de bi on be boaye.
Where do you live here around here?
I can sleep outside though.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
Me, what I'm doing, I do this one, digging, stretching.
So that's what you do when you
Yeah, to eat. You see my farm?
How long have you been doing this for?
Since 2012.
And where did you come from to stay here?
Yeah, from Isiama.
Why did you choose to do this? Is it that you're not getting any other work to do?
That's it.
And how did you get to know about Food for All Africa?
Well, now somebody showed me that I should come and collect food. But that
Today?
day, no. Now my second time. Okay. But this week he came here 2 times. The first time I came collect some. The program is very good. Then helping people who are hungry like us. Don't get money to buy food.
So those were the testimonies of some beneficiaries of the Food for All Africa program. For some of them, but for this program, they would barely have had anything to eat today. And so we'll go back to continue the conversation with Chef.
We provide vocational training and support to most of our beneficiaries. School feeding in Ghana is an important aspect of improving education. But the challenge for government has been how to run it effectively. So we also operate a school feeding program for schools that are currently not under school feeding program, under government school feeding program. We provide them with ingredients on a monthly basis. As well, we build kitchens for them in their school to enable them to at least have a place within their compound so that they will be able to provide one hot meal internally from their own compound to the children.
You've mentioned that people donate things that they are unable to use, which will go waste eventually. But you building for a community and getting fresh vegetables to cook, how do you get your resources, your funding?
Well, our funding comes from different sources. We get some funding from grants. We get some from benevolent donations, people who believe in the work we do. And sometimes too, we get funding from people who have benefited from the work we do. Let me give you a typical example. Years back, we were providing hot meals to a group of people at the Independence Square. And there was this particular young man who walked up to us after we've given him a meal. He came back to me and was like, "Sir, can I have another pack of meal so that I will eat that tomorrow morning? Because if I don't get it, I don't know what I will feed on tomorrow morning." And I said, we need to make sure everybody gets some of the food. So unless we finish sharing and there is excess before we'll be. He turned back, walked away, went to sit in the seats at Independence, and he looked very disappointed. He was actually sad and crying at a point. So I decided, let me get this food to him. I gave it to him and that was it. Years later, we were on an outreach when a car parked, seeing our truck He packed, and this same gentleman walks up to me and was like, "Do you remember me?" I said, "No." He said, "After completing school and coming to Accra to hustle, I used to sleep at the Independence Square. You remember there was a day you gave a gentleman food. He came back, asked for more, and you gave it to him. I am that gentleman."
Wow.
I am that
Several
gentleman.
years later.
Yes, and for me, I felt the connection. This was just a pack or two of food. But for him, it meant a lot at that critical moment because that was what it meant for his survival. And he said, look, he understands the importance of the work we're doing. He became a friend of our food bank, and he's been supporting us.
With all these categories of things you do, how many people do you work with?
Currently, we have a staff strength, a permanent staff strength of 15, and we have a casual or contract-based staff strength of almost 10 people.
So
with 20
these people put together, what do they do?
Our various programs and activities that we run, they have specific. There are those who we also partner organizations. So for COVID, at the onset of COVID, we started the Food for All Ghana COVID-19 Emergency Intervention Program, and through that emergency intervention program, we've created partnerships with organizations like GIZ Ghana, where we are providing hot meals for frontline health workers. So some of the staffs on contract, for instance, help in cooking food. These are chefs who used to have works in the hospitality industry, and as a result of COVID, they are now at home. So they help to cook meals served daily to Gahist Hospital, where we provide hot meals to all the medical staffs there. So we have those who do that. We have those who source for food. And in some cases, we also have people donating for us to purchase. And so we have those who also purchase.
Do you have volunteers coming in?
Yes, we have individual and group volunteers. Key among them is schools. One critical school that we are so much appreciative of is Ashasi University. Their students understand the meaning of volunteerism, so they volunteer on our program. Some of their students come here on weekends to help in packing food products in our warehouse and all that. So we have individuals and groups too that frequently volunteer on our programs.
Right. Let's see some of the communities you've covered in Ghana and how impactful has your work been in those places?
Yes, so we have currently our operation is within 5 regions. We operate in Greater Accra, Eastern, Central, Volta region, and then the Ashanti region. When you take Greater Accra, communities like Teshi, Jamestown, Choko, these are vulnerable communities, where deprived communities as well, where we have people there. We have NEMA, we have beneficiaries in those communities. In the Ashanti region, you can look around the Efija Kwabri South area. We have some communities that we support through our initiatives as well. And we work with over 72 community charities. So these are orphanages, community groups within other communities that we also support. Some even beyond our 5 regions. We have a prison. We work with a prison in the Afram Plains. We support them as well. And most often than not, the food we provide them, be it ingredients or hot meals, goes a long way to relieve them in terms of their budget constraints, to also provide their beneficiaries with the right nutritious intake of food. We also provide them with recipes and things that makes them understand that You don't need to have plenty money before you are able to eat a healthy, balanced meal. So these are some of the things we also support our communities through.
Great stuff, great stuff. Elijah, let's hold it there. You would agree with me that he's a genius. I mean, all the things he's doing, and his inspiration was from a mentally challenged man and the passion to help society. Earlier when I met him, he said he's greedy for the needy. But I promised you earlier that we have a surprise for you, and we'll get into that right after this break. This is still People and Places. Do stay.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money? Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back from that break, and a surprise is ready. The table is set, not for eating though. The CEO of Food for All Africa is going to be doing his cooking thing on this show, and we will see how he goes about the whole thing. But first of all, what are we cooking?
Well, you can't come to the kitchen of Hope without us blending some recovered products together with ingredients we sourced locally to give you a recipe.
Recovered products?
Yes, so when we say recovered products, they mainly mean products that would have ended up wasted. So we recover them and then we use it to make sumptuous meal. And I'm sure you will tell viewers. So what we're doing,
I can't wait.
What we're doing is called the Taco Garden Eggs Chicken Sandwich.
Taco Garden Eggs Chicken Sandwich. Okay.
We have our local garden eggs. You can see we're boiling it.
Okay.
So we take out the flesh, part of it. We will use chicken breast. Usually we don't get chicken for free, so those ones we buy.
Okay.
The taco bread we get sometimes for free. We have tomatoes, mozzarella cheese. We have creamy sauce with spaghetti. In it as well. We recover. So these are some of the things we recover. You can see we have mixed veg. You see your sweet corn. You see it's also recovered.
Carrots and all of that.
Yes. You see what I talked about the writing. You see it's written in Spanish, but it's a perfectly edible food which has expiring date of somewhere 2023.
Okay.
So you can imagine.
Still good to go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
which meal is this? Like which country?
So it's a blend of North America, Ghanaian. The garden eggs gives it that Ghanaian feel. And then the taco, which is the main ingredient, which is the Mexican bread, is from North America. So you can call it North meets West Africa.
North meets West Africa. We are getting right into it.
Yes.
But we'll be having a conversation in between. Sure. And so you took Ghana to England.
Oh yes, it's actually Food for All taking me to England. Most often than not, when the story of meeting the Queen is shared, I feel the part that brought about the whole happening. You know, getting before the Queen is not an easy deal.
Of course.
Yes. And it took the work we do at Food for All. So at the beginning of Food for All Africa, somewhere 2016, 2017, we tried to make a lot of advocacy on the economic and environmental impact of food waste in Ghana.
Okay.
And we went as far as starting a Guinness World Record for the longest charity table. So on the Osu Oxford Street, we set up a long table. We wanted to beat 1,000. We wanted to beat 1,503 meters. That was the record by then.
Okay.
But we were so close to about 800 meters.
Oh, wow.
We didn't beat the record though.
Yes.
But on
you
that
were
day,
close.
we were able to bring vulnerable people together with those who have to sit on a table and enjoy a meal together. And it
for
was
free.
For free. And it was so significant that it also created international awareness for us. And it was true that we got the
to meet the
opportunity
Queen
to be in Buckingham Palace. There's a program that the Queen's Jubilee Trust they do.
Okay.
It's called the Queen's Young Leaders Program. So I was selected. I got the opportunity to study for 1 year a course they call Leading Change from the University of Cambridge. And then after the completion of the course, you get to receive your award from the Queen.
Okay.
We were about 60
students,
60 young people, not
okay,
from different parts of the Commonwealth. And on the day we were supposed to meet the Queen, I had a decision to wear my African wear. As well, I took along my chef jacket. So we were to meet the Queen somewhere early evening. As at 2 p.m., I wasn't decisive of what I want to wear because it was a big moment. I mean,
yeah.
And I just reflected, and it crossed my mind that I got here because of the jacket.
Yeah.
And the fact that I made them mentally challenged. How would I be able to tell this story if I'm asked properly?
Okay.
It's only by representing who I am, what I do. That's what brought me here. So I made up my mind to wear my chef jacket.
Okay, so that was the inspiration behind it.
Yes.
The
and
jacket.
So when I got to receive the award from Her Majesty the Queen, I was the third to receive the award. The first was from Ghana, so she was also wearing a kente, which represented Ghana. So I got to the Queen and she was curious. I'm also from Ghana and I'm wearing a chef jacket. So she was like, "Are you from Ghana?" I said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Whoa! She spoke about Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, the time she was there. I received my award. And then after everyone has received the award, we had a picture taking session. So it was during the picture taking session that I got the opportunity to, the Queen called me again. After the picture, I was behind, everybody was shouting, "Where is the chef? Where is the chef?"
Okay.
Apparently she wanted to talk
so
to
she
me
asked
again.
for
So she asked if would I want to cook for her, and I said, "Oh yes, if given the opportunity." What would I cook? I said, "Oh, my favorite food is wache." Is a favorite.
Wait,
and
were you the only one she called again?
Yes,
of all
after
the
the picture session, we were in the gallery. I have a picture in my office. I'm sure you would see.
Yeah.
And then I was called from behind, and it was a moment that just passed by. I was lost in it, but that also gave me the opportunity to get back to UK after the whole program, to get to work with the Commonwealth, to create recipes and all that. And it also gave me, what I missed out of that opportunity was using that critical moment to talk about the issue of food banking in Ghana and in Africa. And I believe an opportunity of meeting Her Majesty the Queen should rather accelerate that vision of a Ghana, Africa without hunger and poverty. And for
that's
us
actually part
of
the SDG goals.
Yes, and for us at Food for All, that's why it's always a shared social responsibility. Back to our recipe, our garden eggs is almost ready, so we pick it off to the side.
All right.
Then we work on our chicken. So we're using chicken breast. What we're gonna do is, we don't want to, we need to have a feel of the chicken, so we cut it into thinner version.
Okay.
Then you know, chicken usually goes well with mustard. We cut them into cubes.
Were you the only one in an attire that was different from, you know, the formal or the African wear kind of thing?
Yes, so everybody was representing their country, where they are from. And I turned up to be the holy person wearing what resonates around the work he does.
You do.
And you know, the unique thing too about it was that at the time we were moving from where we were to the palace, people were murmuring, "Oh, really? Going to meet the queen in a chef jacket?
Yeah.
Like, it looks hot." And for me, at that moment, I was a bit disappointed that, did I make the wrong choice? Probably.
So you were a bit nervous.
Yes,
about the
I
outcome.
felt sad until I received my award and I realized the chef jacket actually became
It was
what attracted Her Majesty's
I see.
attention. And it has taught me a lot of lessons in this life. That when you make up your mind to do something, however you want to do it, just
Go ahead.
It's not about what
People think.
will say or think about what you're
Your
trying
decision.
to do. At the end of the day, it is your decision. You should be ready to face the consequences, whether good
or bad.
So now our chicken goes in. We will marinate it.
Okay.
And to marinate our chicken, we use mustard. This mustard.
Okay.
A bit of chili flakes so that you get a feel of your chili. Now at this point our pan should go on the fire so that we have it a bit hot. Let's do a bit more mustard, then salt. So simple marinade, nothing too cumbersome.
Okay.
You have your salt.
Right, so whilst you marinate the chicken, let me just ask, what did you cook for the queen?
So people talk about the wache. Actually, it wasn't wache. Wache was my favorite meal, and the media blew that. It went beyond that. It's more about different African recipes and it was not just particularly targeted at the Her Majesty, the Queen.
Okay.
It was more based on recipes that resonates around Africa. So I got the opportunity to go back. I had the opportunity to visit Jimmy Oliver Foundation as well. And like I keep saying, I keep coming back to the fact that for me, the important thing is what they
took you there.
Which
and
is
that's food for all Africa. Yeah.
And I want to talk more on Food for All Africa, how that visit benefits the ordinary Ghanaian. If food banking can work for Europe, if food banking can work for North America, why not it working for a country like Ghana? Why doesn't it work for a country like Togo? And for me, that's what I believe the opportunity of meeting the Queen should resonate more. And I'm always pushing for connecting my job as a chef, because life after all, it's about helping society. Yes. So at this point our chicken goes in. We're using olive oil.
Okay.
Yes. So
what you're doing is supposed to do what exactly?
Yes, so our chicken breast, once we've marinated it, we are grilling. So that will be the main protein source for our chicken.
Okay.
And then we'll also take off our garden eggs, peels that we'll use for the sandwich.
But then you mentioned, Food for All got you to the palace.
Yeah.
And then through that you were able to meet the queen and prepare food for her and all of that. How is your visits to the Queen's Palace helping your vision? How has it helped with the progress of what you do?
Well, initially it created a lot of media attention. It also opened doors, especially for us. It gave us a level of credibility. People now understanding the importance of the work that we are taking upon ourselves to do. It also increased my chances of meeting world leaders, people who really has the experience, the know-how to inform, mentor, and improve the work that we were doing. So it has been a very good opportunity that for the rest of my life I will be grateful for.
And since then, what you do in Ghana, has it caught the attention of any other person?
So many countries. Mentioning a few, I've been to France. I actually have been to the French palace before. Met the French president as well through the same work. I've met our president in France.
Wait, which of the French presidents?
President
Macron.
Emmanuel Macron and President Nana Akufo-Addo. As at the time President Nana Akufo-Addo was at the French palace, I was there with them as well. And I was in the chef jacket. Still quite a number of countries to share the experience, the work, and also to learn from those countries, the experiences on improving the work we do at Food for All Africa. So at this point, we'll work on our garden eggs. What we do is filling it up.
So while Chef is doing his thing with his sandwich, we want to interact with some of his staff and find out how working with him and working for Food for All Africa has been so far.
My name is Elinam Ramuji and I'm the IT and Logistics Officer. I've been here for 5 years. Elijah is someone that doesn't give up, regardless of whatever is said or whatever is going on. All he does is he takes on the heat, just recomposes himself and then pushes through again.
My name is Shehu Ibrahim Babangida. I've been here for 7 months now, getting to my 8th month. I'm the project manager. His passion for the job and then how concerned he is for people who are unprivileged on the streets. We could be driving for so many hours and they've stopped by the road just to stop and then help someone else, feed somebody on the streets.
I've been hungry before, so I know how it feels to be hungry. So if someone decides to do something of the sort, why not jump in?
My name is Eunice Amafua-Boidu. I'm the Administrative Secretary for Food for All Africa. Talking about Chef Elijah, very accommodating. But when it comes to work, he would have to do it. And one thing that inspires me about him is his untiring passion for Food for All, what we do as an organization. And for me particularly, that has been the push for me. You know, you are being inspired to do more, looking at how your boss is very passionate about the job and all that, and seeing smiles on the faces of these beneficiaries we get to, you know, it's satisfying. You get to know that, oh, you're putting a smile on somebody's face.
We just heard from Eli, Eunice, and Ibrahim. They are staff who have been working with Chef Amu over time, and those were their testimonies of who this man is. Now let's get back to the cooking and see what is next. Okay, so at which point is our food now?
Yes, so at this point, our chicken, cheese, spaghetti sauce is ready. We have our taco bread. What you do is you apply a bit of mayo. Then once you have your mayo in there on your bread, once you have that ready, we pick our chicken out. First and foremost, your garden eggs. You take some on it. Then your chicken.
Also, it's the raw garden eggs.
Yes.
I mean,
you
cooked.
Well, yeah,
yes.
you cooked it. Yeah. Your cheese. That comes in. You go in with a bit of tomatoes, a bit of green.
Okay, but while you are completing the sandwich, in all your life as a chef,
yes,
can you share some of your most memorable and impactful moments that made you feel fulfilled or happy about what you do?
Yes, there has been a few moments, most especially times where I remember we had a program somewhere at Accra Central. So before I continue, the sandwich now we grill it a bit.
Okay.
Yeah. So I remember at a program at Accra Central, there was this group of street children. We provided food to them. A media personnel around was interviewing them to know how often they get food, what was it like. And one of this young boy, what's happened was like, I thought there be a yenya, your cup baby or muye yenya, and they bet this yefnu ya. That's why yenya no, yefnu be asana the other. It is a BBC, badia, a bebuaya, meaning they don't always get food. So when they get, they will eat till their stomachs start paining them. And on days where they don't also get, it goes to the point of pain. Then I got the fulfillment that, look, for us being in between to connect excess food might not cost that much, but it can go a long way to change their life and put smiles on the face of. And that was the point where I knew this was the right thing. At that point, I was balancing my work as a chef in the hotels with the project. But then I said to myself, this is what I want to do for the rest of my life. This is what I'm called for.
Okay, so more like your eureka moment.
Yes.
All right.
That's been it for me.
And has there been a day you look back and are like, this day was the most challenging day since I started this Food for All program?
Yes. It was when we had the longest table, beating the world record. I mean, that day was my most lowest moment, but at the same time, it also gave me a level of inspiration Let me say why. We had a corporate entity wanting to sponsor us, and at the last moment pulling out. At that point, we've gone to purchase loads of food, running into millions of Ghana cedis, and we hadn't paid.
Okay.
We couldn't break the record.
So how are you going to make up for all that
all
money?
those needs? And it was for me the moment that my colleagues, people, young people who believed in the vision, stood in for me to say that, Chef, we might be down, but that's not the end of it. And I'm always grateful to the team back then. They made me feel like, look, you might not believe in yourself, what you're doing, but we got you. We know, we believe in what you're doing. And even though it was the lowest moment, I cried that day. At the same time, I encouraged myself, and we look back to it. When we meet, we look back to it and we laugh over that experience. I think at this point, our sandwich is ready.
Okay.
So
it actually looks like a
shawarma.
Shawarma.
Yeah.
So how different is
let me
this?
get you tissue.
How different is this from that?
Well, shawarma is made from the Lebanese bread, which is more fluffier than this. This is more spongy. It's heavy when you take it in. Yeah.
So it's ready. It's ready for eating.
Yes.
This is my favorite part. Thank you.
And we need feedback.
Okay, so this is what again? The name is quite lengthy.
So taco garden egg chicken sandwich.
Taco
garden egg chicken. Yeah. Made from ingredients we recovered that connects North America to West Africa.
It's really good. Like, I've not even dug into it yet, but just the bit I've taken.
Let viewers know the real.
It's really good. This is really good. I'm sorry you can't join me with this, but I just enjoy chicken, garden egg,
taco chicken sandwich. You can mix it.
It will take a while for me to get the name, but garden egg chicken taco sandwich, and it's really good from Chef Amu's kitchen. Just before we wrap up though, I'd want to know, when you talk about support system, who is your biggest support system?
First and foremost is my team. I have a group of young people who could have easily decided to live their life chasing other aspirations or peers, but they've always stood behind me. They've been supportive. Right from the onset, we have those who have come and gone, but they still even connect with the work we do. My staff currently too, they are very, very supportive. They understand the importance of the work we do here, that for the people we provide food for, they can't pay us, and the only pay they give to us is the smiles, the love, the fulfillment. And for us, that is enough. And then as well, my mentors and board members, I have a very strong, experienced board that support the work we do. Then my better half.
I was waiting for that part.
She's been very supportive from the beginning of it. I'm sure if she's watching, she knows herself.
Oh,
thank you so much.
Right. And just before we go, I mean the very last thing, how can I join Food for All Africa, and what are your handles, social media? How can people find you and support?
Across all social media platforms, Food for All Africa, or at Food for All, the 4 is number for all GH, across all social media platforms. We have a website, www.foodforallafrica.com. When you go on our website, you see all the programs, all the activities, the people who support us on the platform. you get to donate, or even if you want to volunteer with us, it's also through the platform.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Chef Elijah. Your story is one inspirational one, and it's really amazing stuff you're doing. We are grateful for sharing your story on this platform, and thank you for making me a sandwich.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
You see, I still have my nose mask on. I'm going back to finish my sandwich, but you know, Corona is still around. I have to protect him by wearing my nose mask. But thank you for your company. This has been another fulfilling edition of People and Places. My name is Wondami Hagan, and my guest for today has been Elijah Amu Ado. He's the Executive Director of Food for All Africa. Till we meet in the next edition, stay safe and take care of yourself.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there. The person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it in the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
For persons living with disabilities, especially in our parts of the world, one of their biggest concerns is acceptance. And even for those who are able to break through, society doesn't quite have enough space to welcome them. Today on The Untold, we speak to Mr. Alex Tete, who from the streets of Tulaku in Ashaman has risen to a level where today he's traveled all the continents of the world from this very shack right here in Tulaku. Today, he lives a comfortable life and now encourages people and persons living with disability to strive more for their lives. Come along with us as we hear the intriguing story of this man who has broken through the lines of society that hamper the livelihoods of persons living with disability. It's The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atisu. Come along.
It's God. It has not been easy. We give thanks to God.
He weeps. His tears, however, are not for the dead, but for a man who lives. Neither does he cry out of pain, but joy. He looks at the boy whom he once watched taking careful steps barefooted to and from school daily, and wonders what would have become of that little boy if he had succeeded in convincing his parents to take him out of school.
When he completed his elementary here, he was not satisfied. He edged on. He went to Africa Advance. He was not holding a support. You see him outside the gate, you see him passing. When he sees me, sir, all the time, I feel for him, suffering. But he is not perturbed. One day, he was coming with his books. I don't know what happened. He fell. Quickly, he woke up. He struggled to wake up. He parted off his the dress and so I'm going to come. I had some feeling in me. The second time, I was at the gate, he was passing. So I said, I'm going to come over. Then I beckoned him, come. He came. Said, good morning. I said, good morning. How are you? Alex, why are you suffering? Why are you worrying yourself? All the time struggling, school education. Your friends learn trade and they are stationed. They work on to make a living. Why do you struggle? Then he laughed at the side of his mouth. He said, I didn't understand. I said, oh, sir, I'm going to school and come. He forced, and today, I've seen why he did so.
But that boy holds no grudges because he believes Ifo Ime's attempts to end his education was out of sympathy and not hatred.
Told my mother that, why do you worry your son to walk in the rain and in the sun, go to school? Get a kiosk for him, get some shoe making, and let him sit at one place and mend shoes for people. That will be more fulfilling than the way you let him stress. Because sometimes every day I sit by my house, when I see him pass by, I cry within me how he suffers, go to school and come back home. Then my mother said, no, it's only education. This thing will not take him anywhere. He can't marry out of this. You see, he has to go to school. So I was not worried at all. Each time I pass by the man, I greet him. I make sure he sees me going. Even though I go through that pain, the goal ahead of me didn't allow me to be discouraged at all. I was so determined to be able to make it.
Alexander Tete's determination to complete his education was born out of his mother's words to him the first time he told her he wants to quit schooling.
My mother told me that the state in which I am is only education that can make me strive, because always my mother says that I want to put you in a position where when I'm no more, you can fend for yourself, and it is only through education. So reluctantly, I go to school.
This wooden structure in Tulaku, a slum in Ashaiman, is a place he called home until he got married and moved elsewhere with his wife to start their own family. Though he lives a comfortable life now, he returns to this neighborhood today as he recounts his life's journey.
He's still standing here. Yeah. And you know, it goes through, sometimes it wear off, they replace it. Yeah, they replace it with other wooden, yeah, but this is the room where we lived.
And you lived here with your parents?
Oh, with my parents, so my siblings were here. We were five siblings, and we even had other family brothers and sisters who were living with us. My mother's sisters' children, and yeah, all within this. But what happens is that because you know we are within the vicinity, sometimes we don't sleep our room. Sometimes we sleep with friends, but this is where our things were, and this is where we call home. We came in agreement with my wife that we need to relocate from Ashama, because Ashama is too hot in terms of character building. If you don't have the resilience and the capacity, your children will go wayward.
At a tender age of 6, Alex Tete contracted polio and became crippled as a result. Believing it was spiritual, his mother moved him from one church, prayer camp, or shrine to another, hoping her son will be healed, but his condition remained the same.
I remember Rehad Bonki came to Tema, to the RCA Park, and my mother carried me at the back, and there was a healing process, and the crowd was so huge. My mother was carrying me, wants to get close to the man of God, the prophets, and it wasn't easy. We got close to, we prayed for but we came back home. I wasn't healed. The intention was that I would be able to walk. There were a lot of people who came there who had crutches, who had wheelchairs, were able to stand. Some have to leave their crutches, but my mother carried me at the back. She tried to put me on the ground so I can stand, but I couldn't stand. So we came home, so disappointed that I couldn't walk. So this process go on every now and then. Every time there's a crusade, my mother wants to carry me there until a friend told my mother to send me to hospital so they can work on my legs. So I went there and they gave me some calipers to hold my leg, and they gave me a wheelchair, and they gave me crutches, and I started to walk. I mean, from the time I got my polio, where it paralyzed me, up to the time I went to the hospital was about 3 years. So when I went to the hospital, I was around 9 years. So that time, I was ready to go to school. So I started school when I was 9 years, class 1. So class 1, because most of the time I was at home, my siblings, my senior brother and the sister come home, and some of the things they are taught at school, they teach me. So I became very sharp, and some of the things that I should learn in the infancy, I learned them at home. So when I went to the class 1, in no time I was jumped from class 1 to class 3. So I didn't attend class 2 at all.
His mother had to shoulder the burden of footing his medical bills, as his father wasn't making much from his small carpentry business.
My mother lost her money, at a point she has to sell her clothing to take care of me, to take care of my medical bills. There was no support. My father was around, but my father is also a mini carpenter. She goes around, repair tables and chairs for people, and out of that we make it. So we were hugely depending on my mother's business. So it wasn't easy. I couldn't even go to the hospital again for review. So my calipers and crutches all got broken.
Without crutches to support him anymore, Alex had to resort to crawling wherever he went, including school.
I remember at school, and nobody would like to sit by me, because when I crawl on the floor, and you can imagine I crawl in the sun, and I became so dirty, very sweaty, and nobody would sit by me, because at the school there's this mono desk where 2 people sit, and I was alone on my desk, and nobody would sit by me because of the sweat and the dirt. And I remember I was so sad. I was so sad, and when I came home, I told my mother I won't go to school again, because nobody want to get close to me, and nobody want to play with me. And very young, you love to play. My mother encouraged me to go.
Maybe I'm a senior, engineer, work class.
I was a senior in school, but my brother was his classmate. He either crawled to school or his siblings carried him, and that went on till he started using crutches. Then finally, he started walking like this.
Crutches.
I can see improvement in his life, so I'll encourage the disabled in society not to look down on themselves.
Somebody then say, and that's what be our mom.
He didn't take it lightly being teased, and that made a lot of people avoid him.
Initially, you did not call me a different name apart from my name. I will gather some stones and make sure I hit you. I will chase you up. I will hold your legs, clamp your legs together, and you fall. And when you fall, when I crawl on top of you, you receive some blows. And then the next time you will not do that. So in my area I was like a terror. So can you imagine? You, the same person, don't have friends now. Even a few people who are want to play with you, you beat them up. And I was so I was so strong. My upper body was very strong because I crawl. Very strong. So when I hold you, it's difficult for you to release yourself. So this is how it went. And when I accepted my disability, I became a champion. I became so popular. I had a lot of friends. People call me Kakdi, people call me Pozo Hayes and all that. I don't mind.
He went to school with my daughter, and I knew he walked with the aid of crutches. He was very aggressive at the time and even fought with my son by a gutter. I asked my son why he fought him when he knew about his condition. The young people were always teasing him, and in retaliation, he threw stones at them. He's not a bad person. We never expected that he would get to this point in life, and even expect that someone could fall in love with him.
Life became easier for Alex when he finally accepted his condition.
When I accepted my situation and I became happy with it, and I said, whatever the situation is, I would want to become somebody even with my disability. There I began picking up, and I started becoming first in my class. And so there and then I began gaining friends because I started teaching them mathematics. I was very good at maths. I started teaching them some of the subjects and things. So I became very popular, had a lot of friends. People call me names, and I give them more. I receive the morale and all that.
As time went by, his father made some wooden crutches for him, and he moved around with that. Soon, he was able to move around without the use of the crutches, even though he needed to be careful with his steps.
I managed and I learned how to walk, and the walkings I do is tactics. Tactics. So once I walk, I look on the floor because the floor is not even. So I look at where it slopes, where I make my steps. Places where I'm not able to calculate my step, where I fall. So that is about my life. A few times I sit in the wheelchair when I'm so tired, and also I'm not able to go to long distance. But with the wheelchair, I'm able to do that. I'm also a wheelchair basketball player. Yeah, I do sports. Yeah, I play basketball. So I use the wheelchair. And when I went to further studies in the UK, and you know, the accessibility everywhere is accessible. So I really used the wheelchair when I was there. And if you see me in the UK, in Hammersmith, central London, in the wheelchair, you wouldn't identify me because the speed at which I go. At the point, the police stopped me and say, "Please, the speed is too much." They be observing me. The speed is. I'm so excited. I'm so excited because if I look at where I started, somebody who was crawling on the floor, had no hope because your parents don't have it, and where I am, where I can sit with ministers to discuss issues of disability. A few times I've participated in the UN conference, giving presentation. Addis Ababa, I was there. In New York, I was there. Washington, I was there. Participate in a UN conference policies, global policies. So I just praise God where He has brought me.
Mr. Tete walked barefooted all his due to his condition until a friend encouraged him to try wearing shoes. 20 years old and in secondary school.
I went through the education barefooted until I got to secondary school. And the secondary school, you know, because there's no money. The schooling was like private. I went to Snaps College, and the Snaps College I did accounting there. And can you imagine? I slept in the school. That was where I began wearing shoe. I met a friend called Okran, and then he said, "Alex, you can wear a shoe. Alex, let's go to Kantamanto. Let's give it a try." I said, I don't believe I can wear a shoe. So we went together, and the friend, we got some shoes. Let me try. And I tried a few ones which fit my leg. And then the friend told me, because Samuel Okan, he said, "Today you wear the shoe from here to school." So can you imagine walking from Kantamanto to Asalam Down, Snaps College? Formerly that was where it was. And I walked, and when I got to school, all of my legs got bruises. You know, when your legs look fresh. So when you put on that thing, I things. And for 3 days, I couldn't move. I have to remove the shoe and get the wound healed. But when the wound got healed, I put it on again, because I said this thing must stop. I have to be able to wear a shoe like anybody else. So after 3 days, when the wound got healed a bit, not totally, but when the pains came down, because when I got the bruises, it became like a small balls around my feet. So when I got healed, all got best and got healed, I wore it again and started practicing and started walking gradually, and then all my feet, that area got hardened, and then I was able to walk to today. It's so amazing how I'm able to walk, wear a shoe, and now I can move to the shoe shop and get a shoe to wear.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
The owner of the property where Snaps College was first located recounts some memories of Mr. Tete's days at the school.
I took him as my child when he was schooling here and didn't discriminate against him. He used to sleep here with some other students, and I had a cordial relationship with all of them. Anytime I cooked for them, people asked if they gave me money for that, and I told them they didn't. They all slept here on mats at night and took their baths to get ready for class when day breaks. He was a good child, very humble, and I didn't see him as disabled. I'm happy anytime I see him. He visits me once in a while when he comes to help students.
He went on to get his HND in accounting at Accra Polytechnic after completing Snaps College, but almost gave up on his education again one rainy day.
All this time I've been moving from Ashama to Accra for lectures. Moved from Ashama to Accra for lectures. And there was this time, in the morning, the clouds look like it's coming to rain. So I got an umbrella. And when I landed at Tema Station, walking, there's a route from Tema Station to Accra Poly. I was walking in that lane where now AMA has built their offices. There's a lane there. There people sell. There's a market there too. And so the rain started with strong wind. And I decided to open the umbrella because my books, I have a bag at my back, and walking. I walk the way I walk, swing myself. And then, before I realized, the wind entered the umbrella and pushed me. And in fact, with my books at my back, I was holding onto the umbrella, and the wind was also blowing the umbrella to get off my hand. And I said, no way, I won't leave this umbrella. We were all on the ground in the rain. In fact, it was one of my saddest moments. Because you see, at that period, nobody was ready to give you assistance. So when the wind subsided, I woke up, put off the umbrella, and I said, the rain should beat me. It's okay for the rain to beat me because I'm already wet and dirtied myself. So when I got to school, I decided to get one of the empty classrooms and sat there. Because I didn't want to go to my colleagues because of how I've messed myself up. And there I cried. In fact, when I got back home, I told my mother and my father that I think that it's okay. It's okay to I told them, why am I going through all these challenges? Is there, where is this leading me? Because at every point in time, I go through hell, I go through problems, sometimes trying to do something for myself. I face a lot of challenges, very bitter. And today I couldn't even go to lectures, even though I went right to the school, I couldn't go to lectures because of all this, all that has happened to me. So I don't think that I want to continue the school. My parents cried. After crying together with me, they told me that, yes, it is true that I am going through these problems, but that is the only way I can survive.
Mr. Tete moved to Kpando in the Volta region for his national service because he wanted to learn to be fully independent.
I told my parents this time I want to be out of home so that I can experience life. So, and you know, for a person with disability, you are posted anywhere you want to be because they assume that you need some support services. So, but I was asked where I want to be. I said I want to go to Kpando. No, I want to go to the Volta region. I said let me go to the Volta region. So they posted me to the Volta region hall, and because I did accounting, I was posted to Kpando Audit Service, and that was where life actually began. Yeah, so I learned how to live on my own.
Shortly after his service, he married the love of his life, and they are blessed with 4 children. But convincing her family to allow them get married wasn't an easy task.
So my national service savings, I was able to gather it, and that is what I used to marry my wife. But during the time I was schooling, I met her at church. I attended the Church of Christ at Shaman, Accra Road there, and that is where. And I'm a very strong Christian, and because and in all this I'm saying that Christianity has actually made me who I am. Christianity, because each time I go through challenges, I go through the stress and the problems, I look up to God, and I said, God, I know you are there for me, and I know you will never leave me until I achieve my goal. So I met her, and she, when I proposed to her, she was confused. She was confused because we were very good friends, and she asked me, how about Kojo? I'm a Monday born, they call me Kojo. In a house, I'm called Kojo. He said, oh, Kojo, is it a joke? but we are brothers. I said, oh, what? We are brothers. Are you the second born of my mother? I'm serious. So it was so many years, but I mean I kept on because I attempted a relationship before, but the family, I got to know early that the family wouldn't accept. Because what happened is that lady, sister, also married a disabled person. So the mother says, Abba, is it a taboo? That is it a case? That all my two girls should marry disabled people? Why? As for this one, they won't agree. So I said, no problem. No problem. I married my wife, even though there was a few resistance. And my wife's mother's family, because the mother passed on, so the mother's family were not agreeing to it. But the father said, this young man, I see in him a very good husband, a very good in-law. So for me, he can marry my daughter. I had a lot of support from him, and I married my wife. That was in 1999, 5th December 1999. I married my wife, and we are blessed with 4 children, 2 girls, 2 boys. The first 2 are in the university. The first one, Major in Tete, is at Tech. He's doing geography. He's in the 2nd year. And the second one, Rose Tete, is at Telecom University. He's doing computer engineering. And then the third one is a boy. He's at the GHS 3. And then the last one, class 1. That's the pension baby Elom Tete. So life is about how you make it, how determined you are. And if you are determined and with God's support, you can actually make it.
After his national service, he got his first job as an accountant at Sutrec Meets Ghana Limited. From there, he moved to the Ghana Society for Persons with Disabilities as National Director. Today, he runs his own organization, Center for Employment for Persons with Disabilities, and has 3 permanent employees. His aim? To reduce the number of persons with disabilities begging on the streets.
So I'm an employee of the local government service, where I am posted to the Tema West Assembly. My organization, I volunteer for the organization. So I have staff that I've employed 3 staff who are every day in the office, and they work. And because I also work, I don't go there. I receive reports of their work, and also we have meetings to discuss activities of the organization. Basically, the organization is a non-governmental organization. It's not a profit-making organization. And what we do is to empower persons with disabilities in Ghana through vocational skills, employment, and livelihood support. And so we collaborate with other agencies and other government institutions. My work at the Assembly is also enhanced by the work that I do in the disability organization. I'm able also to mobilize disabled people within the Tema municipality and the metropolis, and we're able to embark on a lot of activities that improve on their lives.
He has traveled to at least 1 country in all 5 continents of the world, a reality he never dreamed of as a child.
I've traveled to participated in conferences and programs because of my my advocacy for persons with disabilities.
From this shack?
Yeah, from this shack. Yeah.
So all the continents of the world?
All the continents. I don't know. I've been to Asia, I've been to America, I've been to Denmark, South America. I've been to Nicaragua. You know, that was in 2005. It was the longest journey, 13-hour journey crossing the Atlantic Ocean. It was so tiring. Yeah. And so that has been great, and I was awarded, including other people. I remember Roland Walker was one of the guys who was awarded on that day. Yeah. So, and so people in Ashaiman, the youth of Ashaiman, recognize my work, even though I scarcely visit them now. they recognize that I come from Ashaiman. And just this week, one of the guys in Ashaiman called me that it's about time we do a homecoming, where a few guys who have lived in Ashaiman have to come together and see how we can develop Ashaiman, because Ashaiman is in a mess now. Ashaiman is in a mess now, and other people have come to live in the area and have given the area a bad name. But back in our days, even though Ashaiman has all the bad names, we were like a community. You know, even though there are a few bad guys, we were like a community, and we were striving. But now it's not like that.
The man who once lost use of both legs now has driving as a hobby.
The fact that I'm able to drive myself was a great thing for me, because I'm able to move and I'm able to control my life. I began by somebody driving me, and it's been really difficult when every time you have to call the person and to come and drive you. Initially, I wasn't paying the person, and so it was like a kind of a pro bono service. And sometimes you can't get a person to drive you, and then you are stuck. So when I'm able to drive, I began, and I could see that I'm able to drive. I was so excited. So driving is a fun. I drive to Kumasi. I drive long distance to Ho. I drove to Donkokrom, Afram Plains, and all that. I drive to Cape Coast myself. Yeah. So driving is actually a fun.
Whilst encouraging persons with disabilities not to look down on themselves, Alexander Tete expressed profound gratitude to his family for all their support during his trying moments.
Sometimes we look at the challenges and then we forget, we don't open our eyes to the opportunities that are open to us. I've met a lot of people in my life who have supported me here and there, and I've met a lot of discouragement in my life too. But because I am me and I want to get to a goal, I don't allow the discouragements. I use the discouragement as a stepping stone to move ahead, because I know that when I move to the next level, this discouragement that you are talking about or you are facing me with will be the thing of the past. I had a lot of family support. My brother, my sister, who was our firstborn, almost always carries me to school. Sometimes carries me to school because I crawl, and when I crawl to school, I'm dirty. She would decide to carry me to school before she also go to school, and I owe her a lot of gratitude. She has really supported me. And our second born, I'm the third born. Our second born is also a male guy, and that guy very strong. He can fight. So you dare not cheat me or do anything against me. If he comes around, he will make sure he beats you mercilessly. So nobody messes up with me. All these are all the supports that I had from them. And my father, so fantastic. I'm the only person who speaks Ewe. My father is an Ewe. I'm the only person who speaks Ewe with my father. My father was so supportive, so supportive. One thing he never encouraged me to do was to pursue his job carpentry. Each time he tells me, "Look, this job is not good for you. This job is for people who have legs. Not for you." I say, "Daddy, I'll make it." There's a lot of persons with disabilities who decide to end up their life. I want to encourage them that if you end your life, what do you gain? You have to make it. You can make it, whatever situation you find yourself. Other colleagues who beg on the street, it's not dignifying. You can do something with your hand. Even if you are not educated, you can really do something.
That's the story of Mr. Alex Tete, and we are grateful that you've joined us. We hope that it inspires you, as we always do here on The Untold. We hope that your lives are transformed from joining us on this edition. Until next time, my name is Eche Atisu. Do remember to follow us on GhanaWeb. Go to www.ghanaweb.com for all stories on our website.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
To be a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there. The person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it in the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
We are set for Istanbul, Turkey for the final of the UEFA Champions League. Now we have our final four. Two teams from England, record champions Real Madrid, representing the Spanish league, whilst last year's finalists, Paris Saint-Germain, will be carrying the flag of France in the semi-final. But the most intriguing thing about this year's semi-final is about Cristiano Ronaldo. For the first time in 3 consecutive seasons, the 5-time winner is not going to play in the semi-final. Has he failed with Juventus or not? Let us know what you think on this episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate by stating your answer in the comment section. We also do a bit discussion about the quarter-final games and the upcoming semi-finals. Who will be going to Istanbul? I know Chelsea definitely going to Istanbul. Who is going to join Chelsea? Share your take on this with us. My name is Joel Eshend, and this is the GhanaWeb Fridays debate. We go for a break. When we return, the analysis starts. Welcome back from the break. It is still the Fridays debate here on GhanaWeb TV. This week we're asking you, has Cristiano Ronaldo failed at Juventus or not? Let us know what you think in the comment section. I have on the show 3 gentlemen. I have Jones, I have Sports Atom, and Bra OG, very popular in level 400, who will be helping me to discuss this issue. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here on today's show. Jones, how was your Champions League night?
Oh, it was okay. It was okay. It was as expected, and thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Any surprises in the quarterfinal phase?
Not actually.
All right, sitting by Jones, I have Sports Atom. He's also a blue guy. How was your Champions League night?
Oh, very good, because my team was packed, so I was really happy. But definitely, those who knew me, the prediction I gave for the semi-finals, all the teams win. So I'm really happy. Yes, so I think it was a clear indication of the preparation so far.
We were sure that definitely Porto is a team we can beat. So
I was sure we can beat Porto, but I was not convinced about Real Madrid beating Liverpool.
All right, so let me move to the Madrid guy right here, Bra OG. Good morning and thanks for joining us on the Fridays debate on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you very much, Joel.
All right, so I'll start the discussion with you right away. When you saw the draw that you'll be playing Liverpool, were you okay? As in, did you have confidence in your team that you can beat Liverpool?
Of course, yes. You know, I've been a Real Madrid fan for some years now. And then looking at Liverpool's form this season, I was 100% sure we would beat Liverpool. Even if we had Bayern or Paris, you know me. And then you know what my team can also do. So I need not talk much about my team in the Champions League.
All right. So once Real Madrid are in the Champions League, you think that is their bet right? They have to win.
We have 99% chance of winning. Yes. So this is not anything to argue about.
So aside from Real Madrid, we have other 3 teams in the core semi-finals: Chelsea, Man City, and then Paris Saint-Germain. Are you surprised seeing any of these teams in the semi-finals?
Not at all. I'm not surprised. But then I had wanted Dortmund to qualify instead of Man City, because I think Haaland deserves a trophy, at least for what he's been doing this season. He deserves a trophy.
So he deserves the Champions League trophy than Kevin De Bruyne or Sergio Kun Aguero?
Not really, but then looking at his form this season, and then the speculations around him, this team wants him, this club wants him, he deserves the trophy.
So I think as a Madrid fan, he wants Haaland to probably be in the final so that next season they can get the Norwegian guy for their club. But I'll move to Sports Atom. 4 teams in the semi-finals, 2 from England, 1 from Spain, and 1 from France. No representative from either Germany or the Italian Serie A.
Basically, it's a reflection of how the league have been so far. Anybody who watches the Bundesliga realize the best team over there was Bayern Munich. In the start of the season, they didn't have a good start. So basically, you know that for them to make it to the Champions League would be very difficult. We realize that Hansi Flick issue concerning him even leaving to the German national team was a factor. Now, I was never surprised about 2 Englands being there. I opted for at least 3 Englands there because I realize of the intensity of the league and how strong the league has become. You realize that they deserve at least a trophy. And looking at Liverpool, what made me realize that Liverpool had lost completely, even yesterday, was how Real Madrid had to get form after beating Liverpool 3-1 and also the Clasico.
He went ahead to win the Clasico.
So I realized that the form has been on a peak, and that is what has made me shake as a Chelsea fan. I was telling Jones that right from the round of 16, I predicted Paris Saint-Germain Real Madrid final, and I'm still standing to that. I will not be, because I'm a Chelsea fan, and I'll be biased. Looking at the things there, though the goal difference may be 1, but if Chelsea plays like the way he plays the second leg against Porto, then we're going to take a bag of goals home. But I'm also really impressed with Paris Saint-Germain for how Pochettino has done a great job by composing them, especially good thanks to Idris Gana Gueye, the guy over there. I believe because he's
been solid with the team.
Yes, because he's a black guy, people don't want to look at how the guy has been very good. But let's say he's an N'Golo Kante version of a Paris Saint-Germain, and he's very good. And also kudos to Kylian Mbappe. With me, Neymar didn't do anything extraordinary because we know what Neymar can do already. So these 2 players were the main core behind Paris Saint-Germain, and they've made a team very they made a team a threat in this Champions League. And I'll not be surprised if they lift the trophy this time around, because looking at history, when you go to Champions League and you lose and we are coming back again, you did very strong and very sharp. So because at least the best team should win in the Champions League.
Right, so the best team should win, but I will speak to Jones on the semi-final draw. Paris Saint-Germain will take on Manchester City, whilst Madrid at the Alfredo Di Stefano Stadium will play Chelsea. Which 2 teams will be going to Istanbul?
All right, so I think this is one of the best seasons in the Champions League. Okay, we see a trend. There's a trend that any team that beats Barca wins the Champions League. So we saw last year Bayern, Liverpool beat Barca.
In the past 3 seasons, it has been the team who beat Bayern Munich.
Yes, so Bayern Munich won last year. So
it means that
any team that beats Barca wins the Champions League.
All the odds go in favor of Paris Saint-Germain. You beat Barca.
Exactly.
You beat Bayern Munich.
Exactly. But to speak from a tactical point of view, Man City, Pep Guardiola is a very tactical. He's one of the best. If he's not the best, he's one of the best. And Pochettino is experienced with Pep's play. He's been in England and he's watched him and it's going to be difficult when Guardiola comes.
He has even eliminated him once. Last 2 seasons.
Yes, and it was a surprise. We were all surprised, but you know, Pep Guardiola can still be Pep Guardiola, and we know that this is what Man City brought Guardiola in for, not the Premier League, because Roberto Mancini won that for them. So it was because of the Champions League that Man City contacted Pep Guardiola. So I think they are going to go all out, and I would be surprised if Guardiola
is their second semi-final. And you see, the interesting thing is that both teams, I think Paris Saint-Germain last season, they got to their first semi-final and they won. They proceeded to the finals.
Yes.
Manchester City, on the other hand, they played their first semi-final against Madrid and they lost. Now we are getting 2 second-time semi-finalists playing.
Yes, and PSG is a finalist, so they were there last year, and would say their eyes red. You know, they would feel the pain. They are going to go all out for it. But as I said earlier, Pep Guardiola is master class, and he can just bring anything out any day. And then to Chelsea, Madrid, as he said, you know, I was telling someone yesterday when we were watching the match that there are some things you can't just take it out. Like Madrid is just Madrid. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Some of these things, they are not from a tactical point of view. It's just that Madrid is just Madrid, and they're just going to come out. Maybe you'd see. Just look at this. They lost Ramos, they lost Varane. So someone's going to be like, oh, come on, Liverpool are going to. But we could see Liverpool scored only one.
But I don't think that the Nachos and what's the other guy's name? Militao. These guys won't survive under Chelsea.
Yes, so by then Ramos will be back, and if Ramos is back, it's a nightmare. Ramos is a nightmare to Werner and Kai Havertz. So, but you know, as I was telling Atom earlier, Chelsea has improved, okay, and we can't take the fact from it that Tuchel has been superb. He has organized a team very, very compact.
He played in the final last season.
Yes.
So as we talk about Paris Saint-Germain, we should also give some credit to him.
Yeah, exactly. So he is a very tactical man, But I think what would derail him against Madrid is the attack. They sometimes find it very difficult to be sharp. You know, as he said on Tuesday, Chelsea had chances to just kill off this game, and it was so bad.
And on the other hand, Liverpool. Before we came on air, I was telling you guys that yesterday Liverpool could have qualified after 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Because I think Mo Salah got like 2 1-on-1s that on a good day it would have been a goal. So you are going for Madrid and Paris Saint-Germain in the final.
With the Madrid side, I'm going for Madrid, but with the PSG, Man City.
You are going for Man City.
Anything can happen. Trust me, anything can happen. Pep Guardiola can pull out a surprise.
All right. So before we wrap up this segment, I have my final question for you. Because you are a Madridista. Madrid have never won against Chelsea in 3 games. The first met in 71, the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup, 98, the Super Cup, the only Super Cup Chelsea have in their coffers. In 3 games, 2 wins for Chelsea and a draw. Could this play a critical role in the upcoming fixture?
Joe, of course, when I know.
Because they say history, yes.
Yes, in as much as history can repeat itself, it is football, anything can happen. I quite remember, I think Madrid never scored a goal at Anfield. When this coach, I've forgotten the name. Brendan Rodgers, yes, we went there to score. So anything can happen. The fact that we've not beaten Chelsea before doesn't mean we can't beat them. Anything can happen. We have the best team. Trust me, Joe, we have the best team. Just look at our center defense. We don't have Varane, we don't have Ramos, but still, there's a Nacho, there's a Militao who are doing exactly what.
Okay, so even
Ramos
when these two were there, you were conceding against the Leches and the Cardis.
In as much as we conceded when we had our preferred centre backs, any team also concede when they have their centre backs.
Top players.
Look at this team, for example, Liverpool, for example, they had Van Dijk and they still conceded 7 against Aston Villa. Yeah. So anything happen, it's football. Trust me. And then I'm a Madrid fan, you know. But then I did not see Madrid winning the Champions League. Trust me.
All right, so this is the Champions League, but the Champions League fan, that is, he's a Madridista. He is saying that Madrid might be favorites against Chelsea, but they might not be the favorites for the ultimate trophy. But let me remind you that the first time Chelsea met Madrid, Madrid were 5 times champions in Europe consecutive. They have won it. This is the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. You can also add your voice to the conversation by stating your comments after watching the video. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we start the debate. Has Cristiano Ronaldo failed at Juventus or not? Remember, they paid 100 million euros for a player who was above 30. We'll be right back after this break.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
All right, so welcome back from the break. It is still the Friday's debate here on GhanaWeb TV. We are done with the analysis, but now the atmosphere must change a bit for you. Has Cristiano Ronaldo failed at Juventus, or you think that he is not getting the needed materials for him to send the team to at least the Champions League semi-finals? Let me start with you, Sports Atom. Has Cristiano Ronaldo failed at Juventus or not?
Okay, so thank you, Joel. First of all, Cristiano Ronaldo have not failed in Juventus.
He has not failed.
He has not failed.
Let me move to Jones.
Well, he has.
He has failed.
He has.
So you think Mr. Champions League is no more Mr. Champions League after leaving Real Madrid?
In a way, he has failed. If I send my son to school to get A1s for me, and he comes back and gets D and tells me that give some excuses.
The
he has failed.
Was not.
Yes, no, he has failed.
Okay, let me move to OJ. He gave you 4 Champions League trophies in 9 years. In Juventus, 3 years, he's yet to play in the semi-finals. Has he failed after making the 100 million move?
In a way, he has failed. Because looking at Juventus, they've had domestic trophies even before he came.
Yeah.
And then when he came, he's still giving them these same domestic trophies. Juventus wants Champions League, not domestic trophies. So I can say Ronaldo has failed. All
right, so I think we have the point here. But what do you also think? Has he failed or not? So I'll go back to Sports Atom again, because he was emphatic that CR7 Aviero has failed. Why are you saying he has failed?
I said he has not failed.
You said he has not failed?
Yeah. Basically, I'll just give a throwback. You gave an analysis of 9 years in Real Madrid, giving 4 trophies. I remember in 2000, when he moved to Real Madrid, over 100 million pounds, signing him to Real Madrid.
80, I guess.
80.
Yeah, from Manchester United.
80 euros.
Yeah.
80 euros, rather.
Yeah, from 180 million pounds.
80 million pounds. Okay, thanks for the correction. 80 million pounds to Real Madrid. I realized he was there over 2 years before he began a regular, or he began to make his name known over there. Realized the likes of Rahul were already present over there. Now, let's look at the time Real Madrid was on their peak, when they took Champions League back to back. At a time when Cristiano Ronaldo does not even score, we have a certain guy called Marcelo who will score. We had a certain guy called Modric who will score. We have a certain Bale. We have a certain Benzema. We have a certain Sergio Ramos who can even intercept in the 90th minute when the game is no more.
Against Atletico Madrid.
Perfectly well. Now, do we have that same material in Juventus?
He has Dybala.
Dybala has been an injury-prone player for over 2 seasons now. We have Chiesa, but we can't compare Chiesa to what Benzema contributed to what Cristiano needed. Now let's look at the philosophy or the game plan they played both in Real Madrid and in Juventus. In Real Madrid, they played what we call ultra football, ultra attacking. That means when they are going, the midfield flanks will move together. That means Modric will move, then Toni Kroos will go, leaving Casemiro behind.
To stay behind.
Making them what? Having 3 back, leaving Marcelo to overlap and the right back to overlap also. Caballero to overlap. Now,
is it different from...
It's a different game plan from Pirlo.
Yes, yes, Alexander, but I don't want you to limit the arguments to Pirlo. Ronaldo has been in Turin for 3 seasons.
Good.
Massimiliano Allegri. He has played in 2 Champions League finals. He had Mauricio Sarri,
okay,
who had won his first trophy in his life, the Europa League, before coming. So if you make the argument about Pirlo alone, it will seem like he just came to Juventus.
Okay, now Massimiliano Allegri was in Juventus. He went to the final for 3 times before Ciro came.
All right.
And he was awful on the final. You can see that day, 2 times, sorry, he was just giving out different formation altogether.
Well, why don't you say that he met better teams?
You met better teams? I don't believe that. Real Madrid also met better teams. Juventus also have met better teams. The season Lyon took them out of the Champions League. People will be funny to say this, but if not because the brilliance of Paris Saint-Germain, Lyon should have won the Ligue 1. Because right from match day 15, Lyon was on top of the table. Now, looking at Porto, we all know what Porto will do in Portugal. They came prepared. This is a league Porto can use the second crop of players to play, yet they will win. Apart from Chiesa and Snegzi, who made mistakes during their Champions League knockout phase, which other player could stand out and said, if Cristiano Ronaldo doesn't have a day, I can carry Juventus and deliver? As we had certain Sergio Ramos, certain Modric, even in the time we have what you call, some people come from the bench. I remember there was one guy who came from Verani, came from the bench against Bayern Munich. Then he equalized the game, giving them
at a point he had Asensio. Now let me move to you, Jones. In 3 seasons, 3 coaches with Cristiano Ronaldo, still no semi-finals in the Champions League. You said Ronaldo has failed.
Exactly, Ronaldo has failed. When Paul Pogba came to Manchester United, a lot of people are still saying that he has failed because they expect something. Let us not reduce the standards. This is the GOAT. This is Cristiano Ronaldo we are talking about. No, come on, we all know. If we talk about Messi, we talk about Ronaldo. They have respect for each other, okay? And I think this should be an argument for another day.
Yes, that's why I'm saying that make the argument your GOAT, because there is Maradona and Pele.
No, I mean, what I'm trying to say is at this time. So let us not reduce the standards. This is Cristiano Ronaldo we are talking about, okay? So he was brought in, as we all know, for the Champions League.
100 million.
Yes, and then Juventus have been there. So we're expecting that, okay, maybe first season, second season, we would see them in the semi-finals. And just look at the teams that sent them out. Last year,
Ajax, Lyon, Porto.
Now, you can't say that because it's a different team. No, Juventus is a top class team. Okay, I think they are reducing now. Because why are they reducing? Because Ronaldo has come. The expectancy is too much. I get in it, but it still makes that what Ronaldo is what Ronaldo. He is supposed to deliver. I get in it. Now, when Bruno Fernandes came to Manchester United, we are all seeing the results, and now we are saying that
he's not a big game player.
Come on. Bruno is a big game player. It depends
in all
on
the
what
big games that
it depends on.
In all the big games that he has played, how many can you point that this was Bruno's game?
Very good.
Yeah,
wait. Hello. I think. Wait. Okay. We can't base games on goals and assists and leave performances out. Exactly. I get me. We can't do that. Now, when we played Tottenham, he didn't score, he didn't assist. But when you check his work rate, he did very well. Are you going to tell me that Bruno is not a big game player? So I get it. Now, so back to Ronaldo.
All right.
Ronaldo has declined in a way. Age has caught up with him, so he has failed.
He's still scoring the goals.
Age has caught up with him, so he has failed.
But he's still scoring the goals.
Yes, so
for
he has
Juventus.
failed. He has failed because, as I said,
when he's still scoring.
No. He was brought in to win the Champions League, and he knows, and he knew that he came there to win Champions League. Okay, now if Ronaldo leaves Juventus without winning the Champions League, it will be written in the record books that Ronaldo failed in the year 2018 to 2020 or 20 what, because he didn't win the Champions League.
All right. So
I want to ask me a question.
Okay.
Assuming Cristiano Ronaldo didn't go to Juventus but came to Manchester United, and 3 seasons he hasn't won, will you still call him a failure?
Yes, exactly.
That's what
exactly. Because
no, I don't get your point.
If
he was in Manchester United,
if
you will still call him a failure.
If he is not able to win, listen. If not, United needs a Premier League now because it's been a while that United.
And Chamomobeko 20 years.
Oh no. Yes. So if Ronaldo comes to the Premier League and doesn't add that to it, and United does not get the Premier League, he has failed. Okay, we are not reducing the standards. This is the world best we are talking about.
Okay, so the standards are high for Jones. Let me speak to you, OJ. For you are seem to be torn in between whether he has failed or not. Let me listen to you.
Joe, just as Atom was saying, he said the players around Ronaldo are Juventus.
Okay.
Juventus are Portugal. He used certain players to win the Euros. So what is Atom talking about? I do not get his point.
The Euros, we all know that the squad Portugal used to win that Euros, it will never happen again in 100 years. It comes once in a blue moon.
Ronaldo has better players at Juventus than Portugal.
Yes.
They face France. You get me? With the lack of Pogba, N'Golo Kante, and Varane, but still, they won. He has better players around him at Juventus. Just that he wouldn't get the same players around Madrid. He played with these players for about 4 or 5 seasons consecutively. So, like, the telepathy was there. You get me? Yes. So, in as much as we are saying Ronaldo hasn't failed, in a way he has failed because he was brought in to win the Champions League for them.
Who told you that he was brought in to win the Champions League?
Juventus won all these domestic trophies Ronaldo is winning for them, even before he came.
Yes, but I'm saying that, look, before he came, the Juventus price on the Italian stock exchange, their presence on social media, their market. No, you see, these clubs in Europe, when they are making a signing, why do you think Florentino Perez signed James Rodriguez? He signed him because Barcelona had a certain Neymar who was selling jerseys for them in South Africa.
Joe,
so let me also get
why did Juventus sign Ronaldo? Not for social media, not for stock, not for that. Because, and now listen, if it's going to happen for the first time in a very long time, Juventus won't win their league, and it means Ronaldo has failed. Are you getting me? If Juventus doesn't win the Serie A, it means this is bad. This is because at least we know that my son used to get B2, but I wanted him to get A1, and now you are taking me to D7. No, it means Ronaldo has failed.
All right, so you let me take your final words.
Okay,
then.
with me, Cristiano Ronaldo has not failed. Why? Because I want to give 2 analysis or 2 scenarios that shows very quick.
Scenarios.
The first one, Cristiano Ronaldo have stand out personally against Atletico de Madrid last season. Last 2 seasons, scoring an hat-trick.
But he was virtually out in the first leg.
And the second leg, he stood up. What do you expect from a 34-year-old man who has already done everything? See,
he's the highest paid player in the team.
And he has scored more goals since he joined Juventus. He has scored more goals than any player ever.
So he has failed. That shows.
So let me show you something. There is nothing to motivate him now again. See, Haaland will be motivated to pick Champions League and make Ballon d'Or. But zero, there's nothing to motivate him. Maybe unless World Cup.
No, he has his competitor. He's still alive. He's still playing well.
Okay, now Messi When was the last time Messi won Champions League? 17.
Messi is also fading at Barcelona.
Yeah,
he's also fading at Barcelona.
Okay, now, so let's Ciro left 3 years ago. Can you also say, assuming Messi, the time Ciro left, is the same period Messi also left to a different team, not Barcelona, has he also failed?
No, he's still there.
So he has also failed in that core period Ciro left. We shouldn't see, he went to a different league. He didn't even understand Italian. You have to learn Italian, adapt to their system.
You know all this is when...
Why? No. See, players are like human beings.
Yes. It's not...
I can't remember GhanaWeb TV said he needed his donkey with him before he could play. And when they brought his donkey against Everton, he delivered.
Cavani does not speak English. Cavani does not know anything about snow. Cavani is not living with his family.
Beautiful.
But Cavani has more goals than Chelsea's top scorers.
Who?
Who is the Chelsea current top scorer in the Premier League?
In the Premier League.
It's Abraham with 6 goals.
In
33-year-old Cavani has 8 goals in the Premier League. So how can you tell me that? Language. No.
So 38 years man comparing himself to a 20-year-old guy who just played in professional football not less than 4 years.
Now listen, when Timo Werner was coming, you guys said he was going to win the what? Top goal scorer. He has 4 goals. Cavani, so yeah, come on, he has failed poorly.
With me. Poorly. So what if Cristiano Ronaldo wins Champions League next season? Will you also say he has failed?
Then we can say what?
Then you're not being right to
now listen. As and now, he has failed.
You've made your point known that he has not failed. Now, we are far behind time. I'll take yours quick one, then OJ quick, then wrap up.
So it is just, this is the underlying statement.
He has failed.
Ronaldo has not won. He has not even been to a final. Okay, if he had been to the final, would say, oh, at least maybe the referee was biased, so they lost. But he has not even been there. Ronaldo has failed. Underline.
OJ.
Looking at Ronaldo and then saying whether he has failed or he has not failed. Joe, you agree with me that Ronaldo has failed? Atom was saying Ronaldo did go against Atletico Madrid. I think last season. Yeah, he scored hat-trick. Ronaldo on any day will do this. I mean, come on. So he was signed purposely to
Atletico are his babies.
Yes, at Real Madrid he did same. So anywhere he meets Atletico, he could do same. So Ronaldo has failed. That is it.
Ronaldo has failed after moving from Real Madrid to Juventus. 2 of my pundits are saying that he has failed. But for Sports Atom, Ronaldo has not failed because he lacks quality in the Juventus setup. What do you also think? Share it with us in the comment section after watching the video. Guys, on behalf of the production crew, thanks very much for joining us for today's episode. Thank you, Jones. Thank you, Sports Atom, and my man, Bra OG. This is where time will permit us to end the show, but the discussion does not end here. Let me hear from you in the comment section. My name is Joel Eshen. Follow me on Twitter at Joel Eshen4 and GhanaWeb Sports on Twitter. We meet again same time next week.
To be a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there. The person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it in the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
Powers and principalities
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Okay, go.
Please,
Paul, down. Come. Sit down. Oh. You doing?
All right, can I keep? Let's go. Keep. Let's go.
Charlie, sister.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to begin. So those of us who are outside, please move to your seats so that we are able to begin. Once again, good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for your patience. We promised that we're going to begin at 11, but due to one or two challenges, we had to delay some few minutes. Nonetheless, we are ready to roll now. So once again, on behalf of the government through the Ministry of Information, I'd like to welcome you all to this consultative meeting with stakeholders on broadcasting in Ghana. Before we begin anything else, please, let's receive Mrs. Patricia Dovi Samson, who is the Director of FNA at the Ministry of Information, with the opening prayer. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you so much, Minister MC. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's bow down our heads for a word of prayer. Jehovah, we want to say thank you. We are together again to interact, to engage, and to deliberate on important issues, specifically on this broadcasting bill. We are praying that you lead the process and grant us a fruitful deliberation. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you very much. Please give her a round of applause. Mrs. Patricia Dovi Samson, she's the Director of FNA at the Ministry of Information. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are privileged to have in our midst the following groups who have agreed to join us for this consultative meeting. We have the Communications Select Committee in Parliament. We have the Local Government Service. We have the Bank of Ghana. We have the National Media Commission. We have the National Communications Authority. We have the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association. We have the Ghana Journalists Association, the Media Foundation for West Africa, the National Cyber Security Center, the National Film Authority, the Gaming Commission, National Security, and UNESCO. Let me quickly introduce to you the dignitaries on our high table, and I will begin with the host minister, who is a Minister for Information and also Member of Parliament for Francois Yerbi, the Honorable Kojo Ponkroma. Please give him a round of applause. Next to him is the Director of Legal Affairs at the National Communications Authority, who is in the person of Dr. Poku Adusei. Next to Dr. Poku Odusei is the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the Honorable Godfred Yeboah-Dame. I will skip the next personality and move to the next gentleman, who is the Chairman of the National Media Commission, Mr. Yabuedu Ayeboafo. So our next guest, who is actually the representative of the Chief Justice, is a Justice of the Court of Appeal, and she is in the person of Her Ladyship Justice Sophia Benasco Essa. Please give her a round of applause. She's also a chairperson for this morning's program, and later on she will give her remarks as well as formally open this consultative meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, we will take a welcome address from the Chief Director of the Ministry of Information, Mrs. Mamle Andrews. Please give her a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to today's program. Madam Chair, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my minister and the management of the Ministry of Information, I'd like to warmly welcome each and every one of you to today's program. We are gathered here today to discuss a very important issue, something that is trending on the Ghanaian front. We're here to discuss broadcasting in Ghana.
But you have to use the center microphone, so please walk there and then just walk there.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, sorry I have to break in, but the Chief Director will have to use the other microphone, so please, maybe you should give her a round of applause while she gets there. Thank you very much. So the cameras can zoom in, and then we can all see her. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Kweku. So once again, I'd like to say good morning to each and every one of you. Madam Chairman, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and our dear friends of the media. On behalf of my Minister, Honorable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, and the management of the Ministry of Information, I'd like to warmly welcome each and every one of you to today's function. We are gathered here today to discuss broadcasting in Ghana. It is a very important issue. We know that lately, there have been some trends on the media landscape, and it is important that we together come and sit at the table to discuss the way forward. Indeed, since the 1992 Constitution, we have seen an explosion of media on our landscape in the Ghanaian environment. And with that, it is important that we discuss how to move broadcasting, how to manage broadcasting for effective and sustainable socioeconomic development. So that is why we are here today. I urge each and every one of us to discuss dispassionately, the issues that will be brought to the table, and so that at the end of it, we will achieve the purpose for which we are gathered here today. So thank you once again, and I warmly welcome each of you and every one of you once again to this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give her another round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be joined by the Minister for Communications and Digitization, the Honorable Esla Owusu-Ekufo. She's just completed another assignment, and so she will join us very soon. But let me also say a big welcome to the UNESCO country representative, His Excellency Abdul Rahmani Diallo. He's seated here. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. On this note, we will take remarks from the Minister for Information, the Honorable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah, please.
Justice Issa, the rep of the Chief Justice and Justice of the Court of Appeals, the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Republic, members of Parliament Select Committee on Communications, representatives of the Central Bank, the Chair and members of the National Media Commission, officers from the National Communication Authority, our colleagues from the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, President and representatives of the Ghana Journalists Association, representatives of the National Cybersecurity Center, representatives of the National Film Authority, our colleagues in the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I join the Chief Director in welcoming all of you to this consultative meeting. I am grateful that all of you have responded favorably to our invitation to join us to urgently address some of the current challenges on our broadcasting landscape. Ghana's democracy has been described by many across the globe as a shining example on the African continent. Key to its architecture are the freedoms that are provided for in the Constitution 1992 for persons within the Ghanaian jurisdiction. These include the rights to free thought and free expression under Chapter 5, and the rights and practice of free media provided for under Chapter 12. In particular, the framers of our Constitution and our forebears had a special place for media in our democracy and our national life. Over the years, Ghana has worked to deepen these freedoms by, for example, repealing the Criminal Libel Law, and quite recently, enacting a Right to Information Act aimed at providing a freer space for public discourse. Colleague ministers, invited guests, a 2020 Afrobarometer report released by the Center for Democratic Development, CDD, suggests that the majority of Ghanaians support media freedoms in Ghana. Therefore, we all have a collective responsibility to ensure that the media continues to operate freely, to ensure that the media freedoms are protected, and more importantly, to ensure that the emerging threats to media practice in Ghana are kept. One such threat is the sharp rise of content described as unwholesome or inappropriate by various segments of the Ghanaian society that are popping up on our broadcasting platforms. These include, but are not limited to, the constant portrayal of money doubling on our television, the regular seeming promotion of social vices and even sometimes criminal activity, including ritual murders, pornography, and advertising of unapproved products on our broadcasting platforms. A number of questions come up. Fundamentally, there's a question of what qualifies as inappropriate content on our screens or on our broadcast platforms. Secondly, there's a question of who determines what is inappropriate. Thirdly, there's a question of how this determination is made. Fourthly, what remedies are currently available or ought to be made available in the near future. A fifth item is what are the current legal tools available for dealing with challenges of this nature, assuming we agree that these are challenges that must be dealt with. How do we ensure that such tools are not abused by persons who may seek to claw back on our cherished media freedoms? How do we get regulators to use the current legal framework and to protect the public and even the media itself from inappropriate or supposedly inappropriate content? If there has ever been the need to take up this challenge, the time is now. The last time the National Media Commission attempted to enact a legislative instrument to address these emerging challenges, the LI was shot down as unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, and perhaps rightly so. But within the current body of laws, among regulators, we believe there's room to find common ground to deal with some of these emerging challenges, even as we prepare to properly legislate in the area of broadcasting. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, another set of matters worth considering are the proposals that have been put forth for the soon-to-be-enacted broadcasting law. After several years of consultation and engagement, the time has come for us to conclude our conversations on what is currently the bill and proceed to lay same before Parliament, hopefully for passage. However, some emerging issues, such as the following, are coming up and should engage our attention in these final parts of our consultation. How do we deal with the increasing threat of disinformation in our broadcasting space? Should the broadcasting law seek to deal with it, or some other legislation be crafted for it? What is the definition of broadcasting? Should it be limited just to radio, television, or now, because of technology, should it be extended to include internet-based or IP-based broadcasting? And should the same standards apply? The current draft of the broadcasting bill deals with what we call community broadcasting. Should this be extended to include what we traditionally call local information centers in our towns and villages? And should the same standards apply there? Should internet-based broadcasters and publishers be registered, just like how publishers of newspapers and other print publications are required to be registered by the National Media Commission? And in the case of online broadcasters, should the NCA be given powers to compel internet service providers to disallow specific URLs for breaches? Should all broadcasters be obliged to moderate audience commentary in the interest of national security, public morality, and the rights and responsibility of others, as provided for in Article 164 of the Constitution? Should the two-tier authorization system proposed under the new broadcasting bill also apply to multiplex operators? Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, it is for these reasons that we have invited you here today to join us in our final set of deliberations as we prepare to appear before Parliament when it resumes from recess. It's for these reasons that we have invited you to join us as we find common page on which regulators like the NMC and the NCA, the National Security Secretariat, the Bank of Ghana, which is in charge of our currency, and others, can collaborate and deal with some of the emerging challenges that are being piped through broadcast platforms. I urge you all to make these discussions open and frank so that we can achieve the best results for our country, and I thank you for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give him another round of applause. The Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. As the Minister was speaking, we received the Minister for Communications and Digitization, the Honorable Esla Owusu-Ekufo. Please, a round of applause for her. Thank you very much for coming. We also received the Member of Parliament for Juabing, Honorable Ama Puma Boateng, who is also a member of the Communications Committee in Parliament. Thank you very much for joining us. This program is live on Ghana Television. We're also streaming live on the Ministry of Information Facebook page, plus other media partners. We will take some brief remarks from the chairman of the National Media Commission, Mr. Yaobwedu Ayabuafo. Please, a round of applause to him.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think that for me and members of the National Media Commission, we are very delighted that we are engaging in this kind of exercise, because it appears that in recent times, people have been expecting so much from us, even as we realize that we live in an era of the rule of law and due process, and not arbitrariness in taking decisions. Now, I want to take us through some radar to see some of the difficulties that the Commission has faced in its life. In the initial stages, the Commission had made attempts at translating its guidelines into regulations. Now, there were obstacles. Now, the reasons were this, that, a government that had repealed the criminal libel law was not in a position to impose restrictions on another form to the media, because it was interpreted as giving with the right hand and taking away with the left hand. And therefore, the argument that was made in those days was that in the absence of a parent broadcasting law, it would not be prudent enough to translate the standards on broadcasting into regulations. Now, as 2015, I think that this time around, there was some understanding. And I think that the LI 2224, which was on content regulation, passed through Parliament. But quite naturally, there is Article 173, which says that the National Media Commission cannot interfere with the work of any media house or any journalist. And so the giver, based on the constitutional provision, went to court, and the Supreme Court upheld their objection to the introduction of the law. Now, in the absence of a clear, certain legal framework to go, I think that the public had come under the assumption that when they read Article 167A, which says that the National Media Commission shall take all appropriate measures, and they are thinking all appropriate means anything that they want to do. What they forget is that there are different modes of appropriateness. For instance, engaging in dialogue is an appropriate means of bringing sanity into the media environment. That does not require any enforcement. And so there are guidelines. Now, guidelines thrive on self-regulation. So when you have a group of people, a group of professionals who respect themselves and are professional enough, then they are likely to respect the rules of they themselves regulating themselves. But when people do not demonstrate the commitment to self-regulation, it becomes very, very difficult in the absence of rules to enforce some of those rules. And so the Commission has had to engage in a number of ways. In fact, last year, we had engagement with the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association over some of these matters. It turned out that some of the people who are doing some of these things are not even members of the GIBA. And so dealing with GIBA was not a solution. And so we wrote to some of the owners of some of these stations, telling them that, look, these are the sentiments of the people of this country, and therefore, it is better that since you have set out to work in the interest of the people of Ghana, and if people have reservations about what you are doing, then it's better that you listen to them and factor their concerns into the things that we are doing. The reality, though, that came to our knowledge is that for some of those stations, these are their only means of survival. And so if they stop, it means that the stations will collapse. And so in the absence of any rule that can compel them to do that, they will tell you they will not do it. The next day, they are doing it. So you bemoan the situation. But what then can you do beyond that? The other thing also about us is this, that we as a people, and I personally as a person, I have had the privilege of representing the Ghana Journalists Association on both the Coalition on the Right to Information and the Broadcasting Bill. At a certain point, I think that our minds were so focused on the right to information that we forgot about the Broadcasting Bill. Because the Broadcasting Bill has been as long as the right to information law. But thankfully, in 2019, the right to information law was passed. And then that is when people's minds started focusing on the Broadcasting Bill. Our anticipation, and we had engagement with the Minister of Information, and we were very hopeful that by the end of 2020, we were going to have a broadcasting law. Unfortunately, it did not happen. And the difficulty and what will be more is the fact that the legal system is such that if Parliament is unable to complete one assignment within a session, it means that it has lapsed. And so the thing has to go through the same process again. We are a country of the rule of law. Now, if that is the system that we have to go through, then it means that every one of us must have an understanding that sometimes we want certain things to be done. Those things may not be possible to be done, and we should not hold anybody liable for the inability to do that because we voted in a referendum to approve the Constitution. So we are all responsible for the things that we do. And that is why we are very thankful that the realization has dawned that the time has come, that we must have at least a roadmap. We must have some guidelines that will direct us in terms of the broadcasting. And we want to, as much as possible, support the processes that will lead to the passage of this law. And we encourage every other Ghanaian who thinks that the media are relevant, that at least we must talk to our members of parliament. I mean, the minister has just assured us that when parliament resumes, is one of the agenda that they are going to place before them. We should let our members of parliament understand that this is a priority law that we want, and therefore they should make sure that before the end of this year, there will be a broadcasting law. So that when next time we are talking about broadcasting and irregularities and other things, there will be a certainty in measuring. There will be a yardstick for all of us, and it will not be my interpretation as against another person's interpretation, but at least we'll all be at ad idem over that matter. I thank you for indulging me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yaobodwa Yeboah, who is the chairman of the NMC. And let me announce that after this opening ceremony, we'll have the deliberation session where we will all have the opportunity to express our views right here. So please take note of that. But right now, let's also receive the Minister for Communications and Digitization, the Honorable Esla Owusu-Ekofo, as she makes some remarks. Give her a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My apologies for coming in late. I had to juggle a few appointments to make it possible here, but I'm delighted that we're having this conversation, which in my opinion is long overdue, and better late than never. No right is unfettered or absolute, and it is always better if the practitioners decide on a common course of action which will guide their operations. I've said and I'll reiterate that self-regulation is the best form of regulation. The chairman of the Media Commission has indicated that they've tried through their guidelines to facilitate that self-regulation. It hasn't worked. And so now we're compelled to put in place the legislation which will guide our actions. What has happened is unfortunate, but we are in the position to ensure that it doesn't happen again. And profit cannot be the only motive guiding our operations. And so it is not everything that can be broadcast on the platforms that are available. The reach that you provide in amplifying our voices wherever we speak is the power that you have to control and direct the thinking of the people. And so we need to work together to ensure that that power is exercised in a manner that would not bring harm onto all of us. I know that working together we'll be able to craft a solution that will be acceptable to everyone. And I know and believe that we're all of the same mind gathered around this table. And you, the practitioners, are better placed to decide what works for all of us. And it is not just about you. It is about the people of this country and beyond. Because now when you speak, what you publish is available on the online media around the world. So technology has made it possible for us to do what we do much better. But that also brings its own additional challenges that we need to address. I was part of the subsidiary legislation committee in Parliament, which crafted the content, which worked with the Media Commission to develop the content regulations. And yes, without parent legislation, you cannot have subsidiary legislation. It has to be anchored on that. but the exigencies of the time mandated that the actions that we took then be taken. The Supreme Court thought otherwise, and rightly so. And so it is absolutely critical that we have a broadcasting legislation on which all this would be anchored. The content of that legislation depends on all of you as practitioners. And it is not enough to sit by and watch the process unfold without taking active part and interest in it, and then later criticizing what you had an opportunity to make an input into. So, can't say that what has happened is good, but there's a silver lining to every cloud. If for nothing at all, the imperative of having a set of regulations to guide the content that we produce is now apparent to all of us. And I believe that as men and women of goodwill, we will work together to ensure that we serve our nation well in this area as well. And while we're at it, we need to look at the ease with which fake news is also spreading around us based on the social media platforms that we have. And now there's a convergence between traditional and new media. And the lines are blurred because you, the traditional media practitioners, are taking your content from social media and vice versa. So the rules which guide traditional media must also be crafted in such a way that it can also guide the new media as well. How do we do that? We need to think through, look at best practices from around the world, and see how we can sanitize this space so that what we read on new and social media we can accept as largely credible. If the proliferation of fake news undermines the integrity of the work that you do, you will be the losers, because it will only breed skepticism and cynicism about the content of the media, the information that is published out there. And ultimately, it will affect your output. So let's all work together to see how we can use the current tools at our disposal. And there's something in the Electronic Communications Act which makes it possible for us to pull down content that is false, misleading, or criminal, broadcast on electronic platforms. It's there. We've never used it. But it's time for us to look at, and I'm sure that the legal director of the NCA in his presentation will deal with some of these issues. If Twitter and Facebook can pull down offending content and have regulations about how you use those platforms, we can also decide as platform owners what kind of content we will host on the platforms, and it will be perfectly legal. However, you do not want to stifle this very vibrant space by heavy-handed, overbearing legislation. So let's work together to find common ground, which will enable us to facilitate the innovation and the talent and the creativity of our people, and enable us to also disseminate that freely while protecting our impressionable young minds from a barrage of offensive and unwholesome material. And I must thank the Minister for Information for bringing us all together to think through what to do to sanitize the space. And thank you all for availing yourselves of this opportunity to develop a more sanitized environment for us all to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Minister for Communications and Digitization, Honorable Esla Owusu Ekofo. Ladies and gentlemen, for the second part, which will be later on, we will be looking at, within the current legal framework, how can we, regulators, collaborate to deal with most of the issues that have been raised, and then also how should the broadcasting law respond to these many issues. It promises to be very exciting, and you don't want to miss that. But right now, I think it is appropriate that we hear from the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, the Honorable Godfred Yeboah Dame. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Her Ladyship Justice Sophia Benasco-Isa, representative of the Chief Justice, Host Minister Sakojo Ponkuma, Minister for Information, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be part of this consultative forum. I think that the issues that we're going to discuss are supremely significant, and I would say that the very constitutional architecture of the nation even requires that there is in place a legal regulatory framework that not only gives vent to the expression of media rights and other freedoms of the media, but also puts in place reasonable limitations for the exercise of those rights. And I refer to Article 21. We all know that Article 21, Clause 1, grants to the media the freedom of expression, to all citizens of Ghana, freedom of expression, and also grants to us the freedom of information. But then in the same Article 21, we find in Clause 4, Paragraph E, the permission to impose reasonable limitations in accord with public order, morality, and health of the nation. Then you go to the specific chapter on the media, Article 162 and 163, bolster the rights of the media. But again, in Article 164, there is the permission to impose restrictions in the interest of public order, public morality, and for the protection of the rights and freedoms of others. So you see that the Constitution itself recognizes that there ought to be reasonable limitations imposed by law, and those laws definitely ought to be on the basis of public order, public morality, and the protection of the rights and freedoms of reputations of others. But in this country, you see that there's an absence of a specific legislation which gives expression to the reasonable limitations that ought to be imposed in accordance with public order, public morality, and the protection of rights and reputations of others. And I think that this absence, of course, is not only in the area of the media. Parliament has even failed to act, especially in areas relating to the Article 181 obligation. There's an obligation on the part of Parliament to enact laws that will regulate the Article 181 obligation of the state. That has not been done. So clearly, it is the nation on the part of Parliament that is responsible for where we are. But it is not too late in the day at all. And I think, as the Minister for Communications indicated, the time to do so is now. Now, I would say that the media itself has actually undergone a lot of evolution. Now, there are a number of free-to-air channels. A friend of mine who was bored at night one day indicated I was able to flip through as many as 180 free-to-air channels. There has been a diversity of expression through the media. A person can sit in America and then on a weekly basis broadcast to the nation and to the world at large, and broadcast content which effectively undermine even the integrity of the institutions of state. The person can allege that the judiciary, or he has just received a list of houses owned by judges of the Supreme Court of Ghana. These are unverified information. And so clearly you see that there's an urgent need for us to regulate the media. And I would say that the diversity and the complexity of expression and broadcast to the world makes this an absolute imperative. And I think that the broadcasting law, for me, should also even deal with matters relating to copyright, should also deal with matters relating to the interaction between the National Media Commission and the National Communications Authority. What are the reasonable limits of their boundaries? And how should those boundaries be respected? So really, this conversation is very crucial, and we must congratulate the Minister for Information for initiating this process and for the resolve that he has expressed to see through the enactment of this legislation. We can only support. On behalf of my ministry, I can pledge our support, unflinching support, to ensuring that this initiative comes to fruition. I thank you very much. I wish you very fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Honorable Godfred Yeboah-Dame. Soon we'll have our chairperson for today's program speak to us. She is here representing the Chief Justice. She is also she's a Justice of Court of Appeal. Her Ladyship, Justice Sophia Benasco Essa. She will give her remarks and formally open this meeting. While we invite her, let me quickly do this introduction and acknowledgement. We're pleased to have with us Mr. Joe Anochi, who is the NCA Director General, Executive Director, I should say. Please give him a round of applause. We also have in our midst Mr. Afil Moni, who is the President of the GJA. Thank you very much for coming, sir. Mr. Suleiman Abrahima is Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. He's also here. Thank you very much for joining us. Madam Chairperson, it's time for us to hear from you. Please, a round of applause for her.
Standing on the protocols as mentioned by the Honorable Minister of Information, I wish you all a good morning. I bring you warm felicitations from the Honorable Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. He would have liked to be present here himself and participate and chair in this session. Unfortunately, he has to attend an equally important program and sends his apologies. He, however, wishes you all well in these deliberations. There have been various attempts at broadcasting legislation, but as we've all heard, to date, there is no such legislation in force. At present, the key documents which we have are the 1992 Constitution, which in Chapter 12 relates to freedom and independence of the media, and it provides for regulation of the media. But it is print biased, and there appears no specific reference to broadcasting. It nonetheless provides for the establishment of the National Media Commission. The Constitution also in Chapter 5 deals with fundamental human rights and freedoms, and in Chapter 6 it deals with the directive principles of states policy. Other laws which we have at present are the National Media Commission Act 1993 and the National Communications Authority Act 1998 and LI 2003. There is a need to harmonize the relationship between constitutional provisions and guarantees and actual regulatory practice. There is also the need to rationalize the present arrangement and introduce new regulatory functions which are not currently provided for or not adequately provided for. Clearly, even though we have made considerable progress in enabling development of broadcasting, the system appears to be reaching its limits, busting at its seams, and in the public interest, broadcasting needs an updated regulatory framework. The emerging phenomenon of scandalous and fake news, hate speech, and speeches does not augur well for good governance and undoubtedly undermines the right of the Ghanaian public to be correctly informed. So it is important that the law deals with these. With the commitment of all stakeholders, we can have a law which reflects the diverse broadcasting landscape that will sustain the Ghanaian cultural heritage and also assist in its development. I urge you, therefore, to feel free to voice out your perspectives so that we can all arrive at an all-inclusive law which is acceptable to all of us. On that note, I declare this consultative meeting with stakeholders on broadcasting in Ghana duly launched. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our chairperson for today's program, ending the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to take some quick photographs, and I want to call the following people to join the high table so they take a group photograph just to wrap up the first session. Don't forget, we are going to take a quick coffee break, and then we'll return for the second part, which will include discussions on within the central legal framework, how regulators can collaborate, to deal with many issues, the many issues that have been mentioned. The following people can join. Mr. Afomoni, Mr. Suleimana Brahima can also join. The GhanaWeb president, I understand, just walked in. He can also join. Can we have the GhanaWeb president? Okay, he's also here. And then the UNESCO boss. All right, he's already there. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, after the photograph, we will pause for a coffee break and prepare for the second session, which will not go live or covered by the media, but is open to everyone. If you want to be part of it, please feel free to join, but it's not to be covered by the press. Please give them a round of applause. I think we've had a great opening ceremony. On behalf of the ministry, we'd like to thank our chairperson and all the dignitaries who graced the opening ceremony. Please, we'll take a quick coffee break, and then we will come back for the deliberations. Thank you very much.
Okay, go. Paul, come. Sit down. Oh. You doing? All right, can I keep? So let's go. Okay, keep. Let's go. Charlie, sister.
Honestly, the judge is within her sentencing powers. She has the discretion. I'm a bit disappointed anyway. That considering the mitigating factors that we canvassed for her being a first-time offender, a young offender, with a lot of responsibility, single mother, taking care of the son and the mother and the nephews. I mean, the courts ought to have considered those things. But the judge is within her sentencing power, a fine and a maximum of 2 years and 90 days. She's within her powers, so we have nothing much to say against what she did. When we were at the case management conference stage, we evaluated all the evidence against the pictorial evidence and the witness statement, and we realized that we don't have a good case. So when the case goes to a full trial, the sentence will be harsher. Assuming we are going to the whole trial, maybe 2-3 months, we are done, and she's found culpable, the punishment will be harsher than being a first-time offender, pleading guilty, simplicity. She did waste the court's time, energy of the court, whatever. In other words, a guilty plea, is much better than going to a full trial. Honestly, it's an option for us. And if you can see what I'm holding right now, it's an instant appeal. For me, I want to go for an appeal. I've written for the judgment. If I have it by the close of the day, by 9 a.m. on Monday, I'll file an appeal.
What are the arguments?
One of my mitigating factors is the doctrine of being a first offender. And the guilty plea, simplicity. The authorities are clear on it. For example, a case of Frimpong alias Iboma versus the Republic, the Supreme Court was so assertive in that the first offenders must be given another chance in life. It must be dealt with leniently vis-a-vis a habitual offender. And Supreme Court being a higher court of judicature, the authority is bound on the trial judge here. But once she's within her sentencing guide, I think we have to take it in that light and see the way forward. I made the court aware that the remorse she has shown, pulling down the post she made, apologizing to the public. She's not a decent lady, dresses very well, both in and outside the court. And she has not posted anything thereafter this incident. And then, the factors, the mitigating factors in her favor are so great than aggravating factors.
It is a sad Friday for Ekrapin Polo, the actress, here at the Accra Circuit Court. She was sentenced to a 90-day jail term by the judge Christiana Khan. She was sentenced based on 3 counts. 1, publication of nudity. 2, engaging in domestic violence that has the tendency of breaching a person's privacy. And 3, engaging in domestic violence that has the tendency of detracting a person's dignity. The test results of her pregnancy proved to be negative, and so her lawyer instantly filed an instant appeal for the case. But according to the lawyer, they are expecting that by Monday they'll get a feedback on the case. Reporting for GhanaWeb TV, my name is Amos Eko Kofi.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
To be a side chick is no joke. The person calls you, you have to be there. The person's wife appears, you have to be in character.
I don't think there's anything like a committed relationship is relationship. You don't have to put the tag committed and uncommitted.
You start the talking terms with a woman and you want to start off at places you don't even go there to eat. Probably you buy wache by the gutter at a zongo. But because you want to impress the lady, you start off at KFC.
Why would you even let your girlfriend come and stay in your house? Are you married to her? Is it her responsibility to come and stay in your house? Why don't you call your sisters to come and stay in your house?
Hello, how are you? Okay, I was checking up on you. And that's normal thing that is so annoying to some of us. Have you eaten? You call it in the morning, have you eaten? In the afternoon, have you eaten? In the evening, my dear, you a chef.
Hello there and welcome to another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we bring you an exclusive package of compelling interviews and business stories that made headlines during the week. My name is Na Oyo Kwote. The people who make up photographic community are our eyes to the world. From selfies to never-ending Instagram feeds, the world is drowning in images. But how is traditional photography faring in the face of mobile phone photography? Well, GhanaWeb Business spends time with the team lead of Gemma Photography, Kweku Dakojima. Our colleague, Desmond Frimpong, has the details. Stay tuned.
Gone are the days when traditional photographers were our only go-to sources whenever we needed anybody to help us capture those memorable moments. But now with the advent of smartphone technology, that particular script has been rewritten. Check this out. There you go. Whilst digital camera has come on by leaps and bounds, it simply cannot compete with the ease, convenience, in-device editing as well as instantaneous uploads that a smartphone can offer. Today we engage the team lead of Gemma Photography, Kweku Dako, on how smartphone technology has disrupted traditional photography. Kweku Dako is the team lead of Gemma Photography, and actually you're also the founder, right?
Yeah.
You're welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
But I was very impressed when I went to your social media hangout to find out your amazing work, and they were super mind-blowing. How do you do them?
Thank you so much. Basically, I mean, it's photography we are into, and that's what we do. We enjoy, we love to do that. So it's basically we doing what we love. Yeah.
That's nice anyway. COVID is still around. How is it affecting business? Because I went on your social media hangout and I saw that still people are doing great stuff.
Well, yes. I think that in this day and age where there's COVID and all those things, some way somehow it's boosting our business, because we realize that even more than ever people want to digitalize everything. They want to be online, they want to do things online, and in order to represent your business online, you need to show pictures, you need to show videos and all those things. So in a way, at the beginning or at the early stage of COVID, it hit us because of the lockdown and all those things, and most businesses were affected, including us. But then the post, after the whole restriction and all those things, things are turning up even better, and we are getting in contact with more people, more businesses. Everyone wants to be online just so that they can connect to people, not through physical means, but then through, the digital day and age in which we are.
Great. We see your work, a lot of people know the name, but a lot of people really don't know who you are. Are you able to tell us a little about it?
We want to put it out there that it's a team, it's a group of people who have come together under one vision to be able to produce these amazing works. Yeah.
Great. So how did it even start at all?
Well, it started somewhere. Well, it started somewhere in 2012. 2013. It started as a passion. For me, it started as a passion. I just wanted to know more about photography, learn more about pictures. So it started way back when I was in uni, in level 200. So along the line, things got serious that people started contacting us for work and all those things, and then gradually we were able to get people to join us along the line. In 2015, 2016, that was when Gemma Studios was official. Gemma Studios, that's when we registered the business and we started getting people on board and building a team and having, all these things that we are doing now. Yeah, so it started from there. So it started as a hobby, and now it's a business. Okay, so after school, that was when I...
But wait, what did you study at all? Did you do anything related to photography?
No, not at all. I did economics and information studies, so it definitely didn't have anything to do with photography or art. But then I think that it is more innate than, it's more in me than what I studied.
I'm really particular about the part that you said you were in school, you studied economics and information studies, like really tough courses. I was in the University of Ghana myself, so I can attest to the content of the course that you studied.
Yeah.
So after school and you decided to do photography, a lot of people think photography is hobby. Why would you go to school, learn hard, write all the I's, the hard I's, and put the certificate aside and come and do photography? How did your parents react to it? Is it not a hobby rather than a business?
Okay, so that was in 2014. Yes, 2014, 2015, when I decided to, go into photography full time. I wasn't only doing economics, I was doing accounting at ICA and all those things. So, in their mind, they saw an accountant, someone working in the bank and all those things, wearing his suit and tie. And then all of a sudden you decide to do photography. And I remember my mom asking me this. It was like, so are you going to lie on the floor, take pictures for the rest of your life? I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, clearly they couldn't see the vision that I had. And so it was very difficult for them to accept it. We had a series of meetings back and forth. But one thing I noticed was that my dad never uttered a word. He just kept looking at me. And they all were just looking at me till they saw that, oh, the guy is doing something different from what everybody is doing. And we started making some small income here and there. And I was very open to them. So whenever I make money, I send it to my mom to keep for me. I don't know why I did that. But after a while, she was like, no, this thing, are you sure it's this thing you're doing? So after a while, then they gradually stopped and it ended there. And they even started supporting my dream and sort of like investing in me for a while and all those things. So I think that it was difficult for them, but then gradually when they saw the fruits and the results coming forth now, they decided to help me, and then it's been a good journey so far. I know that they are very happy and proud of me. So,
what about starting your photography business? You would need cameras, you need other equipment that will help you grow. How did you secure that? Was it out of personal funds? Was it probably someone that's your camera, that thing?
Okay, so for me, my first camera, I had to empty my account to buy that. At that time, I had about 1,800 cedis in my account, and we got this move on Tonaton, so we were like, oh, I need to buy this camera. So I had to empty the account. At that time I was in school, I was a student, and I was saving a little bit from the money that my dad would give me. And I did other businesses too. So I emptied the account to buy the camera. Now when I bought the camera, I realized that I can't use the camera. Why? Because I don't have a memory card. I don't have a lens. So I was like, oh, I thought once I buy the camera, I'm set. So the camera had to lie down for like a month. I had to save up a little money and then also get the memory card and then the lens to start shooting.
So, Jem, I've heard you have rich clients, like creme de la creme people patronizing your business. But before we delve into who those people are, I would want us to go for a quick break, and when we come back, we're talking about his clientele as well as one interesting thing about traditional photography now. I mean, in the face of smartphone technology. Don't go anywhere. welcome back from that short break. Like I said, we're going to talk about his clientele. I've heard some and I've seen some pretty people, rich people all over his social media hangout. Jama, tell us, who are your clients? Because we hear top people in the country, they are all doing business with you.
I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true that is, but you know, the thing is, we are giving our best, and even the Bible says that your gifts will bring you before kings. So it's only natural that people at that level want to, you know, associate themselves with us, and you know, patronize our services and our products that we are producing. So we do have quite, we've worked with quite a number of people, you know, top people. But then I want to say this because it's with our business model, our target is not the lax market. That comes as a plus.
On an average, how many events are you able to have probably in a week, in a month? You tell me how you do your work.
So usually our busiest months will be December and then January. And in December alone, we can shoot, in a month, we can shoot about 30 events in a month. But then, I mean, that is way, way high, because on the average, I mean, for most photographers, we'll do about 4 or 5 events.
I hear you are very expensive. Let's say I want to book you for a session. What are your charges?
We are not that expensive. I think that we usually will charge based on the number of hours we are spending. So we do have per hour rates, and depending on the type or the nature of the job, it's between 350 cedis up to about 750 cedis per hour.
So what's the highest gig ever?
The highest gig ever, as in terms of the highest job we've done that we've been paid. That will be about 60,000-70,000.
One other challenge that really interests me in photography business is the advent of smartphone technologies. You know, before, I would probably look out for the nearest photo studio and go and take a picture. But now with my phone, I just take a picture and I'm good to go. How has smartphone technology disrupted photography business? I mean, traditional photography business.
Well, you see it as a disruption, but I see it as an opportunity. Now more than ever, picture is on the lips of people. I mean, at every point, whenever you walk into a particular area where you see people talking, if you are careful to listen to them, you hear picture mentioned 1 out of 10. I mean, it's making photography even more popular. And once they use their smartphones and they are unable to achieve what we are producing out there, they are like, oh, then professional photography is not easy. It's not easy. That's how come we can organize a workshop for photography enthusiasts who are using their phones, make money off them, still teach them new stuff, and then they learn like, oh wow, I didn't know this, oh I didn't know this, and they tend to appreciate photography even more. Now whenever they come to the professional and they want to employ their services, they know that photography is not easy. They are used to photography, they are exposed to pictures, they know the value that comes in terms of pictures and all those things, and so they are appreciating our work even more. At first, you know, photo is not like, it was never a big deal until like 6 years from now. People will not go out and say, oh, I'm going to take photos, I'm paying up to 10,000 cedis for pictures. Why? You know, all those kind of things. But now, more than ever, we are in a digital world where photos are popular. And so everyone wants the best photo. And if you want the best photo, you need to get the best photographer to take those things. So it has made pictures popular. And so I don't see it as, the downside of it. And in terms of professionalism and the kind of output professionals bring compared to the phone, there's a lot of difference.
Okay, so talking about comparing smartphone technology, photography to traditional photography, which is I stand there, you put your camera at me, and then you take a shot. Is there any competition at all?
There's no competition at all, because for professionals, there's a lot of creative thinking that goes into the entire process before I photograph you, and so it's more like me, a layman, holding a basketball compared to Michael Jordan holding a basketball. Now, we are holding the same basketball, but in the hands of Michael Jordan, that is worth about $20 million, $30 million. In the hands of me, it's worth the price of the basketball, which are about 100 cedis. You understand? And so, what Michael Jordan can do with the basketball, I cannot do as a layman. It's the same thing. What I can do with your phone camera in my hand will be so, high and different from what you can do with just because of the skill sets, the kind of creative process and thought process that goes into my mind before taking a picture, in terms of the planning, in terms of the posing, in terms of the elements I introduce into the picture, in terms of me coming to sit down and do some edits and manipulation on the pictures and then bringing it out to you. It will be way different from what you will do and what you'll be at the end of the day produce as a picture. Yeah.
Then obviously you don't see it as a challenge at all.
Never a challenge. I'm actually making money off what you guys are doing.
All right, so have you got any advice for anybody listening to us that would want to do photography?
Well, I think that in as much as photography is a hobby for many people and it's passion driven, if you want to enter into photography as a business, I think that you need to be able to run it as a business, not a hobby. Most people are doing hobby and they think that should produce income or some level of growth in terms of business for them. But then photography as a business is entirely different from photography as a hobby. It's just like Stoneboy having a management to run his music business, and then people are there who can really sing. Like maybe me, I can really sing even better than Stoneboy, but I'm doing it as a hobby, and I sing in church and all those things, or people invite me to their weddings to sing, but I'm not doing it as a business. Once you want to do it as a business, you need a management, you need some form of business model and all those things, so that you'll be able to run a successful business. And at the end of the day, you won't say that, oh, I shot for 20 years and I made nothing out of it. There are people who have sung for 20 years and made nothing out of it just because they didn't run it as a business. They didn't have a management to, control finance, control HR, control IT. In terms of marketing and all those things, they weren't structures to, hold that into. And then also, if you want to, our business model is different because it's a team building, it's a team-based something. But then in terms of individuals who want to pursue photography, I think that once you are building a team, you need to build a team to make you competent. And so you build a team around you to make you as the artist, as a creative person, very competent. As compared to us, we are building the team to scale up, to get more numbers, and so it's not to make me competent, but it's to make us interdependent and then rather increase in terms of numbers and all those things. So that would be my advice. There are two different models, and then you need to choose one. So it's about you, or it's about building a team, and then everyone grows along. So yeah.
Jama, thank you so much for having us. It has really been an eye-opening conversation. This is where we draw the curtain for our interview with Gemma Photography, the team lead, Kweku Daku, who tells us that, if you want to go into photography, you should treat it as a profession, be professional about it, rather than seeing it as a hobby. And also, according to him, smartphone technology has rather been a boost to their business rather than being a downside of their business. I am Desmond Frimpong, and thank you for watching a super interesting interview on GhanaWeb TV.
That's an interesting interview right there. But our friend Jefferson Seniaja is on standby to assist us with some helpful internet tools.
Hello there, my name is Jefferson Seniaja from After Music. This episode is for iPhone users. Well, I know we all want to use our iPhone for just phone calls and messages, but did you know that there's quite a lot that your iPhone can do? We're going to start this series trying to look for useful things that we can use with our phone and what it enhances and what it entails, and see how it benefits us in our everyday lives. Let's get on to it. So, welcome to our useful things to do on the iPhone. And the first thing I want to highlight is the Do Not Disturb button. Oftentimes, when we get into an unexpected meeting, we quickly put our phones on vibrate. And the problem with the vibration is sometimes it just ends up disturbing the meeting. There's a very cool tool that some people don't take advantage of, which is the Do Not Disturb button. And this button is right swipe. Depending on the type of iPhone, you just swipe all the way from the top down. And it's that little crescent next to the padlock that looks like the moon. So once you click on that, tell you Do Not Disturb on. What this does is that once you are in Do Not Disturb mode, everything, notification, phone calls are sent, but it doesn't sound. It doesn't make any noise, and you get to work. Just even phone calls don't get through. So the best thing to always remember to turn it off when you are no longer busy, because the problem is that if you don't turn it back on, you might miss some important calls. So it's a really, really great tool. Once you get into meetings, just swipe down Do Not Disturb and it stop all notifications, stop all phone calls from coming through. And even if they come through, you will get a message saying a phone call was missed. All right, so this is a great tool, Do Not Disturb. And once you've done, you just turn it back off. You need it back on, you just turn it there and you continue your way. This is great. Try it out and let me know how it goes. So that's it for this week. I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.
That's it for Tech Bits with Jefferson Seniaza. But we are moving straight to business headlines for the week. And we're starting with popular social media platform Twitter will establish its presence in Africa with a headquarters situated in Ghana, with its founder, Jack Dorsey, has disclosed. Making the disclosure via Twitter on April 12th, Jack Dorsey wrote, "Twitter is now present on the continent. Thank you, Ghana," and at Nana Akufo-Addo. Reacting to the news following a virtual meeting held between Ghana's President Akufo-Addo and Jack Dorsey on April 7th, the president said the decision to set up a headquarters is critical for Ghana's development in the technology sector. The choice of Ghana as HQ for Twitter's Africa operations is excellent news. Government and Ghanaians welcome very much this announcement and the confidence reposed in our country. Next is the ongoing doomsday and power cuts in the country. Executive Director for the Africa Center for Energy Policy, ACEP, has disclosed that Ghana is currently losing $2.5 billion as a result of the failure of government to fully utilize capacitor banks amid the current power crisis, according to Benjamin Boache, who was speaking on CTFM's Point of View program on Monday evening. Aside the financial savings that government could make, there was also an element of power that could be saved with full utilization of capacitor banks. The capacitor banks regulates that voltage to ensure that when the demand is rising, it is producing enough power. It provides the needed voltage when people turn on their equipment. You realize that of the available installed capacitor banks, government's own record shows that only 28% was functional. He stressed that if government were to improve it to about 70%, they will be able to save 35 megawatts of power. At 90%, 38 megawatts of power will be saved. Next, poultry farmers in the country have been urged to consider supplying their eggs and other perishable products to senior high schools across the country, but on a credit basis. This, according to the Chief Executive Officer of the National Food Buffer Stock Company Limited, Hanan Abdul Wahab, could be a good business opportunity for the farmers.
Food is very, very important. And you also agree with me. Government business is not like private business where payment and approvals can be done within a minute or within an hour. It's a process. It has to go through a process because we are actually spending public money. This is money for the good people of Ghana. We cannot just rush and start doing things. Buffer stock goes to supply and wait for 60 days before we are paid by the Ministry of Education. That is the arrangement we have with the Ministry of Education on the free senior high school supply of the non-perishable food items. So I will also encourage poultry farmers who have eggs and other products that wants to do business with the schools, since the schools are responsible for the buying, for the day-to-day buying of the perishable, that includes egg, to also go into same or similar arrangement with them so that they can give them on credit. Because the information we have also put on the ground is that poultry farmers or egg suppliers wants to do cash and carry, and this is government business. You cannot do cash and carry with government. And later on,
the Ministry of Finance has issued a disclaimer to media reports that have said that Ghana has been downgraded as a low-income country by the IMF in accordance with its latest fiscal monitor. This, according to a press statement from the ministry, is not accurate as the countries continue to be recognized as a lower middle-income economy based on the widely recognized classification of the World Bank and the UN. Also, the statement insists the reference that was made to the latest International Monetary Fund fiscal monitor did not represent the findings therein, as Ghana's status did not change. The IMF fiscal monitor does not aspire at classifying countries by income level. Instead, it analyzes the latest public finance development, updates medium-term fiscal projections, and assesses policies to put public finances on a sustainable footing. The groupings of economists presented in the fiscal monitor's methodological and statistical appendix serve an analytical purpose only. In this appendix, Ghana is conveniently recognized as a low-income developing country, like other middle-income economies, such as Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Nigeria, and others. Now on Galamsey, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on Wednesday, April 14, 2021, opened a two-day bipartisan consultative dialogue on small-scale mining in Accra. with a call on participants to discuss issues relating to illegal small-scale mining dispassionately, devoid of partisan politics, narrow and parochial interest. The president said it would require stakeholders in small-scale mining industry to engage in honest and candid conversations to stem the tide of the Galamsey menace. He said although mining creates jobs and improved livelihoods, it should not be done at the expense of damaging the environment.
The menace of illegal small-scale mining and the need to support and grow responsible small-scale mining. There are aspects of our national life which are fair subject matters of partisan politics. We must, however, come to the understanding the small-scale mining and the requirement to do away with illegalities in that sector should be beyond partisan politics. Some subjects simply cannot be part of our everyday politicking, and I urge this forum to insist that illegal small-scale mining and matters relating to it should be one of such issues requiring national effort. Fellow Ghanaians, it is absolutely crucial that deliberations of this consultative dialogue be candid and devoid of partisanship or narrow parochial interests. Hopefully, at the end of the day, we should be able to build a broad-based national consensus around the necessity to stamp out the menace of illegal small-scale mining and the need to support and grow responsible small-scale mining.
Employees of the Electricity Company of Ghana have begun a massive campaign to get their managing director, Kwame Agyemang-Budu, removed from office. This was after a National Executive Committee meeting held last Friday at the company's training school in Tema. In a strongly worded statement, the workers accused Mr. Agyemang-Budu of mismanaging the company's resources, adding that he is grossly deficient when it comes to matters relating to administrative and corporate governance. The staff also alleged that the MD has ignored several petitions to involve the company's rank and file in revenue mobilization since 2020. The workers say that the MD's continuous stay in office could collapse the state-run company as they further accuse him of procurement breaches. A clear example is the award of contracts of some 6 substations where the recommendations of the evaluation committee were sidestepped and awarded to other companies, the staff said in a memo. The union decries the alarming rate at which the company's technical and commercial losses are galloping. A conservative estimate puts the current system loss figure at over 34% as of February 2021, and there are no consent strategies in place to bring them down in the short and medium term, the statement further added. That's it for this week's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. We are glad you made time with us. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more of our news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media platforms. We are at the GhanaWeb on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Have a great weekend.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
She is young, bold, beautiful, and talented. And today, she joins us to get personal. So if you want to know who our guest for today is, join me after this break. This is Talkatainment, and I am Elsie Lamar. Welcome back from that quick breather. Jackie is my guest for today.
My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know. I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
Oh, so when you go on social media, you scroll through your phone, you go to your explore page, and you see videos, TikTok videos of your songs. And how do you feel? Do you get fed up? Like,
I mean, it's exciting sometimes, but sometimes too, I don't like hearing my own songs. I'm sure it happens with a lot of creatives. Like sometimes something you've created, you don't like seeing it by yourself. But I mean, it's a nice feeling that lots of people are hearing your sound.
Tell us about your Nigerian experience. How was it?
Yeah, okay, so I went to Nigeria, I think last week or a couple of days ago. I went to do media tour, and then I also shot the video for Forever, which is on YouTube. The remix with Omale, and I met up with some artists too. So it was basically about work. That was the main reason why I went to Nigeria.
But how was it? What were some of the fun moments?
Yeah, it was nice. It was interesting. I mean, that was my first time in Nigeria. I tried some of their food as well. And aside the stress, it was fun because it was the first time I went there, it was first time meeting the people in Nigeria, in their country. So aside the stress, I would say it was fun as well. Because the people are welcoming. They are welcoming.
They are welcoming, very welcoming. What type of food did you try in Nigeria?
I tried eba with egusi soup. Yes, and then I tried their suya too. It was really nice.
It was nice there. Okay. Of all the countries, why Nigeria? Why did you choose Nigeria for your tour?
I didn't choose Nigeria, and I didn't say that that is where I'm starting and stopping. My music is charting in a lot of countries, but I think people are just focusing on Nigeria. It's doing well in so many countries, and so I started off with Nigeria. There are other countries that I would go to do media run as well, but school is coming in the way a little bit, and that is why after I went there, I came back. But Nigeria is not the first and last country that I'm going to go to. I started off from there.
So tell us, we've seen you with Mayokun, and we've seen you with Joe Boy. Hey,
and
Joe.
Tenny yes.
too.
Fireboy, he was in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
But recently I met Mayokun and then Tenny.
Does it mean you are cooking something with them?
Yeah, we will cook something actually, so the fans should look forward to it.
I see. So moving on to your new deal.
Right.
Tell us how you landed it.
Okay, so in case maybe a viewer doesn't know, I have Flip the Music, my management, and myself. We have a deal with Sony Music Entertainment, RCA UK, Sony Music International, Sony Music Africa. And I mean, this is one of the biggest labels in the world. It's good news for myself and good news for Ghana. And so, yeah, literally, that's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you now, because I'm a baby in the industry, in the label actually, so there's not much I can say.
Is it a dream come true for you?
Oh, it is. I mean, I wouldn't say, it's part of some of the things I was working towards. I mean, from the beginning part of my career, like these are some of the things that I was gearing towards, and being able to catch a deal as big as this is good news for me, and I mean, it means my hard work is actually manifesting. Yeah.
Your recent post that your song is not good enough for... What did you say in your post?
Okay, my tweet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I tweeted that the songs I make are for people that connect with me. Yes.
They're not for some specific people. What did you really mean by that?
Yeah, actually that tweet I made was actually from a positive angle, and literally what I was trying to say was I make the music for people that love my craft or people that connect with my sound. You know, there are some people that probably don't listen to the kind of music I do, and I was trying to say that I make music for the people that connect with it from a positive angle. But it's quite unfortunate that people read a different meaning. Some people read a different meaning into it, and then it brought a lot of back and forth on Twitter. And I had to apologize to the people that didn't really like what I said.
But why did you apologize so quickly?
So the thing is, people were saying I shouldn't have, but I felt like there were too many people that misunderstood it. Now, I respect that because that is people's opinions, right? The apology doesn't mean that whatever I do, everybody is going to like it. But there were just too many people that said they felt offended. And so I just had to apologize to the majority to calm down the whole brouhaha. I mean, Twitter was on flames. Everybody was just throwing stones at me left, right, front, center. And so I just wanted to calm down the brouhaha.
But it doesn't mean that you are going to apologize for everything you do on social media?
This particular case is different. If you realize, this one is very, very different. I think the time I made the tweet, it was around the same time where people were talking about the remix, right? And so maybe it wasn't just the right time, but at the same time, like I said, majority of the people misunderstood the tweet, and there was just a lot going on Twitter, and so I just had to apologize, my dear. I just had to.
So when people compare you to the likes of Ifia and Becca and the rest, what comes to mind?
Oh, I mean, I'm a baby in this industry. It's been like 2 years now. When they compare me to them, it's not right. I mean, comparisons there, it's not just with me. A lot of people compare other creatives to other people. But I feel like those things are not necessary. We just have to focus on pushing Ghana music to the world. We have to focus on making the Ghanaian sound or the African sound cross into the international market. And so when people compare me to other artists, especially my seniors, I'm not entirely comfortable with it.
So with all that has happened so far, has any of the A-list artists approached you for a feature?
Yeah, a couple of them. I mean, my music has just been in the system for 2 years now, and I haven't done a lot of collaborations. So the fans should know that a lot of collaborations will come up with their favorite artists and their A-list artists. And so collaborations, look forward to that with a lot of artists.
Do you see people as competition so far?
No. I'm not in competition with anybody at all. I am in my own pace, right? I'm in my own pace. I'm embarking on my own journey. And so that is just what it is. I'm not in competition with anyone. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm in competition with them as well.
What do you make of female participation in the entertainment industry so far?
Yeah, well, first of all, we are a few, and then it's quite sad. It's not entirely sad because definitely there are people there's probably a lot of people who are also trying to work on themselves to start music. But what I would say is, if there's any female out there that wants to do music, I would actually motivate you to, because it's good. You really need to embark on it, because you could literally count the number of females in the industry as compared to the male. And then so if you are watching right now and you're a female and you want to start doing music, don't let anybody discourage you. You need to embark on it.
But to those who have started and then they might not be as lucky as you have been, what would you tell them? Because people have been in, I don't want to mention names, but there are people that are like grandmothers, underground musician grandmothers and grandfathers. Let me put it.
Well, I think in life, everybody has a time. Everybody has a time where they would flourish. Maybe mine had to take this. What if I also started and I also felt that, hey, my music is not doing good? I didn't know this year was going to be a very good year for me. And so I feel like if there's somebody that isn't there yet, probably that person's time is going to be the coming year or the coming decade or something of that sort. So everybody has a time that they have to flourish. And when that time comes, it's going to happen.
Recently, there was a picture of you and D-Black on social media. On social media, and then someone came to write under the picture that D-Black should leave you alone. You are their star.
Really? Oh.
My name is Sino. Almost person D-Black best Sino.
Oh.
You didn't see
I
it?
haven't seen that. I haven't seen
yes,
that. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. We were in the studio, we recorded a song.
But would you have accepted any of that? Maybe when he approaches you, that you.
I mean, when people bring deals to you, you look through what they have to offer and all that. And so, if my manager and if they came forward, my manager and I felt it was good, why not? Yeah.
We see you. You are mostly around Bisakade, working in the studio.
Yeah. Bisakade and I, we have a nice vibe. I mean, the way he writes his music, his melodies, even his voice is quite similar to myself. And then we always click anytime we get into the studio. And so whenever he's free and I'm free, we always link up in the studio.
With your dad's contribution, do you feel pressured in any way?
No, not at all. My dad is actually a big fan of my music. And like I said earlier on, I'm actually doing my own thing. I'm on my own pace. And so daddy's work or his achievements do not give me pressure in anything that I do.
But what does he make of your achievements so far?
My dad's work actually motivates me to do more. It actually pushes me to keep doing what I'm doing, because at the end of the day, people that love his music also love my music now. And people that know now that I'm his daughter, they be like, oh, I'm a fan of your dad's music, and so because of that, I'm also going to support yours, right? So I've grabbed a bit of his fans, and his fans have also grabbed a bit of mine as well.
What were some of the things that he has said to you ever since, you blew up like that? Has he called you to tell you anything?
Yeah. Oh, my dad, yeah. When he comes to Ghana, he lives with us. And so he's very proud. And he talks about my lyrics. He talks about my melodies, the things I talk about in my songs. He's really proud, and I'm honored that someone as big as him is proud of the kind of music I'm doing.
Are you a daddy's girl?
To me, I'm like a crazy, but I'm not a daddy's girl. I mean, I think it was my kid sister that is always jumping around my father.
Are you anticipating a collaboration with your dad?
Yeah, my dad and I, we've been hitting the studios, and so the fans should look forward to a song from myself and my dad.
Aside your dad that you're working with, are there any veterans that you would want to work with?
Yeah, there are lots of them, but they are in my books, and they will come off as surprises to the fans, and so they are all in the pipeline. We look forward to it.
We only hear of you talk about your dad. What about your mom?
Oh, my mom, she's a very low-key person. Big shouts to her, by the way. I know she'll watch this interview, but she's a very low-key person. You know, mother, she's just behind the scenes supporting her daughter with prayers and her blessings, and so she's there, pa.
You're from a very strong Christian home.
Yes, please.
Your mom is an awesome mommy.
Oh no, she's not, but she loves to pray, pa. Yes, I mean.
So do you get her calling you all the time? Hey, I know, sorry about Bompire.
Yeah, she does that. She's been doing that since, not even just because of the music. Ever since growing up, my mom is a very prayerful person. It's part of the reasons why, I'm still strong and I'm here.
But when all that happened recently, the social media fire, did she call you?
She Assume Kakweri, but she's not on Twitter, so she didn't really know much about it. But Assume, but she didn't really make a big deal out of it. She's cool. She's very fine.
Proud to be becoming a musician. What were you aspiring to be?
I wanted to be an entrepreneur. Growing up, my dad made me fall in love with music and entertainment, so I was a huge lover of entertainment. I was actually the entertainment prefect in my secondary school, TIMAS, in Kumasi. So if I wasn't doing music, I would have been an entrepreneur. I would have been a business head, a CEO, or something of that sort here. Because I'm actually studying international business in school.
So you would have been an entrepreneur with your specialty in what?
I'm doing international business, so anything that I could get hold of, right? I actually had plans of opening a music school. Yeah, wow. Yeah, but life, you could be heading towards this place, then life will just tell you, no, this is not what I want you to do. I want you to do this. So I just wanted to be a boss. I just wanted to have something that I am running, right? And so if I wasn't doing music, I'd been an entrepreneur.
Do you write your own songs?
Yes, please, I do. The songs that I've released so far, each and every single one of them was written by me.
Okay, let's hold on here. Let's go over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the Discovery segment.
Life has never been easy. Always the hustle. Tiano Pebia Maya busy. Neti Mitchell come the whole day, mammy nisu ye dizzy. I know the figure lengths. My guy, no be easy. Miss one me pese me nyesi catch and low wheezy. My breath it in collar brim, still made that so bread. Na kopo se wuti me away made the koto sre. Na my ye juma be krama me body no I am bread. Bad mind, so time ya, debe na ubenya. Bad mind, so time ya, debe na ubenya. Bad mind. If you hate me, what you go get to? Bad mind.
Joining us on the Discovery segment is Kweku Sniper and Shishi Boss. Welcome, guys. How are you doing?
We're doing great.
Nice one. So, are you a group or you do your individual stuff?
Yeah, we do our individual stuff, but sometimes we do collaborate more. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. How did you meet?
We met through a friend, like a friend of mine. Yeah, so he introduced me to Kweku Sniper.
Okay.
Yeah, on the street, we are street boys, so yeah, everything just back and all.
So, how do you do it? You go to the studio together, you sit,
or
you do your individual stuff, then he comes in?
The funniest part is that I come up with the
concept,
the concept,
okay,
and then I write on it, and then I do my parts. I forward it to him, then he also
does his part. So far, how be the